The Death of Virgil, Hermann Broch. In Memoriam of Stephen Hudson, published 1945. Water, the arrival. Steel blue and light, ruffled by a soft, scarcely perceptible crosswinds, the waves of the Adriatic streamed against the imperial squadron as it steered toward the harbor of Brundisium, the flat hills of the Calabrian coast coming gradually nearer on the left, and here, as the sunny yet deathly loneliness of the sea changed with the peaceful stir of friendly human activity, where the channel, softly enhanced by the proximity of human life and human living, was populated by all sorts of craft, by some that were also approaching the harbor, by others heading out to sea, and by the ubiquitous brown-sailed fishing boats already setting out for the evening catch from the little breakwaters which protected the many villages and settlements along the white-sprayed coast. Here the water had become mirror smooth, mother of pearl spread over the open shell of heaven. Evening came on, and the pungence of wood fires was carried from the hearths whenever a sound of life, a hammering or a summons, was blown over from the shore. Of the 7 high-built vessels that followed one another, keels in line, only the first and last, both slender rams-prowed pentaremes, belonged to the war fleet. The remaining 5, heavier and more imposing, decareme and duodecareme, were of an ornate structure in keeping with the august and imperial rank, and the middle one, the most sumptuous, its bronze-mounted bow gilded the ring-bearing lion's head under the railing, the rigging wound with colors, bore under purple sails, festive and grand, the tent of the Seizure. Yet on the ship that immediately followed was the poet of the Aeneid, and death's signet was graved upon his brow. A prey to sea-sickness, held taut by the constant threat of its outbreak, he had not dared move the whole day long. Now, however, although bound to the cot which had been set up for him amidships, he became conscious of himself, or rather of his body, and the life of his body, which for many years past he had scarcely been able to call his own, as an aftertasting, after-touching memory of the relief which had flowed through him suddenly when the calmer region of the coast had been reached, and this floating, quieting fatigue might have become an almost perfect boon, had not the plaguing cough, unaffected by the strong healing sea air, begun again, accompanied by the usual evening fever and the usual evening anxiety. So he lay there, he the poet of the Aeneid, he Publius Virgilius Maro, he lay there with ebbing consciousness, almost ashamed of his helplessness, at odds with such a fate, and he stared into the pearly roundness of the heavenly bowl. Why then had he yielded to the importunity of Augustus? Why then had he forsaken Athens? Fled now the hope that the hallowed and serene sky of Homer would favor the completion of the Aeneid, fled every single hope for the boundless new life which was to have begun. The hope for a life free alike of art and poetry, a life dedicated to meditation and study in the city of Plato, fled the hope ever to be allowed to enter the Ionian land. Oh, fled the hope for the miracle of knowledge and the healing through knowledge. Why had he renounced it? Willingly? No. It had been like a command of the irrefutable life forces, those irrefutable forces of fate which never vanished completely, which, though they might dive at times into the subterranean, the invisible, the inaudible, were none the less omnipresent as the inscrutable threat of powers which man could never avoid, to which he must always submit. It was his fate. He had allowed himself to be driven by fate, and now fate drove on to the end. Had this not always been the form of his life? Had he ever lived otherwise? Had the pearly bowl, had the halcyon sea, had the song of the mountains, and that which sang painfully in his own breast, had the flute tone of the god ever meant anything else to him than a circumstance which, like a receptacle of the spheres, was soon to draw him into itself, to bear him into immensity? He had been a peasant from birth, a man who loved the peace of earthly life, one whom a simple, secure life in a village community would have fitted, one for whom, because of his birth, it would have been seemly to be allowed, even to be forced to abide there, but who in conformity with a higher destiny was not allowed to be free from, nor free to stay at home. This destiny had pushed him out from the community into the nakedest, direst, most savage loneliness of the human crowd. It had hunted him from the simplicity of his origins, hunted him abroad into the open, to ever-increasing multiplicity, and thereby something had become greater and broader. It was only the distance from real life. Verily, it was this distance alone which had grown. Only at the edge of his fields had he walked. Only at the edge of his life had he lived. Had he become a rover, fleeing death, seeking work, fleeing work, a lover, and yet at the same time a harassed one, an errant through the passions of the inner life and the passions of the world, a lodger in his own life, and now almost at the end of his strength, at the end of his search, self-purged and ready to leave, purged to readiness and ready to take upon himself the last loneliness, ready to start on the inner journey back to loneliness. Now destiny with all its forces had seized him again, had forbidden him all the simplicity of his beginnings and of the inner life, had deflected his backward journey once more, had turned him back to the evil which had overshadowed all his days, as if it had reserved for him just this sole simplicity, the simplicity of dying. Above him the yards cracked in the ropes, and between whiles there was a soft booming in the sailcloth. He heard the slithering foam of the wake and the silver pour that sprayed out each time the oars were lifted, their heavy creak in the oarlocks, and the clapping cut of the water when they dipped in again. He felt the soft, even thrust of the ship, keeping time to the hundredfold stroke of the oarsman. He saw the white-surfed coastline slip by, and he thought of the chained, dumb slave bodies in the damp, draughty, noisome, roaring hull of the ship. The same dull, rumbling, silver-sprayed downbeat resounded from the two neighboring ships, from the next in line, and the one following, like an echo which repeated itself over all the seas, and was answered from all the seas. For so they piled everywhere. For so they plied everywhere, laden with people, laden with arms, laden with corn and wheat, laden with marble, with oil, with wines, with spices, with silks, laden with slaves. Everywhere this navigation for bartering and bargaining, one of the worst among the many depravities of the world. In these ships, however, the cargo was not so much goods as gluttons, the members of the court. The rear half of the ship, up to the stern's end, was given over to feeding them. From early morning it reverberated with the sounds of eating, and there was always a crowd of guzzlers in the dining hall, impatient for a triclinium to be vacated, waiting after a tussle with rivals to tumble themselves onto it, finally to lie down and do their part by beginning a meal, or maybe by starting one all over again. The waiters, light-footed, smart, flashy fellows, not a few pleasure boys among them, but now sweaty and harried, scarcely had time to catch their breaths, and their forever smiling head steward, with the cold look in the corner of his eyes and the politely tip-opened hand, drove them hither and thither, himself rushing up deck and down deck, because apart from the progress of the meal, it was necessary at the same time to take care of those who, wonderful to relate, seemed to be already sated, and now were taking their pleasure in other ways, some promenading with hands clasped upon their bellies or over their behinds, some, on the contrary, discoursing with expansive gestures, some dozing on their cots or snoring, their faces covered with their togas, some sitting at the gaming boards, all of whom had to be served and appeased incessantly with tidbits, which were passed around the decks on large silver platters and offered to them, keeping in mind a hunger which might assert itself at any moment, keeping in mind a gluttony which was limned in the expression of all of them, ineradicably and unmistakably, as much in the faces of the well-nourished as in those of the haggard, in those of the slack as well as the swift, of the restless and the indolent, in the faces of the sleepers and wakers, sometimes chiseled in, sometimes kneaded in, clearly or cloudily, cruelly or kindly, wolfish, foxish, cattish, parrotish, horsish, sharkish, but always dedicated to a horrible, somehow self-imprisoned lust, insatiably desirous of having, desirous of bargaining for goods, money, place, and honors, desirous of the bustling idleness of possession. Everywhere there was someone putting something into his mouth, everywhere smoldered avarice and lust, rootless but ready to devour, all-devouring. Their fumes wavered over the deck, carried along on the beat of the oars, inescapable, unavoidable. The whole ship was lapped in the wave of greed. Oh, they deserved to be shown up once for what they were. A song of avarice should be dedicated to them. But what would that accomplish? Nothing availed the poet. He could right no wrongs. He is heeded only if he extols the world, never if he portrays it as it is. Only falsehood wins renown, not understanding. And could one assume that the Aeneid would be vouchsafed another or better influence? Oh, yes. People would praise it because as yet everything he had written had been praised, or because only the agreeable things would be abstracted from it, and because there was neither danger nor hope that the exhortations would be heeded. He was forbidden neither to delude himself or to permit himself to be deluded. Only too well he knew the public to which the grave, the knowledge, burdening, and actual work of the poet was as negligible as that of the bitterly oppressed and bitterness-filled slave rowers, the public which had held the value of one to be equal with that of the other, as tribute due to the usufructuary, to be received and enjoyed as a right. However, those who lolled about and gorged themselves were by no means all parasites, even though Augustus was obliged to tolerate so many of this sort in his following. No, quite a few of them had already achieved much that was worthy and useful. But during the idleness of the voyage, they'd stripped off with almost luxuriating self-exposure most of what they customarily were, and the only thing which they had kept intact was their blind arrogance and their unceasing and befogged greed. Below, magnificent, savage, brutal, subhuman, but not less befogged, the tamed rowing mass worked together, stroke after stroke. Down there, they did not understand him and paid no attention to him. These up here maintained that they revered him, yes, they even believed it. But be that as it may, whether they presumed to cherish his work by falsely pretending to be connoisseurs, or whether, no less falsely, they paid homage to him as Caesar's friend, it was of no moment. He, Publius Virgilius Maro, had nothing in common with them, although fate had driven him into their midst. They nauseated him, and if the land breeze in an advance salute to the sunset had not started to blow the stench of the meal and the kitchen away from the ship, seasickness would have befallen him again. He assured himself that the chest with the manuscript of the Aeneid stood undisturbed near him, and blinking into the deeply sinking western day star, he pulled his robe up to his chin. He was cold. From time to time there arose in him a desire to turn round to the noisy gang at the back, almost curious to see what they were up to now. But he did not do it, and it was better not to, since more and more he was convinced that such looking back was in some way forbidden him. So he lay quietly. The first twilight spread lucidly over the heavens, gently over the world, as they arrived at the narrow river-like approach to Brundisium. It had become cooler yet milder, the salt breath merging with the heavier air of the land, into whose entrance the ships now intruded, one after the other, slowing down its speed. Iron-grey, leaden-hued, became Poseidon's element, no longer rippled by a wave. On the ramparts of the fortifications to the left and right of the canal, troops of the garrison were on parade in honor of Seizure, perhaps also as a first birthday greeting to him, for it was to his cradle feast that Octavianus Augustus had come home. In 2 days, in fact, the day after tomorrow, it was to be celebrated in Rome, and Octavian, who rode there in the preceding ship, would be 43 years old. The cheering of the soldiers arose hoarsely from the banks. The flag-bearers at both flanks of the maniples, precise and practiced, thrust the red vexillum aloft, timed to the cheers, afterwards lowering it aslant before the emperor, its tip pointed to the ground. In short, what took place was the hearty unimpassioned performance of the salute, as stipulated by the army manual, regimentally right in its military ruggedness, and in spite of that it was curiously mild, curiously soothing. It could almost be described as dreamy, so exceedingly puny in the cheering, so exceedingly puny the cheering that floated off into the grandeur of the sunset, so exceedingly autumnal the fading of the red flag overshone by the firmament glimmering into grey. Greater than the earth is light, greater than man is the earth, and man's existence avails him nothing until he breathes his native air, returning to the earth, through earth returning to the light. An earthly being receiving the light on earth, received in turn by the light only through earth, earth changing to light, and never was the earth nearer the heart of light, nor light closer to the earth than in the approaching dusk, at the two boundaries of night. Night still slumbered in the depths of the waters, but with tiny dark noiseless waves it began to filter upward everywhere in the mirror of heaven, in the mirror of the sea above, indistinguishable from below. The velvet muffled waves dove up from the wake of night, the waves of a second immensity, of the fecund outspreading utter immensity, and downily they began to overcast the radiance of the breath of silence, the radiance with the breath of silence. The light came no longer from above, it hung in itself, and hanging so, it was luminous, but it no longer illumined anything, so that even the landscape over which it hung seemed confined in its own light. The chirping of crickets, myriad-fold yet issuing as one continuous monotone, piercing yet lulling in its evenness, neither rising nor falling, vibrated throughout the twilit land, endless. Under the fortifications the slopes were overgrown with sparse grass down to the stony beach, and meagre though it was, the growth was peace, was nocturnal quiet, was rudimental darkness, the darkness of earth spread out under the departing light. Then the patches became more connected, richer in plant life, deeper in color, and very soon were interspersed with shrubbery, while on the hilltops between the stone-fenced quadrangles of the peasants, the first olive trees revealed themselves, grey as the breath-thin fog spray of the deepening twilight. Oh, unbridled became the desire to stretch the hand toward those still so distant shores, to reach into the darkness of the shrubbery, to feel the earth-born leaf between his fingers, to hold it tightly there forevermore. The wish quivered in his hands, quivered in his fingers with uncontrollable desire toward the leafy branches, toward the flexible leaf stems, toward the sharp, soft leaf edges, toward the firm, living leaf flesh. Yearningly he felt it when he closed his eyes, and it was almost a sensual desire, sensually simple and grasping like his masculine, raw-boned peasant's fist, sensually savoring and sensitive like the slender-wristed nervousness of this same hand. Oh grass, oh leaf, bark smoothness, bark roughness, vitality of burgeoning in this branching out and embodiment, ye are earth's darkness made manifest, O hand, tingling, touching, fondling, embracing, O finger and fingertip, rough and gentle and soft, living flesh. The outermost surface of the soul's darkness opened up in the lifted hands. He had always been aware of this strange, almost volcanic pulsation in his hands. Always the intimation of the strange, separate life of his hands had accompanied him. An intimation that once and for all had been forbidden to overstep the threshold into actual knowledge, as if an obscure danger lurked in such knowledge. And when now, as was his habit, he turned the seal ring, the one finely wrought, and even a little unmasculine in its delicate workmanship, which he wore on a finger of his right hand, it was as if by so doing he could avert that obscure danger, as if he could appease the hand's longing, as if by this act he could bring them to a certain self-control, abating their fear, the longing fear of peasant hands that never again might grasp the plough or scatter the seed, and therefore had learned to grasp the intangible, the foreboding fear of hands to whose will to form, robbed of the earth, nothing remained but a life of their own in the incomprehensible universe, threatened and threatening, reaching so deeply into nothingness and so gripped by its perils that the dread foreboding, lifted to a certain extent above itself, was transmuted into a mighty endeavor, an endeavor to hold fast to the unity of human experience, to preserve the integrity of human desire, in a way that would protect it from disintegrating into manifold existences full of small desires and small indesire. For insufficient was the desire of hands, insufficient the desire of eyes, insufficient the desire of hearing, sufficient alone was the desire of heart and mind, communing together, the yearning completion of the infinity within and without, beholding, hearkening, comprehending, breathing in the unity of the doubled breath, the unity of the universe. For by unity alone might one overcome the lowering happiness, blindness of fearful isolation, the lowering hopeless blindness of fearful isolation. In unity alone occurred the twofold development from the roots of understanding, and this he divined, this he had always divined. O the yearning of one who was and always must be only a lodger, O yearning of man, this had been his prescient listening, his prescient breathing, his prescient thinking, drawn by reciprocal listening, breathing, thinking, into the flowing light of the universe, into the never-ending approach to the endlessness of the universe, unattainable the pearly shimmer of its abysmal depths, unattainable even its outermost edge, so that the longing, desirous hand dares not even touch it. Still there was an approach, and there was his thought, breathing and waiting, listening into the twofold abysses where Poseidon and Vulcan reigned, both realms united by the heavenly arch of Jove. Opened and flowing now the light, the breath too was flowing as the current into which the keels plunged, floodbath of the innermost and outermost, floodbath of the soul, the breath flowing from this life into the beyond, from the beyond back into this life, the unveiled portal of knowledge. Never knowledge itself, but still a presentiment of knowledge, a presentiment of the entrance, a presentiment of the path, a dim presentiment of the twilight journey. Forward on the bow a young slave, one of the musicians, was singing. Possibly those assembled there, whose hubbub had been hushed in the quiet of the evening, had summoned the boy, even they aware of homecoming, and after a short interval for tuning the lyre, followed by a suitable pause, there rang out, wafted back to him, the nameless song of a nameless boy, mildly flowing the song, floating insubstantially like a rainbow tints in the nocturne heavens, mildly flowing the strings, soft-hued as ivory, human accomplishments, both the song and the strings, but removed beyond their human source, delivered from mankind, delivered from suffering. This was the music of the spheres singing itself. It became darker, faces became dimmer, the shores faded out, the boat seemed to vanish. Only the voice remained, becoming clearer and more dominant, as if it wished to direct the ship, and the timing of the oars, forgotten the source of the voice, the nonetheless guiding voice of a slave boy. Guidance, the song, secure in itself, and for that reason guidance, just for that reason exposed to eternity. For only the serene may guide, only the singular rested nay, rescued from the flow of things, lays itself open to immensity. Only that which is held fast. Had he ever succeeded in getting such an actual guiding grasp? Only the truly comprehended, even though it be only for a moment in the ocean of millenniums, only the firmly retained becomes timeless, becomes permanent, becomes a guiding song, becomes guidance, all for a single life moment enlarged to eternity, enlarged to the limits of understanding, susceptible of immensity. High above the shining song, high above the shining sunset, breathed the heaven, whose sharp, clear, autumnal sweetness had repeated itself unchanged for millenniums past, and would repeat itself unchanged for millenniums to come. Nevertheless, unique in its manifestation here and now, as the silky, bright shimmer of its dome was overcast by the silent breath of the oncoming night. The song led them, though not for long. The journey between the banks of the incoming canal was almost at an end, and the song expired in the general restlessness which developed on board as the inner bay of the harbour, its leaden mirror already gleaming darkly, opened out, revealing the city built around it in the form of a half-circle, with its myriad lights shimmering in the twilight like a starry heaven. It was suddenly warm. The flotilla halted to let Caesar's boat proceed to the head of the line, and now, and even this which happened under the soft immutably immutability of the autumn sky should have been retained as an infinite unique occurrence, there began a careful maneuvering to pilot away and safely between the boats, sailing vessels, fishing smacks, tartans and merchantmen, anchored on every side. The farther one went, the narrower became the channel, the more jammed the mass of shipholes, the denser the tangle of masts and rigging and furled sails. Dead in their rigidity, living in their repose, a strange, dusky, knotted, and confused network that lifted itself darkly from the shiny, oily, dark surface of the water toward the unmoved evening brightness of the heavens. A black spiderweb of wood and hemp reflected spectrally in the waters beneath, flashing spectrally above from the wild flickering of the torches swung all about the decks with shouts of welcome, spectrally lit from the splendor of lights on the landing place. In the rows of houses surrounding the harbor, window after window was illuminated even up to the attics, illuminated the osterias, ranged one after the other under the colonnades. Directly across the square there formed a double line of soldiers bearing torches, man after man in gleaming helmets, obviously there to keep an unobstructed thoroughfare from the landing place into the city. The custom stalls and custom offices on the piers were lit by torches. The whole was a sparkling gigantic space packed with human bodies, a sparkling gigantic reservoir of awaiting at once vast and vehement, filled with the rustling of 100,000 feet, slipping, sliding, treading, shuffling on the stone pavement, a seething giant arena, throbbing with the rise and fall of a black buzzing, with a roar of impatience that was suddenly hushed and held in abeyance as the imperial ship, propelled now by only a dozen oars, reached the quay with an easy turn at the designated place, waited there by the city officials in the center of the torch-lit military quadrangles, and landed with scarcely a sound. In fact, the moment had arrived which the brooding mass beast had awaited to release its howl of joy, and now it broke loose, without pause, without end, victorious, violent, unbridled, fear-inspiring, magnificent, fawning, the mass worshipping itself in the person of the One. These were the masses for whom Caesar had lived, for whom the empire had been established, for whom Gaul was conquered, for whom the Parthians were besieged, and Germany brought into battle. These were the masses for whom the great peace of Augustus had been made, who, to maintain this peace, had to be brought again to civic discipline and order, to belief in the gods, and to a humanely divine morality. And these were the masses without whom no policy could be carried out, and on whose support Augustus must rely if he wished to maintain himself. And naturally Augustus had no other wish, yes, and this was the people, the Roman people, whose spirit and honor he, Publius Virgilius Maro, he, a real farmer's son from Andes near Mantua, had not so much described as tried to glorify. To glorify and not describe, that had been the mistake. Oh, and this represented the Italy of the Aeneid. Evil, a tide of evil, an immense wave of unspeakable, inexpressible, incomprehensible evil seethed in the reservoir of the plaza. 50,000, 100,000 mouths yelled the evil out of themselves, yelled it to one another without hearing it, without knowing it was evil, nevertheless willing to stifle it and outshout it in the infernal bellowing. What a birthday greeting! Was he the only one to realize it? Stone weighted the earth, leaden weighted the waters, a demonic crater of evil, ripped open by Vulcan himself, a howling crater on the border of Poseidon's realm. Did not Augustus see that this was no birthday greeting, that it had quite other implications? A feeling of harassed sympathy arose in him, a compassion that pertained as much to Augustus as to the mass of humanity, to the ruler as well as to the ruled, and it was accompanied by a responsibility no less importunate, a truly unbearable one, which he himself could not account for beyond knowing that it bore small resemblance to the burden which Caesar had taken upon himself, rather that it was a responsibility of quite another kind, for this seething, befuddled, unrecognized evil was beyond the reach of every governmental enterprise, beyond reach of every earthly force, however great, beyond reach, perhaps, of the gods themselves, and no human outcry sufficed to overwhelm it, except, it may be, that small voice of the soul, called song, which while it makes known the evil, announces also the awakening of salvation. Knowledge aware, knowledge fraught, knowledge persuading, the provenance of every true song. The responsibility of the singer to arouse, the responsibility which even yet he was powerless to bear and to fulfill, or why had he not been allowed to proceed beyond intimation, to actual knowledge from which alone healing could be awaited? Why had fate forced him to return here? Here there was nothing but death, death and more death. With terrified opened eyes he had raised himself up. Now he fell back on his pallet, overcome by horror, by compassion, by helplessness, by weakness. It was not hate which he felt for the masses, neither disdain nor repulsion. He wished as little as ever before to separate himself from the people, or even to lift himself above them. But something new arose in him, something of which, despite all his concern with the people, he had never wanted to take cognizance, and irrespective of where he had been, whether in Naples, Rome, or even Athens, ample opportunity to do so had been given. Something that here in brundisium had unexpectedly obtruded itself, namely the awareness of the people's profound capacity for evil, in all its ramifications, their possibilities for human degradation in becoming a mob, their reversion therewith to the anti-human, brought to pass by the hallowing out of existence, by turning existence toward a mere thirst for superficialities, its deep roots lost and cut away so that nothing remained but the dangerous isolated life of self, a sad sheer exteriority, pregnant with evil, pregnant with death, pregnant with a mysterious infernal ending. Was this what fate had wished him to learn, so that he was forced back into the heterogeneous, into the cauldron of bitterly boiling worldly life? Was this a revenge for his former blindness? Never had he perceived the savagery of the masses with such immediacy. Now he was forced to see it, to hear it, to experience it in the last fibers of his own being, blindness being a part of evil. Again and again sounded the joyless, jubilant shouts of self-suffocation. Torches were swinging, commands resounded throughout the ship. A rope thrown from the shore flopped dully on the deck planks, and evil clamored, grief clamored, evil-bearing mystery clamored, enigmatic, yet exposed, and present everywhere. Amid the tramp of many hurrying feet he lay still, his hand clamped tightly to one of the handles of the leather manuscript chest, lest this to be wrenched from him. Yet tired of the fever as from the coughing, tired of the journey, tired of the future, he conceived that the hour of arrival could easily become the hour of death, and it almost became a wish, although, or perhaps, Again and again sounded the joyless, jubilant sounds of self-suffocation. Torches were swinging, commands resounded throughout the ship, a rope thrown from the shore flopped dully on the deck planks, and evil clamored, grief clamored, evil-bearing mystery clamored, enigmatic, yet exposed and present everywhere. Amid the tramp of many hurrying feet he lay still, his hand clamped tightly to one of the handles of the leather manuscript chest, lest this be wrenched from him. Yet tired of the fever as from the coughing, tired of the journey, tired of the future, he conceived that the hour of arrival could easily become the hour of death, and it almost became a wish, although, or because he felt definitely that the time for it had not come, it almost became a wish, although, or because it would have been a strangely wild, strangely noisy death. It did not appear unacceptable to him, in fact almost desirable, for forced to gaze into the fiery inferno, forced to hear it, his heart was compelled to the knowledge of that infernal smouldering of the subhuman. Now, tempting though it would have been to let himself be carried off on an ebbing consciousness, to escape in this way the noise, to shut himself off from the yelling mob, the volcanic infernal yelling which flowed incessantly and heavily over the plaza, as though it would never come to an end, such an escape was forbidden him, all the more as it might lead to death, for overstrong was the command to hold fast to each smallest particle of time, to the smallest particle of every circumstance, and to embody all of them in memory as if they could be preserved in memory through all deaths, For all time, he clung to consciousness. He clung to it with the strength of a man who feels the most significant thing of his life approaching, and is full of anxiety lest he miss it. And consciousness, kept awake by the awakened fear, obeyed his will. Nothing escaped his observation, neither the careful gestures and the careless comfort of the smooth-faced, young and foppish assistant surgeon, who at Augustus's order was now at his side, nor the stolid, estranged faces of the porters, who had brought a litter aboard to fetch him. The sick and strengthless man, as if he were some fragile and precious commodity, he took notice of all. He must retain all. He noticed the barred glances, the sullen growls by which the four men came to an understanding as they lifted the burden upon their shoulders. He noticed the terribly offensive, malign odor of their body sweat, yet it did not escape his notice that his cloak, which had been left behind, was now carried after him by a rather childish-looking, dark-curled boy who in a swift pounce had snatched it up. To be sure, the cloak was less important than the manuscript chest, whose porters he bade keep close beside the litter, yet a small part of the vigilance, to which he felt constrained, and despite all the nap-seducing attacks of fatigue constrained himself, might be devoted to the cloak, and now he wondered whence the boy, who seemed curiously known and familiar, might have emerged, since he had not come to his notice during the whole of the voyage. He was somewhat homely, somewhat rustically awkward boy, certainly not one of the slaves, certainly not one of the waiters, and as he stood there at the railing, very boyish, the eyes bright in his brownish face, waiting because of constant delays caused by the press of the crowd, he cast a furtive glance up to the litter from time to time, looking softly, roguishly, and bashfully away when he felt himself observed. Play of eyes? Play of love? Should he, a sick man, be drawn again into the painful play of foolishly lovely life? He, a prostrate man, be again drawn into the play of the erect? Oh, for all that they were erect, they did not know how deeply death was interwoven with their eyes and faces. They refused to know it. They desired only to continue the play of their seductions and entanglements, the foreplay of their kisses, foolish, lovely, eye, sunken eye, and they did not know that all lying down for love was also by some token a lying down to death. But he who was unavoidably prostrate knew it, and he was almost ashamed that once he had been one of the erect, that once he himself, when was it, unreckoned ages past, or just a few months back, had participated in the lovely, blind, and drowsy play of life, and the mere contempt which those enmeshed in play felt for him since he was barred from it, and lay there helpless. This contempt seemed to him almost like a commendation, for the truth of the eye was not in sweet blandishments, no, only through its own tears it came to seeing, only by sorrow it came to perception, only when filled with its own tears to the tears of the world, truth-filled by the obliterating moisture of all existence. Oh, only when awakening in tears did the earthly death, in which the play entangled discovered themselves, and to which they clung, become changed, to death perceiving all perceiving life. And for this very reason it were better for the boy, whose features did he actually bear, those of a long bygone or a more recent past? Just for this reason it were better for him to turn away his eyes, for him not to wish to continue a play, the diversions of which were inappropriate to the time, all too unseemly that glance which could smile over its own death entanglement, all too unseemly that it was sent upward to the prostrated one who was unable, who was unwilling to respond, all too unseemly the foolishness, the loveliness, the painfulness amid a hell of noise and fire, bristling with blind activity, helter-skelter with people yet drained of humanity. 3 gangplanks were swung from the ship to the pier, the one nearest the stern reserved for the passengers, though by no means adequate for the crowd of people who had become suddenly impatient, the other 2 assigned to the debarkation of wares and luggage, while the slaves ordered for this task ran in a long snake line, often joined together like dogs by neck rings and connecting chains, persons of every color, with an humiliated look in their eyes, human beings who were scarcely human any longer, mere creatures set in motion and hounded, bodies in remnants of shirts or half naked, shining with sweat in the raw glare of the torches. Oh, terrible, oh, gruesome! While in this wise they ran aboard on the middle gangplank and left again by the one nearest the bow, their bodies under the burden of chests, bags, and trunks bent almost to a rectangle. While all this happened, the stewards on duty, one of each stationed at the pier end of both gangplanks, swung their whips haphazardly over the passing bodies, beating automatically again and again in that senseless, no longer cruel cruelty of unlimited power, devoid of every real purpose, since without being goaded the men hurried as fast as their legs permitted, scarcely knowing more how they retreated. No longer even ducking when the thong slashed down, but even grimacing at it, a little black Syrian whom the stroke caught just as he reached the deck, heedless of the stripes on his back, quite imperturbably adjusted the rags he had put under his neck ring to protect his collarbones as much as possible. He merely grinned up to the lifted litter. "Come off your perch, King. Come on down and see how it tastes to the likes of us." A second lifting of the lash was the answer. But now the little man, this time on the alert, had jumped to one side. The connecting chain stretched suddenly, and the stroke fell upon the shoulder of his chain fellow, who had been dragged forward by this jerk, a sturdy red-haired Parthian with matted beard, who, somewhat surprised, turned his head, disclosing on the visible side of his face, amidst a discoloured tangle of scars. Most likely he was a prisoner of war, a shot-out, torn-out, or stabbed-out eye, red, bloody, and staring in spite of its blindness, actually surprised, for even before he was drawn forward by the advancing chain-rattling line, a lash, apparently because it came in one stroke, whistled again around his head, and split his ear in a bleeding cut. This lasted just the length of a short heartbeat, yet long enough to stop that heartbeat for a moment. It was outrageous to witness it and not make the slightest effort at interference. Unable, perhaps even unwilling to interfere, it was outrageous still to want to retain this happening, and outrageous the memory into which even it must be inscribed for all time. The blind eye had gazed, without remembrance. Without remembrance, the Syrian had grinned, as if there were nothing but a desolated, desecrated present, as if, lacking a future, a past had never existed, no afterwards, therefore no aforetime, as if those two chained together had never been boys at play in the fields of youth, as if in their homeland there were no mountains or meadows, nor flowers, not even a brook babbling on in the distant valley at eventide. Oh, it was painful to hang on his own memories, to nurse them, to cherish them. Oh, memories unforgettable, memories full of wheat fields, full of forests, full of the crackling, rustling, cool-walled forests, full of the groves of youth, eye intoxicated at morning, heart intoxicated at evening, green quivering up and grey quivering down. Oh, knowledge of the coming hither and going hence pageant of memory, but the conquered, beaten, the conqueror, jubilant, the stony space where all this happened, the burning eye, the burning blindness, for what undiscoverable existence was still worthwhile to keep oneself awake? What future was worth this unspeakable effort to remember? What was the hereafter toward which remembrance must go? Was there in reality any such hereafter? The gangplanks wagged stiffly as the litter was carried over them in the measured even tread of the bearers. Below, the dark water splashed sluggishly, constrained between the heavy black ship holes and the heavy black side walls of the dock, the heavy flowing smooth element breathing itself out, exhaling refuse, garbage, vegetable leaves, and putrid melons, everything that stewed around down below, slack waves of a heavy, sweetish death exhalation, waves of putrefying life. The only one that can endure between these stones, living merely in the hope of a rebirth from its decay. So it appeared down there. Here above, on the contrary, the flawlessly wrought, gilded and decorated litter poles lay on the shoulders of beasts of burden in human form, humanly fed, humanly sleeping, humanly speaking, humanly thinking, beasts of burden, and in the flawlessly wrought and carved litter seat, the back and sides of which were spangled with stars of gold leaf, rested a flaw-infected invalid in whom decay was already lurking. This all made for extreme incongruity. In all of this the hidden evil sheltered itself, the obduracy of a circumstance that is more complete than the human being, although he himself is the one who builds the walls, who carves and hammers, who braids the lash and forges the chains. Impossible to shut oneself off from it. Yes, it was impossible to forget. And whatsoever man wished to forget came back in a fresh form of reality. There it was again, always returning as new eyes, new uproar, new stripes, new obduracy, new evil, each claiming place for itself, each cramping and forcing the other in fearful contact, yet most curiously and incongruously interwoven, as incongruous as incongruous as the contact of things with each other was the passing of time also. The separate divisions of time no longer coordinated. Never yet had the now been so definitely divorced from the then. A deeply cut cleft, bridgeable by no span, had made of this now something independent, had unhesitatingly separated it from the time gone by, from the sea journey and everything that had previously occurred, had removed him from the whole preceding life. And yet, gently rocking in the litter, he could scarcely distinguish whether the voyage was still in progress or whether he was actually already on the land. He gazed over a sea of heads. He glided over a sea of heads, surrounded by a human surf, for the present, however, only at its edge, the first attempts to overcome this surging opposition having until now utterly failed. Here at the landing for the escort ships, the police regulations were of course less strict than yonder where Augustus was being received, and even should a few of the travellers have been lucky enough to break through with a hasty onslaught, in order to join the festival procession which was forming within the reservation to bring Caesar into the city and to the palace for the litter squad, such a thing would have been simply impossible. The imperial servant who had been assigned to accompany the small escort as guide and, so to speak, guard, was too aged, too portly, too effeminate, and also too easy-going to rouse himself for a vigorous pass. He was powerless, and because he was powerless, he had to content himself by complaining about the police who permitted this mob crowding, and who at least should have set aside a decent guard for him. And so finally one was pushed and pulled quite aimlessly about the square, temporarily motionless, wedged in a halted zigzag, now here, now there, shoved on this side, jostled on that. The fact that the boy had come along proved to be an unhoped-for alleviation. He, and this was most curious, as though apprised from somewhere of the importance of the manuscript chest, saw to it that its bearers always kept close to the litter, and while he, constantly near, the cloak thrown over his shoulders, allowed no separation to occur, he often winked up roguishly and reverentially with his clear light eyes. A brooding mugginess streamed against them from the house fronts and through the streets. It came flooding in broad transverse tides, sundered again and again by the endless yelling and calling, by the humming and roaring of the mass beast, and for all that stagnant breath of the water, breath of the plants, breath of the city, a heavy reek from the stone-fenced, wedged-in life, and its decaying specious vitality, humus of existence at the point of decay, ascending to the stone-cool stars, with which the innermost shell of heaven, darkening to a deep and mellow black, began to be studded. From unrevealable depths, life sprouts upward, insinuating itself through stone, already dying on its journey, dying and decaying and cooling in its ascent, evaporating itself even as it rises. But from unrevealable heights the immutable sinks downward, a sinking dark illuminating breath, conquering with its stone-cool touch, congealing to the stoniness of the depths, stoniness above and below, as if stone were earth's final reality, and between such a stream and counter-stream, between night and counter-night, red gleaming below, clear flickering above, in this doubled nocturnality he swayed on his litter as if it were a bark, dipping into the wave-tips of the vegetal animal, lifted up in the breath of the immutable coolness, borne forward to sea so enigmatic and unknown that it was like a homecoming, for wave upon wave of the great plains through which his keel had already furrowed, wave plains of memory, wave plains of seas, they had not become transparent, nothing in them had divulged itself to him, only the enigma remained, and filled with the enigma the past overflowed its shores and reached into the present, so that in the midst of the resinous torch smoke, in the midst of the brooding city fumes, in the midst of the beastly, dark breathed body exudations, in the midst of the square and its strangeness, ineffaceably, unmistakably, he detected the breath of the seas and their immortal vastness. Behind him lay the ships, those strange birds of the unknown. Words of command still resounding here from over there are followed by the jerky grit of a wooden reel, then a deep-toned singing cymbal stroke that reverberates like a last echo of the day star sinking into the sea, and beyond that is the wide-planed wind of the sea, is its million-folded white-crowned restlessness. The smile of Poseidon in constant readiness to break into boisterous laughter should the god urge on his steeds, and beyond the sea, but at the same time surrounding it, are the sea-surfed lands, all of them that he had traversed, passing over their stones, over their humus, sharing in their vegetation, their humanity, their animal life, interwoven with them all, rendered powerless by so much that was unknown, unable to surmount it, interwoven and losing himself into happenings and objects, interwoven and losing himself into countries and their cities. How buried all this, and yet how immediate objects, countries, cities, how they all lay behind him, about him, within him, how entirely they were his own. Sunnied over and deeply shadowed, rustling and nocturnal, known and enigmatic, Athens and Mantua and Naples and Cremona and Milan and Brundisium. And yes, Andes. Everything came to him. Everything was here, washed in the chaotic light from the landing place, breathed on by the unbreathable, bawled at by the incomprehensible, assembled to a single unity in which the far-off easily became the near-at-hand. The near-at-hand became remote, permitting him who was balanced above it all and surrounded by savagery to come to an untroubled, balanced, swaying awareness, the infernal astir before his very eyes, and he knowing it. He knew simultaneously his own life, knew it to be carried by the stream and counterstream of night in which past and future cross each other. He knew it here at this point of crossing in the fire-bathed, fire-ringed immediacy of the landing place, between past and future, between sea and land, he himself in the center of the plaza, as if someone had wanted to bring him to the center of his own being, to the crossroads of his worlds, to the center of his world, compliant to fate. For all that it was only the harbor, it was only the harbor of Brundisium. But even had it been the center of the world, there was no remaining here. More and more people streamed through the streets, their entrances into the square overarched by transparencies of fervent welcome, and the porters were crowded farther and farther from the center of the square, so that from this point there was really no other possibility of reaching the lane of soldiers and the procession of Augustus, which had already been set in motion by a fanfare of trumpets. Nor did the tumult become less now that the music had to be out-screamed, out-yelled, out-whistled, and with the increasing tumult there was a simultaneous increase in the violence and heedlessness of the shoving and crowding that almost came to be a purpose and a diversion in itself. Yet despite this violence, it seemed as if the tranquility and ease of the balanced vigilance in which he was held had imparted itself to the whole plaza, as if a second illumination had joined itself to the first visible one, without altering anything of its shadow, outdazzling glare. Indeed, rather intensifying it, revealing, however, a second interrelationship within the visible objective present, the dream-waking relationship of the far-off, which is inherent in every nearness, even in the most tangible and obvious, and as if this easy because remote assurance of the second relationship had still to be demonstrated, the boy was suddenly found to be at the head of the escort without anyone being aware of how this had happened, swinging as if in play a torch which he must have snatched from the nearest at hand. He used it as a weapon to force a way through the crowd. "Make way for Virgil," he cried exuberantly in the very faces of the people. "Make way for your poet." and though the people may have stepped aside only because someone belonging to Caesar was being carried past, or because the fever-bright eyes and the yellow-dark face of the invalid looked ghastly to them, it was thanks to the small leader that their attention had been aroused, thus making an advance somehow or other possible. Certainly, congestions occurred against which neither the mischievous nonchalance of the young cloak-bearer nor his torch-brandishing were effective, and against this deadlock the ghastly appearance of the sick man was of no avail. On the contrary, it intensified what was at first only an indifferent avoidance of the uncanny sight into an outspoken repugnance, into a half-shy, half-offensive whisper that grew to have an almost threatening temper, for which a wag, as jolly as he was spiteful, found the right expression in the cry, "Caesar, his enchanter!" "You're right, you blockhead," cried the youth in answer. "Such an enchanter you surely have never seen in your whole stupid life, our greatest, and the greatest of all enchanters that he is." Several hands flew up with fingers spread to ward off evil eye, and a white powdered whore, her blonde wig askew, screamed toward the litter, "Give me a love charm." "Yes, between the legs and potently," added an aping falsetto. "Yes, between the legs and potently," added in an aping falsetto a ganderish sunburnt lout with tattooed arms, apparently a sailor, seizing the amorously thrilled squealer from behind with both hands. "That kind of charm you'll get from me, good and gladly delivered, you shall have it." "Make way for the enchanter, make way there," commanded the youth, pushing the gander sharply aside with his elbows, and with quick decision making a rather unexpected right turn toward the outskirts of the square. The porters with the manuscript chest followed willingly, somewhat less willingly the guardian servant. The litter and the remaining slaves followed on as if they were all towed by invisible chains behind the boy. Whither was the youth leading them? From what remoteness, from what depth of memory had he emerged? From what past? From which future? By what mysterious necessity was he impelled? And from which past to which future secret was he himself being borne? Was there only a permanent balancing in an immeasurable present? All about him were the gulp muzzles, the shout muzzles, the sing muzzles, the gape muzzles, the opened muzzles. In the closed faces, all of them were opened, torn apart, beset with teeth behind red, brown, or pallid lips, armed with tongues, and looking down on the mossy, woolly, round heads of the slave porters, looking sideways at their jaws and the pimpled skin of their cheeks. He had knowledge of the blood that pulsed in them, of the spittle they had to swallow. He knew of the thoughts in these preposterous, clumsy, intractable, foddered and muscled machines, knowing the thoughts that were almost lost, yet eternally unlosable, which frail and apathetic, transparent and dark, trickling drop by drop, were falling and evaporating, the drops of the soul. He knew of the yearning that is not silenced even in the pang of the most bestial heat and carnality, or bestial heat and carnality, innate in all of them, in the gander and in his whore as well. The inexterminable longing of mankind that never allows itself to be destroyed, that at most lets itself be altered to malice and enmity, continuing to be longing, removed yet unspeakably near, balanced by awareness, still involved with all sluggishness. He could perceive the stolidity of the sperm-spraying, sperm-imbibing, faceless bodies, their swelling and hardening members. He saw and heard the secretiveness, the chance lustfulness of their approaches, the wild, besotted, grappling jubilation of their union, and the fatuously wise droop of their senility. And it was almost as if all of this complete knowledge, were conveyed to him through his nose, breathed in with the narcotic fumes in which the audible and visible were embedded, inhaled with the manifold exudations of the human beast and its daily scraped together, daily masticated fodder. But meanwhile they had finally battled away between the bodies, and the crowd, like the thinning lights on the border of the square, became sparse at last, losing itself in the darkness and disappearing, and the odor of it, although it still smoldered on, was replaced by the slimy, foully glistening stench of the fish market stalls that hedged the harbour here, quietly deserted at this evening hour. Sweetish, but none the less foul, the smell of the fruit market annexed itself, full of fermentation, the odor of rosy grapes, wax-yellow plums, earth-dark figs, golden apples being indistinguishable through their common decay, and the stone squares of the pavement gleamed damply from being trodden on, and besmeared with slime. Very far behind now lay the centre of the plaza, very far the ships at the dock, very far the sea, very far, though not entirely lost. The human howling there was only a distant murmur, and of the music of the fanfare there was nothing more to be heard. With great assurance, as if accurately acquainted with the neighbourhood, the boy had steered his followers through the confusion of stalls, and finally entered the district of the storage houses and dockyards, which, with dim unlit buildings, adjoined the marketplace in the darkness more to be surmised than seen, and extended along for a considerable distance. Again the odours changed. One could smell the whole produce of the country. One could smell the huge masses of comestibles that were stored for barter within the empire, but destined, either here or there, after much buying and selling, to be slagged through these human bodies and their serpentine intestines. One could smell the dry sweetness of the grain, stacks of which reared up in front of the darkened silos, waiting to be shoveled within. One could smell the dusty dryness of the corn sacks, the wheat sacks, the barley sacks, the spelt sacks. One could smell the sour smelliness of the oil tuns, the oil jugs, the oil casks, and also the biting acridity of the wine stores that stretched along the docks. One could smell the carpenter shops, the mass of oak timber, the wood of which never dies, piled somewhere in the darkness. One could smell its bark no less than the pliant resistance of its marrow. One could smell the hewn blocks in which the axe still clove, as if it was left behind by the workman at the end of his labour, and besides the smell of the new well-planed deck boards, the shavings and sawdust, one could smell the weariness of the battered, greenish-white, slimy, mouldering, barnacled old ship lumber that waited in great heaps to be burned. The orbit of productivity, an ending peace breathed from the scent-laden close of labour, the peace of a producing country, the peace of fields, of vineyards, of forests, of olive groves, the bucolic peace from which he himself, a peasant's son, had emerged, the peace of his constant nostalgia, and of his earth-bent, always earthly longing, the peace to which his song had been dedicated since days of yore. Oh, the peace of his longing, unattainable! And as if this lack of attainment reflected itself here, as if everywhere it must come to be the image of his very selfhood, this peace was constrained here between stones, subserviated and misused for ambition, for gain, for bribery, for headlong greed, for worldliness, for servitude, for discord. Within and without are identical, our image and counter-image, but still not the integration which is knowledge. It was himself he found everywhere, and if he had to retain everything and was enabled to retain all, if he succeeded in laying hold on the world multiplicity to which he was pledged, to which he was driven, given over to it in a daydream, belonging to it without effort, effortlessly possessing it, this was so because the multiplicity had been his from the very beginning. Indeed, before all espial, before all hearkening, before all hearkening, before all sensibility, it had been his own, because recollection and retention are never other than the innate self-remembered, and the self-remembered time when he must have drunk the wine, fingered the wood, tasted the oil, even before oil, wine, or wood existed, when he must have recognized the unknown, because the profusion of faces or non-faces, together with their ardor, their greed, their carnality, their covetous coldness, with their animal physical being, but also with their immense nocturnal yearning, because taken all together, whether he had ever seen them or not, whether they had ever lived or not, were all embodied in him from his primordial origins as the chaotic primal humus of his very existence, as his own carnality, his own ardor, his own greed, his own facelessness, but also his own yearning. And even had this yearning changed in the course of his earthly wanderings, turned to knowledge, so much so that having become more and more painful, it could scarcely now be called yearning, or even a yearning for yearning, and if all this transformation had been predestined by fate from the beginning in the form of expulsion or seclusion, the first bearing evil, the second bringing salvation, but both scarcely endurable for a human creature, the yearning still remained, inborn, imperishable, imperishably the primal humus of being, the groundwork of cognition and recognition, which nourishes memory, and to which memory returns, a refuge from fortune and misfortune, a refuge from the unbearable, almost physical, this last yearning, which always and forever vibrated in every effort to attain the deeps of memory, however ripe with knowledge that memory might be. Verily it was a physical yearning and unquenchable. He kept his fingers tightly interlocked. He was conscious of the ring pressing into his skin and his tendons. He was conscious of the rocky bones of his hands. He was conscious of his blood and the memory deeps of his body, the shadowy deeps of the far-off past, united to the immediate present, to the illumination of the present immediacy and the present clarity. And he called to mind his boyhood in Andes. He called to mind the house, the stables, the granaries, the trees. He called to mind the clear eyes in that sunburnt face, always on the point of laughter, the face of his mother, she of the dark curls. Oh, she was called Maja, Maha, Maya, Maja, and no name was more summer-like. None existed which could have suited her better. He called to mind how she busied herself in the house and warmed it with her joyous labor, serene in her tireless activity, even when, being constantly called for some little service by grandfather who sat in the atrium, she had to keep on hushing him, and his furious blood-curdling outcries, the appeasement-craving outcries that never failed to start up at any opportunity, but especially when prices of livestock and grain were in question, and he, the white-haired Magus Pola, half generous, half niggardly, believed himself cheated by tradesmen, whether buying or selling. Oh, how intense the memory of those outcries, how soothing the memory of the quietude that his mother restored to the house with an almost mischievous joy. And he recalled his father, enabled to become a proper farmer only through his marriage, whose former profession of potter the son had deemed inferior, although it had been most pleasant to hear the nightly tales of the work on the bellied wine jars and nobly turned oil jugs which his father had formed from clay, tales of the shaping thumb, of the spatula and the buzzing potter's disc, of the glazer's art, charming tales interrupted by many a potter's song. O faces of a time remaining throughout time, O face of the mother remembered as a youthful face, then becoming more indistinct and significant, so that in death, and already beyond physiognomy, it had almost come to resemble an unchanging landscape. O face of the father, at first unremembered, then growing further toward a living humanity, a nearer likeness, until in death it had come to be the human face divine, modelled of hard, stiff brown clay, kind and firm in its farewell smile, unforgettable. Oh, nothing ripens to reality that is not rooted in memory. Nothing can be grasped in the human being that has not been bestowed on him from the very beginning, overshadowed by the faces of his youth. For the soul stands forever at her source, stands true to the grandeur of her awakening, and to her the end itself possesses the dignity of the beginning. No song becomes lost that has ever plucked the strings of her lyre, and exposed in ever-renewed readiness she preserves herself through every single tone in which she ever resounded, imperishable the song, ever returning, here to it was again at hand, and he drew in the air to catch the cool scent of the earth in jars and piled up tons, which occasionally streamed sombre and volatile from the opened shed doors, in order to breathe it into his sore lungs. Afterwards, of course, he had to cough as though he had done something insalubrious or illicit. The hobnailed boots of something of the porters trotted along, clattering on the stone walks, grating on the gravel. The torch of the young guide, who swung round now and then to smile up at the litter, glimmered and glowed ahead. Now they were thoroughly on the march and progressed quickly, too quickly for the aged servitor, grown grey and corpulent in the lenient service of the court, who waddled behind, sighing audibly. The mass of storage and silo roofs of various forms, some pointed, some flat, some slightly sloping, towered toward the star-dense but not entirely darkened heavens. Cranes and poles cast threatening shadows under the passing of lights. One came upon carts both empty and laden. A couple of rats crossed the path. A moth lost itself on the back of the litter and remained clinging there. Again lassitude and sleepiness made themselves known. The moth had 6 legs, and many, if not innumerable ones, the porters to whom the litter, to whom he himself, together with the moth, had been entrusted as fine and fragile cargo. He was seized with the desire to turn round. Perhaps it was still possible to take count of the slave porters and their legs. But before he could put this into action, they had reached a narrow passage between 2 sheds, and immediately afterwards, and most unexpectedly, they were again in front of the city of houses, pausing at the entrance to a rather steep, very narrow, very weather-beaten, very wash-behung ascending lane of lodging-houses. As a matter of fact, they had come to a standstill because the boy had halted the porters. Yes, there were really 4 of them now, as there had been before, who otherwise, it seems, would have trotted on, and the very suddenness of this interruption, together with the unexpected outlook, produced the effect of a joyful recognition, produced so surprising and startling an effect that all of them together, master and servant and slave, laughed aloud, all the more when the boy, fired by their laughter, bowed low and, pointing the way with a proud gesture, invited them to enter the alley gorge. The alley gorge. There was, however, little cause for merriment, least of which came to be offered by this alley gorge. Dark lay the shallow stepped stairways, peopled by sundry shades, especially by droves of children who, despite the lateness of the hour, chased upstairs and downstairs shadowy bipeds, who on closer inspection were mingled with quadrupeds, since goats were tethered more or less closely all along the walls. The windows, without panes and mostly without shutters, looked blackly into the gorge. Black were the cellar-like dark recesses of the basement shops, from which came bickerings for better bargains for the needs of the next few hours, but scarcely for the next day, while nearby the tapping, rattling, tinkling, paltry, and pitiable handicrafts produced by shadows for shadows sent out their meagre sounds, evidently requiring no light for their production, for just where the glimmer of an oil wick or candle stump dared to show itself, even there people crouched in the shadows. Daily life in its most wretched round of misery consummated itself here, independent of any outward circumstances, consummated itself almost timelessly, as though the emperor's celebration were miles away from this alley, as though its inhabitants knew nothing of what took place in other parts of the city, and therefore the advent of the litter squad created no astonishment, but rather an unwelcome and even hostile disturbance. This began gnome fashion, that is to say, with the children, yet with the goats too, neither stepping aside, and so becoming entangled between the legs of the porters, the quadrupeds bleating, the little bipeds screaming, breaking out of the shadowy corners and running back to hide in them. It began when they attempted unsuccessfully, of course because of his fierce resistance, to snatch the torch from the hand of the youthful guide. But all this would not have been the worst, and even though slowly they still went forward, step by step they climbed the street of misery. No, these vexations were not so bad, but the women, they were the worst. leaning out of the windows, their bosoms crushed against the sills, dangling snake-like, their naked arms ending in lapping fingers, and though the abuse into which their gossip toppled as soon as the litter squad was sighted in nothing but senseless carping, it was at the same time carping of insanity, imposing as every insanity lifted to the pitch of indictment, to the pitch of truth, being yet abuse. Here at this very spot where house after house discharged a beastly excremental stench from the opened door mouths, here in this dilapidated dwelling canal through which he was being borne in the high-held litter so that he could look into the squalid rooms, must look into them here, met by the furious and senseless maledictions flung into his face by the women, met by the ailing whine of the inevitable sucklings bedded on rags and tatters, met by the smoke of pine brands fastened to the fissured walls, met by the steamy aftermath of the stoves and their greasy, long-encrusted frying pans, met by the horrid spectacle of half-clad, mumbling greybeards squatting about there in black cave dwellings. Here despair began to overcome him. Here among these verminous hovels, here amid utmost depravity and most wretched decay, confronting the lowest earthly imprisonment, here in this precinct, malign with the racking of birth and the ravages of death, life's entrance and exit woven into closest kinship, one as grim with foreboding as the other, one as nameless as the other in the shadowy dream of timeless woe. Here in the utter namelessness of darkness and lasciviousness, here for the first time he was compelled to shield his face, compelled to it by the carping jubilation of the women, compelled to deliberate blindness when he was being carried step by step over the stairs of Misery Street. "You loafer! You litter loafer!" Thinks himself better than us, does he? Money bags on the throne. If he had no money, he'd soon walk. Lets himself be carried to work. Faugh! Scolded the women. Senseless the hail of insults that pattered upon him. Senseless, senseless, senseless. Nevertheless justified, nevertheless warning, nevertheless truth. Insanity heightened the truth, and every aspersion tore a bit of presumptuousness from his soul until it became naked as the sucklings, as naked as the greybeards on their rubbish, naked with darkness, naked with loss of memory, naked with guilt, immersed in the flooding nakedness of the indiscriminate. Step after step they went through Misery Street, halting at every landing. Flood of naked creature-kind, extending over the breathing earth, extending forth under the breathing heaven with its constant changing from day to night, enclosed by the immutable shores of the millenniums. The naked herd stream of life broadly advancing, filtering up from the humus of existence, constantly filtering back into it the inevitable togetherness of all that has been created. When you've croaked, you'll stink like any other. Pall-bearers, let him fall, let the corpse fall. Time crests and time hollows, O myriad creatures, having been carried over them by the eon, still being carried over them constantly in the endless twilight stream of their totality, and not one of them but intended, but would continue to intend to float forever as an eternal soul in infinity, floating freely in timeless freedom, sundered from the stream, released from the crowd, indisplaceable, no longer a creature, only a transparent flower, growing up, trailing up alone unto the stars, released and secluded, its heart trembling like a transparent blossom on the tendril no longer to be seen. Borne through the vilifications of Misery Street, step by step, everything tended toward this phantasmagoria of timelessness, and his life also shot up from the chaotic humus of the nocturnal unnamed, grown aloft from the underbrush of mere creature-kind, trailed aloft in innumerable windings, attached here and there to what was pure and what was impure, to the perishable and the imperishable, to objects and possessions, to people again and again, to people, to words, to landscapes. This life which he continued to despise and continued to live, he had put it to ill use, he had misused it to exalt himself, to promote himself above himself, beyond all bounds, beyond all limits, as if there could be no downfall for him, as if he did not have to return into time, into earthly imprisonment, into creatureliness, as if no abyss gaped for him. Suckling, diaper pisser, cacker, you've been naughty and have to be carried home. You'll get a clyster and be put on the potty. The derision rained down from the windows on every side. The street shrieked with the gibes of the women, but there was no escape from them. Progress was made but slowly, very slowly, step by step. Yet was it really the voices of the women that shamed him with justified scorn and disclosed his fruitless delusion? Was that which cried out here not stronger than the voices of earthly women, than the voices of the insane creatures of earth? Oh, it was time itself that called down scorn upon him, the unalterable flood of time with its manifold voices, with the sucking strength inherent in time and time alone. Time had embodied itself in the voices of the women so that his name should be expunged in their insults, and he, stripped of his name, stripped of his soul, stripped of his least song, stripped of the singing timelessness of his heart, would fall back into unutterable darkness and the humus of being, degraded to that bitterest shame which is the last remnant of an extinguished memory. Knowing voices of time, knowing how impossible the escape from the clutches of fate. Oh, they knew that he also had been unable to escape the immutable. That there was a ship on which, despite all delusion, he had had to embark, and which had carried him back. Oh, they knew of the stream of creature kind, which nakedly between naked shores of primal clay wearily follows its course, bearing no ship, bordered by no plant life, transparent illusions both. Nevertheless, reality is fate, the invisible reality of illusion, and they knew that everyone foreordained by fate must plunge again into the stream, and that he would not be able to distinguish the spot of his re-immersion from that where he had once fancied to emerge, because the return must bring to a close the cycle of fate. "We'll be fetching you soon, you hang tail," they shrieked. And still the voices of women deriding, as if he had been a disobedient child, who after seeking a sham freedom now wanted to steal back home, nay more, who had to be brought back on devious and dangerous paths, and therefore must be scolded for such evil ways. It was carping, but still the grave voices of mothers, imbued with the darkness of time, knowing that the cycle of fate encircled the abyss of nothingness, knowing of all the despairing, all the misled, all the exhausted ones who stumble unresistingly into the abyss of the middle as soon as they are prematurely forced to interpret the journey. Oh, was not each one so forced? Had anyone ever really been permitted to pace out the cycle completely? And most anxiously the eternal mother wish vibrated unspeakable within the angry chiding, the wish that each child might remain forever as naked as it had been born, nakedly imprisoned in its first enfoldment, embedded in the unflowing time of earth, embedded in the stream of creation, gently lifted out and as gently lost in it again, as it were without a fate. Naked, that's what you are, just naked. Unescapable, the mother. What had moved the young leader to choose this way? Would he not fail, spellbound under the maternal incantations, as if it would never move again? The line stood still, halted in a terrible suspense, but soon, released, it went on again, climbing through Misery Street, step by step. Was the maternal might of the voices still not ample enough to bind forever? Were they so lacking, so deficient in knowledge, that they had to set the spellbound free again? Oh, lack of the mother, who birth in herself has no knowledge of rebirth, wants no knowledge, unable to grasp that birth to be valid implies rebirth, that birth like rebirth could never occur. Did not the nothing come into being along with both? Did not the nothing remain eternally and irrevocably at their back for final procreation? I, unable to grasp that only from this indissoluble connection of being and non-being, this runic bond heavy with silence, timelessness begins to ray forth in its essential greatness as the freedom of the human soul, the veritable song of its eternity, no phantasmagoria, no presumption, but rather as the irrecusable fate of the human being, the fearful glory of the human lot. Oh, it was divine destiny of man. It was that which was humanly perceptible in the destiny of the gods. It was their common unalterable fate again and again to be guided to the path of rebirth. It was their common ineradicable fated hope to be allowed to tread out the cycle once more in order that the future might become the past, and that every station on the path might encompass in itself the entire future and the entire past, arrested in the song of the unique present, bearing the moment of complete freedom, the moment of God becoming, this time-free moment from which, nevertheless, the whole would be embraced as a single timeless memory. Frenetic street of evil that would not end, and perhaps that might not end until it should have given over its last insult and sin and curse, and more slowly, step by step, they paced it through. Oh, unalterable human fate of the gods, forced to descend into the earthly prison, into wickedness, into sin, so that the cycle might complete itself first in mortality, and close itself ever more narrowly about the inscrutability of the nothing, about the inscrutable mainspring of birth that would change some day to the motive of rebirth for all creation as soon as gods and men should have completed their tasks. O unutterable fate-imposed duty of man, willing to level the path for the god, the irreproachable path, the path of timeless rebirth, for the attainment of which men and gods joined, set free of the mother. But here was Misery Street to be ascended step by step, and here was the frightfulness of malediction, the frightfulness of justifiable scorn, and he spat upon from out the misery, blinded by malediction, blinded by scorn. Oh, he, even with veiled head, must nevertheless hear it. Why had he been led here? Did he have to be shown that he had not been permitted to close the cycle, that he had stretched the bow of his life further and further, the bow of his life further and further, beyond all measure, enlarging the nothingness of the middle instead of diminishing it, that he had removed himself with such sham infinity, sham timelessness, sham seclusion, further and further from the goal of rebirth, that he had become increasingly in danger of crashing? Was this, here and now, a warning, or even more a threat? Or was it, in reality, already the ultimate downfall, mere sham divinity, that had been the peak of his overstrained course, madly overstrained to exaltation and intoxication, to the great experience of power and fame, overstrained by what he had dared to call his poetry, and his knowledge, feigning that he needed only to retain all in order to capture the recollective power of a never-ending present, the never-ending constancy of holy childhood, which even now disclosed itself as a childish sham holiness, an unchaste assumption of holiness exposed to every sort of laughter, to the naked laughter of the women folk, to the laughter of the betrayed and unbetrayable mothers whose custody he had been too weak to escape, weakest in his childish play at being a god. Oh, nothing could be set against the nakedness of laughter. No counter-laughter could withstand derision, and nothing remained but to cover one's own nakedness, the nakedness of one's countenance. And with covered countenance he lay back in the litter, still veiled, when, despite all hindrances, shuffling along step by step, as it were against all expectation, they were finally discharged from the hellish alley gorge, from the savage derision, and a quieter rocking of the litter betrayed the fact that they were again proceeding on an evener course. Well, thank goodness for that. To be sure, their progress was not therefore appreciably accelerated. Once again they jerked forward only step by step, perhaps even more slowly than before, but not, as was easily seen, because of ill-meant obstacles, but because just here noticeable by the human murmur, by the human odor, by the growing dampness and closeness of the human warmth, the crowd had again increased, and no doubt was continuing to increase. Although they had passed beyond hearing distance of Misery Street, he still believed he could feel the carping, shrieking insults in his ears as before. Indeed, it almost seemed to him as if they had followed him like the Erinnys, intent on harassing and torturing him as their natural prey, but not less intent, however, on uniting themselves with the rapidly mounting mass uproar springing up on all sides, which indicated a return to the vicinity of the imperial festival. so that the torture of the chase, paired with all this jubilation, with all this tumult of power and intoxication, should persist unabated. And while he was taking in all of this, and able to repel the massed voices within and without, so unable to repel them that their raw torment almost caused him to faint, the light became similarly insistent, became so unbearably noisy, so unbearably crude, pressing so sharply through the eyelids closed until now, that it forced them to blink open, their first unwilling hesitation growing quickly into wide-eyed terror. The infernal glare blazed toward him, blazing from the entrance of the fairly broad street through which head to head the human crowd surged forward. It gleamed out with terrifying crudity in its eyes, gleamed like some magic luminary which converted all that moved about there into a compulsory automatic stream. One could almost think that even the litter swam with it, floated with it automatically, scarcely that it was being carried, and with every step, with every forward glide, the power of that mysterious, calamitous, senselessly magnificent lure became more definitely felt, became more terrifying, more urgent, more intrusive, nearer and nearer the heart, growing, 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 till at one stroke it revealed itself in that instant when the litter, shoved, pulled, carried high and swimmingly afloat, suddenly came to the entrance of the street, for here quite abruptly, wreathed by fire, surrounded by tumult, stripped of every shield for light, of every shield for noise, in an unshielded dazzle of light and noise, gleaming and glittering, the imperial palace came to view, partly resident, partly fortress, arising volcanically, infernally, glaringly from the center of a shield-shaped, hunched, almost circular plaza, and this plaza was comprised of a single conglomerate flood of creature kind, amassed, forming, boiling, human humus, a flood of glossy eyes and glossy glances, all of them rigid in their ardor as though dispossessed of every other purport, directed toward the one and only goal, shining without a shadow, a human stream of fire, avid to lick this fiery coast. Thus towered the citadel, irresistible and seductive, amid a surf of torches, the sole significant goal of the irresistibly attracted, crowding, snorting herd mass, the longed-for goal of their excessive craving for direction. But for this very reason, it was also the embodiment of a terrifying gloom, showering undiscoverably enigmatic power, incomprehensible for the individual animal, incomprehensible for the individual man, oh, so incomprehensible that the question as to the meaning and source of the overpowering attraction imprisoned in the fiery house and shining out from it throbbed in almost every one of them, in dread of an answer, in hope of an answer, and although no one was able to offer the true one, yet the most modest and inadequate gave such promise of being able to confirm their hope of salvaging consciousness, of salvaging humanity and the soul, that it seemed worthy of proud utterance. Wine, the call went up. Free wine, and the call. The Praetorians, and the Caesar is to speak. And suddenly someone announced in a gasping voice, "They have started to distribute the money." Thus the citadel cast its seductions upon them, thus they spurred on themselves and each other, lest the great seduction should become dubious to them, and the fear of certain disappointment in wait for them at the long-desired mysterious walls would not allow for the abatement of the wild lust, the great yearning for participation, cheap answers for so great a hope, cheap appeals, cheap prods. Yet with each cry an impulse went through the mass, through the bodies, through the souls, a bullish, obscene, irresistible impulse heading stolidly toward the common goal, a massed uproar and stampede, heading thrust after thrust into a blazing nothing, and thickly massed, the herd smell smoldered above the heads, overhung by the smoke from the torches, the smoke aglow, unbreathable, cough-provoking, stifling, thick brown swaths, that piled up lazily, tier on tier, left hanging in the motionless air. Oh, the heavy, indivisible, impenetrable layers of the infernal fog, a very ceiling of fog. Was there no longer a way out? Was there no escape? Oh, back to the ship, just to be allowed to die there. Where was the boy? He must lead the way back. With whom lay the decision? wedged in the crowd, and in the framework of its movement there was nothing more to decide, and the voice that wanted to lift itself to decision could not get free of the breath. The voice remained blind. However, the boy, as if he had heard the silent call, sent a smile upward, a smile from the eyes, full of serene apology, full of serene confidence, full of serene comfort, in the knowledge that one was already released from every decision, yes, that the one made would be the right one. And this brought cheer notwithstanding all the frightfulness to come. On every side were the faces, one after another, usual faces with their usual, though greatly exaggerated greed for food and drink, and this exaggeration, surmounting itself, had grown to an almost sinister ardor, to a brutal otherworldly possession that had left everything usual worlds behind, and was conscious of nothing but the instant immediacy of the overpowering gleaming goal, ardently longed for, ardently needed, ardently claimed, so that this very present might overshadow the cycle of their whole lives and lead on to participation in the power, the divinity, the expansive freedom, and the eternity of the one who sat over there in the palace, jerking, swaying, quivering, straining, exploding in gasps and groans. The framework moved forward, pushing to a certain extent against an elastic resistance that was undoubtedly there, since it manifested itself in equally jerking counter waves, and in this forced forcing to and fro, the cries of the stumbling, the downtrodden, the injured, and perhaps even those of the dying became audible on every side, unnoticed or uncompassionately disdained, but again and again, outshouted by the jubilant hails, stifled by the furious uproar, shredded by the crackling of the flames, a momentous present was at stake, an endless amplified herd present thrown up from the roaring of the herd, a present flung into uproar, and at the same time flung out of the uproar itself, thrown up by the wit lost, the soul lost, the sense lost, by those senseless because soul lost, their senses so overemphasized, in the mass that all things past and to come were engulfed by it, absorbing in itself as it did the uproar of all memory depths, sheltering the remotest past and the remotest future in its tumult. O greatness of human diversity, amplitude of human yearning, and floating in his awareness, floatingly borne aloft over the shouting heads, floatingly borne aloft over the festival fires of uproarious brundisium, floating held high in the undulant movement of the present, he experienced the boundless contraction of time's onrush in the cycle of immutability. Everything was his, all was embodied in him, in an ever-present coexistence, just as it had always been from the beginning, and it was Troy that was blazing about him, and it was the unquenchable conflagration of the universe. But he who was balanced above the burning, he was Anchises, blind and seeing at once, child and greybeard at the same time, by virtue of an unutterable recollection, born on the shoulders of the sun, identified with the universal present, born on the shoulders of Atlas, on the shoulders of the Titan, and thus, step by step, he neared the palace. The immediate confines of the palace were barricaded by a police cordon. Man after man, armed with horizontally held lances, bore the brunt of the... The immediate confines of the palace were barricaded by a police cordon. Man after man, armed with horizontally held lances, bore the brunt of the surging crowd, and offered it just that elastic resistance which had made itself felt, time after time, in the wave-like ebb which he had already noticed on the outskirts of the plaza. Behind the cordon, however, the praetorian cohort, whose arrival from Rome seemed to be considered an unusual event, had taken over the guard of honor, and its presence there was nothing more than a bumptious, oversized idleness in a warlike setting, with patrols and bivouac fires and far-flung canteen tents from which emanated the hope and scent of free wine, diluting perhaps, yet nevertheless gladly given credence. The bystanders were able to get so far, but no farther, And here was the very spot where hope and disappointment counterbalanced one another, causing apprehensions and suspense, like every choice between life and death, like each moment of life, since each moment contains both. And when the warm breath of the flames brushed over the crowd, ruffling the tall plumes on the helmets and throwing the gilded armor into high relief, when the hoarsely overbearing "Get back!" of the police warded off the noisy onslaught, then the madness starting up like a flame became breathless, and the faces with parched lips and dangling tongues stared stolidly and covetously into that momentary flash of immortality, for time was balanced on a knife edge. Naturally, things were at their worst at the entrance to the palace, because since Caesar's entrance, the double line through which he had passed had disbanded, and now there remained nothing to check the frenzied mob. Completely devoid of order, as if seized by a tornado, it whirled viciously toward this gateway, which, outlined on both sides by a dense line of torches, resembled a fiery gullet, and into this they whirled, to be jammed and ejected again, yelling, dogged, brutal, trampling, frantic with desire. One could easier imagine oneself before the entrance to a circus than before an imperial mansion, so mad the bustle and brawling that ensued in contentions with the gatekeeper, so manifold the craftiness of impostors who tried to outwit and override the officials, so furious the shouts of those with permits whose rights were questioned, and of those who were kept waiting unduly, and when, at a word from the aged palace servant, whose usefulness only thus became apparent, the escort was admitted at once, the anger of those who, regardless of their standing, had been forced to comply to the entrance formalities rose intensely, yes, even to the boiling point. They felt themselves made contemptible by this preference. They felt the contemptibleness of all human traits and all human institutions. They suddenly became conscious of all this because an exception had been made, could be made, for an individual, and it made no difference that it was only the exception due to one sick unto death and to death itself. There was no one who might not come to despise his fellow man, and in the nameless and unutterable accumulation of contemptibleness, always disclosing and concealing itself anew, there dwelt man's knowledge of his own incapacity for humanity, his anxiety for a dignity with which he had been endowed, but which he would never truly possess. Contempt warred with contempt within the narrow hot funnel of the entrance. Small wonder then that, having come within the courtyard, having escaped the greedy struggle, having escaped the infernal raw glare of the lights, he fancied himself free of the insult which had pursued him into the streets and on the plaza, and felt a relief similar to that which had been granted him by the passing of the seasickness. The same ease of mind, despite the fact that this place which he now entered did not reveal itself as quietude. On the contrary, the courtyard seemed fairly bursting with disorder. But after all, it was only a seeming disorder. The imperial servants, well used to such contingencies, preserved strict discipline, and soon a major domo provided with a guest list approached the litter to receive the newcomer, perfunctorily turning to the servant to let him whisper the name of the guest. So, without diffidence or regard for a famous poet of the guest, perfunctorily taking in the name and checking it off the list, so without diffidence or regard for a famous poet that it seemed almost offensive, so offensive that he found it necessary to confirm and emphasize the servant's statement. Yes, Publius Virgilius Maro, that is my name, he said, and became bitterly angry when this brought him only a curtly polite but no less indifferent bow. And even the youth from whom he had expected support made no sound, but instead obediently joined the procession, which, at a nod from the major domo, now moved on toward the second peristyle. However, his anger did not last long. It vanished with the quietude that now actually embraced them, as soon as the litter was borne into the almost complete silence of the garden court, with its drizzling fountains, and deposited there in front of the megaron, which Caesar had set aside as living quarters for his guests. The slaves were lined up at the entrance to receive them, and the hired porters were dismissed. For the youth also, the procedure was the same. The cloak was taken from him, and when smiling he made no motion to depart, the major domo hectored him. "Why do you still hang around here? Make haste and be off." The boy remained standing, affable and mischievous, and he smiled, perchance, at the rude way in which his leadership was acknowledged, or perchance also because of the futility of an effort that could not remove him, either now or at any time. Nevertheless, was there any sense in the boy's remaining? Was his remaining here desirable? What could he, a tired invalid, longing for solitude, do with the youth? And yet, now this strange fear of being alone, this strange fear of ever having to lose the young guide. "My scribe," he said, and it was said almost against his will, as if something alien within himself had spoken out of him, alien and yet obscurely familiar, a will greater than one's own, a will-less will, yet still compelling and overpowering. The night, a gentle, forceful willing unfolded from the night. The garden court was gentle, gentle the flowery breath, gentle the splashing of the two fountains, a dim, delicate, gently moist fragrance as of a spring night in autumn floated cool and fine-spun above the flower beds, and music woven into it drifted back from the forefront of the palace like transparent strips of veiling, nearing at times, receding at others, veil after veil dotted with symbol points, folded into the grey mist of voices on which the feasting yonder filtered beyond itself. Over there a resounding, blaring, light clamour, here only a tone mist drizzling into the immense spaces of night. The square patch of heaven stretched over the court now permitted the stars to be seen again, their breathing light once more visible through, though occasionally dimmed by their smoke clouds trailing beneath them. But even these were permeated by the soft, drizzling tone mist, sharing in the wandering, weaving, misty murmur which impregnated the courtyard and shrouded each single thing. Objects, odors, and tones blended, mounting toward heaven in the stillness of the night, and yonder at the wall its hard-fibred trunk faintly illumined, rearing up to the height of the roof, stiff and crabbed, black-fanned and repelling, stood a palm, even she pregnant with night. O stars, O night, oh, this was night, night at last. And it was the breath of sounding night, damp and deep and dark, that with aching chest he sucked deep within him. But he had tarried too long already. He must prepare himself to arise from the litter, and he was rather vexed that the consideration of Seizure, who had sent the irksome physician to him on the boat, had not extended this far, and that evidently nobody realized how very frail he was. Moreover, they had already taken the chest with the Aeneid into the house, and it behooved him to follow quickly. "Come," he called the boy to him as he sat up, "help me." And then, leaning on the boy's shoulder, he tried to mount the first steps of the staircase, only to realize at once that his heart, his lungs, and his knees were failing him, and that he had overestimated himself. He had to be carried upstairs by two slaves. They went up 3 flights, the indifferent major domo in front, holding the guest scroll against his hip like a baton. To the rear the tramp, tramp, tramp of the slaves with the luggage, and when on reaching the top they entered the airy guest room which had been prepared, it was easy to see that it lay in the tower-like southwest wing of the palace. Through the open arched windows well above the city's roofs a cool breeze was blowing, a cool remembrance of forgotten land and sea, sea-fast, land-fast, swept through the chamber. The candles, blown down obliquely, burned on the many-branched, flower-wreathed candelabrum in the center of the room. The wall fountain let a fragile fan-shaped veil of water purl coolly over its marble steps. The bed under the mosquito netting was made up, and on the table beside it food and drink had been set out. Nothing was lacking. An armchair for contemplation stood near the bay window, and the commode stood in the corner of the room. The luggage was piled up in a way easy to handle. The manuscript chest was pushed by special order near the bed. Everything fitted in so neatly, so noiselessly, exactly as an invalid could have desired it. But still this was no longer the beneficence of Augustus. This was just the smooth planning of an irreproachable, fully equipped royal household. There was no friendship in it. One must suffer it. One must accept it. Sickness obliged one to do it. It was a compulsion of illness, a burdensome bitterness breeding compulsion, and withal this bitterness was not directed so much against the infirmity as against Augustus, apparently because he had the trick of always frustrating all gratitude. This bitterness toward Augustus, had it not always been there from the beginning? In truth, he had Augustus to thank for everything, peace and order, and his own security. No one else could have brought it to pass, and if in his stead Antonius had attained sovereignty, Rome would never have found the way back to peace. Verily, and even so, yes, even so, still always mistrust for this man who had already passed into his 40s without actually becoming older, unchanged these 25 years, with the same precocious sleekness and cunning now as then, this man who held the thread of politics in his well-skilled hands, the bitter distrust for this overaged youth to whom one owed everything, was it not thoroughly justified? He was distinguished only by his sleekness, sleek his beauty, sleek his intelligence, sleek his friendliness, which one longed to accept as friendship, but which was no true friendship, since it always served selfish ends, and every one was caught in his web, into his sleek, his shining web. And now again it had come to this once more, this hypocrisy of friendship. Why indeed had the hypocrite insisted on dragging an invalid in his train back to Italy? It had been better to die on the ship, better than here in the midst of this sleek imperial household, better than having to lie here where everything was all too perfect, while yonder at the imperial feast, with a blare of light and sound, the imperial no-youth gave himself to the noisy celebration. As a roaring foreign strange, lewdly swelling and drooping, came the clamour thence, fouling the breath of night. Yet in the night's breath all was mingled, the brawling of the feast and the stillness of the mountains, and the glittering of the sea as well, the once and the now, and again the once, one merging into the other, merged into one another. Would he be allowed to return to Andes once again? He lay brundisium, rich in roofs and lighted streets, spread out under the bay window to which he had let himself be brought, and before which he now sat in the armchair. This was only brundisium, and he listened out into the night, listened into the far-off once, there where it would have been good to die. No, he should not have come here, least of all to this well-furnished guest-room, bare of friendship. On the obliquely burning candelabrum, candles at one side of each, a notched ridge of wax was forming, drop upon drop, quickly growing in thickness. "Sir," the major-domo stood before him, "I desire nothing more." The major-domo pointed toward the boy. "Have we to accommodate your slave? It was not foreseen." Certainly the nuisance was right. It had not been foreseen. "Still, if you wish him placed near you, oh sir, it shall be our care to please you." "It is not necessary. He will go into town. Besides, this one here," the major-domo indicated one of the group of slaves, "will stay overnight in the next room at your bidding." "Good. I hope not to need him." "Then may I retire?" "Do so." There was already too much preparation. Impatiently, with folded hands, impatiently turning the seal ring, he waited until the cool zealot should have left the room with his staff. But when this happened, contrary to expectation, the slave designated by the major-domo, a man with an orientally thick nose in his stern lackey's face, instead of having gone with the others, remained at the door as if he had been ordered to do so. "Send him away," the boy requested. The slave asked, "Do you wish to be waked at sunrise?" "At sunrise? Why?" For a second it was as if the sun, in spite of the nightly hour, had not vanished from heaven, as if it were hidden in the westerly regions, and for all that present, Helios, outlasting the night, conquering the night, as powerful as the mother from whose womb he had issued. Nevertheless, he must give an answer to the slave, who awaited his decision. "You need not wake me. I will surely be awake." One would have thought the man had not heard him. He stood there without moving. What could this mean? What did he want to suggest? Was it as if for him who would not be called no new day would break? Here was night, motherly, peaceful night, soothing her breath, and soothing it was to imagine that she could endure forever. No, the slave was unwanted, just as unwanted as the prospect of being waked by him. You may go to your rest. At last, observed the boy when the slave had closed the door behind him. At last, yes, but you, little leader, what are you still doing here? Have you a request to make of me? I will gladly grant it. The little leader stood there with outspread legs, his round, lusty, and alas, it must be admitted, somewhat homely young peasant's face, drooping a little, certainly a bit offended, awkward, with pouting underlip. You want to send me away too? I have sent the others away, not you. I am only asking you. You should not send me away. The hoarse, soft, young voice had a familiar sound, its peculiar peasant undertone almost like that of the homeland. The voice was like a reminder of the scarcely rememberable bond, something compatible in an undiscoverably remote motherly once, a knowledge of which shone also in the boy's clear eyes. I have no intention of getting rid of you, but I take it that you, like many others, hanker to go to Caesar's festival. The festival means nothing to me. All boys like to go to the festival. You need not be ashamed of it, nor will my gratitude for your guidance be less on that account. The boy, his hands behind him, twisted himself about. I do not want to go to the festival. At your age I certainly would have gone, and even today I would do so were I stronger, but if you go in my stead it will seem to me almost as if I were participating myself, drolly smuggled in another form. Look, here are flowers. Make a wreath for yourself. Perhaps you will find favor with Augustus. I don't want to. Too bad. What do you want then? To stay here with you. The picture of the festival hall into which the boy was to have been smuggled in order to appear before Augustus faded out. You wish to stay with me. Forever. Everlasting night, domain in which the mother rules, the child fast asleep in immutability, lulled by darkness, from dark to dark goes sweet permanence of the forever. Who is it that you are seeking? You? The boy was mistaken. What we seek is submerged, and we should not seek it as it mocks us by its very undiscoverability. No, my little leader, you have guided me but not sought me. Your way is my way. From where do you come? You embarked at Epirus, and you came along with me. A smile came as confirmation. From Epirus, from Greece, yet yours is the speech of Mantua. Again the boy smiled. It is your speech. The speech of my mother. Speech turns to song in your mouth. Song, the song of the spheres singing itself, reaching out over every human realm. Was it you who were singing on the boat? I was listening. Oh, motherly song of night, resounding through all nights, echoing from of yore, sought for again with the break of each new day. I was about your age, yes, even a bit younger, when I wrote my first strophes, nondescript, hodgepodge, yes, that's how it was then. I had to find myself. My mother was dead by that time, only the sound of her voice remained once more. Whom do you seek? I need not seek, since you have done so. So then I still stand in your place, although you would not go to the feast instead of me, and perhaps you write verses also, just as I had done. Disavowing, protesting mirth appeared in the boy's familiar countenance. The freckles at the base of the nose were also a completely familiar sight. Then you do not write verses. I had already suspected that you were one of those who have it in mind to read their poems and dramas to me. The boy seemed not to have grasped this, or perhaps he disregarded it. Your path is poetry. Your goal is beyond that of poetry. The goal lay beyond the darkness, lay beyond the domain of that maternally protected once. Even though the boy talked of a goal, he knew nothing of it. He was too young to know. He had led the way, but not for the goal's sake. Be that as it may, you came to me because I am a poet, or did you not? You are Virgil. I know that. Besides which, you screamed it clearly enough in the ears of the people down there at the harbor. It didn't help much. The mirth in the youthful face became a twinkle, became a wrinkling of the nose. so that the freckles at the base drew into many tiny lines, exposing white, regular, very strong teeth which shimmered in the candlelight. It was the same mirth by which he had tried to clear a path down there on the plaza for the poet Virgil, and it was the same mirth that stemmed from a very remote past. Something or other constrained him to speak, constrained him to it even at the risk of the boy's failure to understand. The name is like a garment which does not belong to us. We are naked beneath our name, nakeder than the child that the father has lifted from the ground in order to give him a name. And the more we imbue the name with being, the stranger it becomes to us, the more detached it becomes from us, the more forsaken we ourselves. The name we bear is borrowed, borrowed the bread we eat, borrowed we ourselves, held naked into the unknown, and only he who puts off from him all borrowed furbelows, only he will glimpse the goal. He will be summoned to the goal, so that he may ultimately join himself to his name. You are Virgil. I was once. Perhaps I shall be again. Not quite here, but yet at hand, came like a corroboration from the boy's lips. It was comfort, to be sure only such comfort as a child has to give, and that was not sufficient comfort. This is the house of borrowed names. Why did you lead hither? It is merely a house for guests. The smile of compatibility appeared anew, childish, almost mischievous, and yet embedded in a very great, yea, timeless intimacy. I have to come to you. And now, strange to say, this answer sufficed, as though it were comfort enough, and it sufficed for the following question, even stranger if possible, strange in its very peremptoriness. Have you come from Andes? Are you going toward Andes? Actually, he did not know whether he had spoken the question aloud, but he did know that he desired no answer, neither an affirmative nor a negative one, for it was not permissible for the boy to have come from Andes, or not to have done so, the first possibility being all too alarming, the second all too absurd. No, there should be no answer, and it was right that none followed. However, the desire to be permitted to keep the boy here was most intense the desire to breathe toward tranquility, toward divination. Ah, the desire was in itself divination. The candles burned obliquely in the gentle breeze that blew hither and thither like a cool, delicate yet intense yearning, drifting out of the night, flowing into the night. The silver lamp next to the couch swung gently to and fro on its long silver chain, and outside the window, the emanation of the city, ebbing and flowing above the roofs, was dissolved into purple, from purple-violet into dark blue and black, and then into the enigmatic and fluctuant. To breathe, to rest, to wait, to keep silence. Drifting out of the night, flowing into the night, a stream of silence, and it endured a longish while before he broke it. Come, he bade the boy to his side, come and sit next to me. And even when the boy had crouched near him, the silence continued. They remained embraced by silence, given over to the silent night. From far off came the raging noise of the crowd, frantic to see, the raging uproar of the feast, the seething of sheer creatureliness, hellish, stolid, inevitable, tempting, lewd and irresistible, clamorous and yet satiated, blind and staring, the uproar of the trampling herd that, in the shadowless phantom light of brands and torches, drove on toward the evil abyss of nothingness, almost past saving, were there not even within the raging, and the longer one listened, the more audible it became. Yes, were the song of silence not in it, contained in it from time immemorial, contained in it forever, the bell tone of silence swelling to the brazen din of night and to the din of all human herds, softly singing the night of the herd heaving a sigh in its mighty slumber, deep below the humus of existence, murmurs with shadows, hidden in childhood, fate delivered, untinged by lewdness, dwelt the night. From her sprang everything creaturely, saturated by the murmuring fluids of night, impregnated by sleep, made fruitful from the source of all fervor. From her sprang plant and animal and man, inexpressibly interwoven and grown into each other, overshadowing one another, for the curse of reversion was sheltered in the consolation of sleep and the gracious coverlet of being. A dream nothingness was spread over the actual nothingness. O earthly life, O earthly life, the diaphanous world and the world of darkness inhaling and exhaling unceasingly, floating between the twin seductions of too much or too little shadow, the tides of the transient were held inexorably in check between the two poles where time ceased to exist, between the timelessness of the gods and the timelessness of the beast, O in every vein of the earth-bound, and everything springing from the earth the night sprang upward, constantly changed to awakeness and awareness, both within and without, shadowly projecting the formless into form, and floating between non-being and being. Poised in this equilibrium, the world came to be light and shadow, came to be perceptible in its light and shadowhood, ringing forever in the soul, softly at times, loudly at others, yet never silenced. The bell-tone of night, the bell-tone of the herds sounded on forever, too. The lion roar of day sounded on, shattering in its light and revelation, the golden storm that engulfed the creaturely. O human perception not yet become knowledge, no longer instinct, rising from the humus of existence, from the seed of sentience, rising out of the wisdom of the mothers, ascending into the deadly clarity of utter light, of utter life, ascending to the burning knowledge of the Father, ascending to cool heights, O human knowledge, unrooted, eternally in motion, neither in the depths nor on the heights, but hovering forever over the starry threshold between night and day, a sigh and a breath in the interrealm of starry dusk, hovering between the life of the night-held herds and the death of light-footed identification with Apollo, between silence and the word that always returns into silence. In truth, nothing earthly might abandon sleep, and only he who never forgot the night within him was able to complete the cycle, to come home from the timelessness of the beginning to that of the end, beginning the orbit anew, himself a star in the constellation of time's orbit, arising from dusk and sinking into dusk, born and reborn nocturnally out of the night, received by day whose brightness has entered into the darkness, day taking on the habit of night. Yes, so had his nights ever been, all the nights of his life, all the nights through which he had wandered, the nights passed in wakefulness for fear of the unconsciousness that threatens from below the night, for fear of the unshadowed light from above, fearful of forsaking Pan, full of fear that knows of the peril of twofold timelessness. Yes, thus his nights bound to the threshold of the double farewell, nights of the obstinately enduring universal sleep, although people rioted on the squares, in the streets, in the taverns, blindly remaining the same in town after town from the very beginning, the sound of their tumult echoing here inaudibly from the reaches of time, and therefore all the more keenly recognized. This too was sleep, although the mighty of the world were being toasted amid a surf of torches and music in hall after hall of feasting, smiled at by faces and more faces, courted by bodies and more bodies, they also smiling and courting. This too was sleep, although the bivouac fires were burning, not only before the castles, but yonder too, where there was war, at the frontiers, at the night-black rivers, and at the fringes of the night-murmuring forests, between the rutilant roar of the attacking barbarians breaking out of the night. This too was sleep, sleep and more sleep, like that of the naked greybeards who in stinking hovels sleep the last remnant of wakefulness out of themselves, like that of the sucklings who dreamlessly drowse away the misery of their birth into the sullen wakefulness of a future life, like that of the enslaved chain gang in the ship's belly who lay stretched out like torpid reptiles on the benches and decks and coiled ropes, sleep and more sleep, herds and more herds, lifted out from the indiscriminateness of their ground soil like the ranging mountains of the night, at rest on the plains, set into the unchanging matrix, into the constant regression which is not quite timelessness, but which reproduces it in every earthly night, Yes, these nights, so had they ever been, so they were still, and so this night also perhaps enduring forever, night on the tilted threshold of timelessness and time, of farewell and returning, of herd solidarity and the loneliness, utter loneliness, of fear and the loneliest, utter loneliness, of fear and salvation, and he, thralled on the threshold, waiting night after night on the threshold, blinded by the twilight at the rim of the night and by the dusk at the world's edge, knowing as he did the experience of sleep, he had been lifted into immutability, and as he was taking shape, there he was, hurled back and aloft into the sphere of verse, into the interrealm of wisdom and poetry, into the dream that is beyond dream and touches on rebirth, the goal of our flight, the song. Flight, O dusk, the hour of poetry, for poetry was contemplative, waiting in the twilight. Poetry was the night foreboding abyss, was lingering on the threshold, was at once participation and loneliness, was intermingling and the fear of intermingling, unwanton in intermingling, as unwanton as the dream of the slumbering herds, and yet the fear of wantonness. Oh, poetry was anticipation, but not quite departure, yet it was an enduring farewell. He felt the shoulder of the crouching boy at his knee, barely touching it. He did not see the countenance, but only sensed how it was sunk in its own shadow. However, he saw the dark rumpled hair played on by the candlelight, and he recalled that terrible, joyful, joyless night on which, impelled by fate, even then a lover and harassed, he had come to Plaza Hyera, who crouched in wintry expectation, Platia Hyera, who crouched in wintry expectation, wintrily unbudded, and all he did was to read his verses to her. It was the eclogue of the enchantress, which had been completed at the wish and order of Asinius Polio, the eclogue which would never have turned out so successfully had not his thought of Platia, his longing and lustfulness for a woman, stood sponsor to it, in the writing of which he had been so successful, only because he had known from the very start that he would never be allowed to leave the threshold and enter into the night of perfect union. Because the will to flee had been imposed on him from time out of mind. He was compelled to read the eclogue to her, and fear as well as hope had been fulfilled. It became their farewell. And it had been the selfsame farewell that once again, and on a grander scale, had to be experienced later on by Aeneas, when, forced by the enigmatic, unfathomably fateful course of poetry, bound for the irrevocable with his departing ships, he had forsaken Dido, forever forsworn from lying with her, from hunting with her, eternally divorced from her who had been his sweet shadow of reality, his sweet shadow of desire, divorced eternally from the night cave of love beneath the thunders. Yes, Aeneas and he and Aeneas, they had fled in a real departure, not only in the lingering farewells of poetry, from whose interrealm they had escaped as if it had no worth for the living, even though it was also the realm of love. Whither was this flight tending? From what depth came this fear of Juno's motherly commands? Oh, love itself connoted sinking under the surface of night, sinking down to the nocturnal ground soil on which the dream grows to timeliness, sinking under its own threshold to the primal source of the unformed and invisible, which always lay in wait to break out in storm and destruction. It was only the days which changed. Time took its course only through days, and it was in movement that time could be beheld by the eye. The eye of night, however, was immovable, enormous, that eye wherein love reposed, and its depth, empty, burning, stark in the starlight, unchangeably, unceasingly, night after night, throughout time, renewing terrestrial timelessness in itself, creating and devouring the world from its deepest eye-pit, no longer beholding, being but the blinding, lightning cleft of nothingness, absorbed all eyes, the eyes of lovers, the eyes of the wakeful, the eyes of the dying, failing for love, failing in death, the human eye failing because it peered into timelessness. Flight, oh flight, taking shape of day, relaxing of night, turned in this relaxation toward the eventuality of timelessness. After a while the candles become encrusted, and the gnats swarmed ceaselessly about them with their horrid, monotonous, shapeless, hard humming. Ceaselessly the water of the wall fountain drizzled on, and the drizzling was like a part of its unspeakable, timeless, becalmed, oceanic onflow. Motionless the Amorini played in the wall frieze, frozen in an utter peace, in an utter silence that ceased to have a shape of its own, but that seemed to merge into the widespread, austerely reverberating, otherworldly silence of the night, merging into its eon-bound perseverance, which, world-encompassing and breath-encompassed, shadow-bearing and shadow-overborne, erected about itself a cavern from the tide of dreams, the shapeless silence overbalanced by the noiselessness of the thunderbirds beneath the unclouded stars. For whatsoever reposed in the night, drinking in peace and drinking in one another, sat a-tremble by shadows, lying in the shadow of one another, soul pressing against soul, husband and wife united, the maiden sheltered in the arms of the youth, the boy in the arms of the lover. Whatsoever happened in the night was but the darkness sharing, reflection of its greater darkness, was but the image of its dark flashing lightning, was downfall into the thundery abyss, the coverlet of dreams torn asunder. And even if we cried for our mother to shelter us against the night storms, she was so far removed, so lost to memory, that only now and then a quiver from childhood was wafted to us, no longer a consolation, no longer a shelter, at best the familiar strange breath of a long since vanished homeland, the breath of peace that preceded the storm. Yes, so it was, and though the night breeze were ever so warm, ever so mild, though it were ever so cool as it streamed through the windows, even though it gathered all terrestrial things in its tides, olive groves and wheat harvest and vineyards and fishing banks, uniting as into a whole the undulant night breath of lands and seas, bearing and mingling their harvests in the mild hand of the wind, and though this softly blowing hand drooped ever so dulcetly, stroking across the streets and squares, cooling the faces, sundering the smoke, appeasing the ardor, yes, though this floating breath with which the form of night was filled to its outermost surface had even swelled beyond it, transformed into trembling cave mountains, which, beyond all conception, scarcely even external, rested in our innermost depths, within the heart and deeper than the heart, within the soul and deeper than the soul, in our innermost self that had become one with the night. Yes, even though all this were so and continued to be so, it was of no use. The time for it was past. It was no longer of use. The sleep of the herds remained pregnant with evil, the earthly raging still unappeased, the fire unquenchable, and love delivered over to the lightning blast of nothingness, while timeless above the cave of night the tempest thunders. Flight, oh flight! The mother was past invoking. We were orphaned when the herd came into being. We could invoke no name in our dreams, none had identity in the darkness of utter fusion. And you, my little night mate, who have attached yourself to me as a guide, are you still there at my call? Is it by your fate or mine that you are sent to me that I may talk to you? Do you feel that you are too menaced by timelessness? Is it hidden under your night as well? And was it for this reason that you came to me? Oh, lean against me, my little twin brother. Oh, lean against me. I turn away my eyes from the menace. I turn them to you in hope, hoping for the last time to return from my plight, hoping to return with you into the dark cavern which has been built in myself like a homestead I no longer know. Oh, be lodged with me in this closeness that beats in my veins like something long estranged and now re-welcomed, and that I would fain have you share with me. Then it may come to pass that even the most unfamiliar, that even myself will no longer seem strange to me. Oh, nestle close to me, my little twin brother, nestle close, and you should lament. And should you lament your lost childhood, your lost mother, you shall find them again with me as I take you into my arms and into my care. Once more let us tarry in the floating cavern of night, but once again and together let us hearken to its dream tremors. Let us hearken to the nevertheless of its interrealm and its sweet reality. You do not know it yet, my little brother, for you are too young. From what profound depths within us the nightly hope mounts upward, so all-embracing, so whole-souled in its tenacity, with such tender soft promise of yearning in its very distress, that it takes so long to hear its hope and its dismay, which surround us like a mountain chain of echoes, echo wall on echo wall on echo wall, like an unknown landscape, and yet like the summoning of our very hearts. Yes, nevertheless and nevertheless, and still with such sovereignty as if the complete reflection of a past long since lived through would gleam out freshly, and yet as unfaltering as though it contained all covenants of consummation. Oh, little brother, I have experienced it, because I have become an old man, older than my years, because I sense every fragility and taint in myself. I have experienced it, because I am coming to the end. Ah, it is only when we begin to long for death that we really desire life, and in me the undermining, the frame-slackening process of an avidity for death goes on, never pausing, as far back as I can remember, clamoring ceaselessly. Thus have I always felt it, anxiety for life and anxiety for death together, in these many nights on the threshold of which I have stood, on the strand of lights, and more nights that have gushed past me, the awareness of them gushing and swelling, knowledge of separation and farewell that had its beginning with the dusk, and it was dying, every sort of dying, that coursed past me, grazing me with its mounting flood, saturating me, encircling me, coming from without, yet born from within me, my own dying. Only the dying understand communion, understand love, understand the interrealm. Only in the dusk and at farewell do we understand sleep, whose darkest communion is without wantonness. Not until farewell do we know that our departure will be followed by no return. Not until then do we recognize the seed of wantonness which lies embedded in returning, and only in returning. Ah, my little night-mate, you too will understand this one day. You will wait on the thresholding shore, on the shore of your interrealm, on the shore of farewell and dusk, and your ship too will be ready for flight, for that proud flight which is called awakening, and from which there is no return. Dream, oh dream! As long as we are at our versing, we do not go away. As long as we remain steadfast in the interrealm of our night-day, we present one another with every dream hope, with all longed for communion, with every hope of love. And therefore, my little brother, for the sake of that hope, for the sake of that yearning, never again depart from me. I have no wish to know your name, your shadow-casting name. I will not summon you, neither for the setting out nor for the return, but uncallable and uncalled, abide with me, so that love may abide in the covenant of its fulfillment. Abide with me in the dusk, abide with me on the shore of that stream, which we will behold without entrusting ourselves to it, far from its source, far from its estuary, shielded from the dim fusion of inception, shielded from the final shadowless identification with Apollo's brightness. Oh, abide with me, sheltering and sheltered, as I shall abide with you forevermore. Once again, love, do you hear me? Do you hear what I am asking? Is my plea still able to hear your answer, while answering itself, fate delivered, divested of sorrow? Or had it become too late? The night lay without motion, form fast in its near and far appearance, locked here into this room, locked into ever-widening spaces, extending from the vicinity of the tangible to always further frontiers, away over mountains and seas, extended in a constant outflow even unto the unreachable dream caverns, and this flood springing from the heart, breaking at the periphery of the dream caverns, and flowing back from there into the heart, received the yearning into itself, wave upon wave, dissolving even the yearning for yearning, bringing to a standstill the shrouded swaying of the maternal star cradle where it began, and encircled by flashes of the dark lightnings below, of the bright ones above, it parted into light and darkness, into murk and glare, two-toned the cloud, two-fold the source, thunder close, soundless, spaceless, timeless. O riven cave of the inner and outer life, O mighty ongoing earth! Thus the night yawned wide, being slumber was snapped. Dusk and poetry had been silently rinsed away, their realm rinsed away, the echo wall of dreams shattered, and mocked by the silent voices of memory, guilt-laden and hopeless, inundated by the flood, washed away on the flood. Life's over great travail sank to sheer nothingness. It had become too late. There was nothing left but flight. The ship lay ready. The anchor was being lifted. It was too late. Yet he waited for the night to make its presence known, to croon him something final and comforting, once again with its meandering to awake his yearning. It could scarcely be called hope, rather a hoping for hope, scarcely any longer flight from timelessness, rather a flight from the flight. There was no more time, no more yearning, no more flight, no more hope either for living or dying. There was no more night, there was scarcely any more waiting, at the most some impatience for the awaited impatience. He held his hands tightly clasped, the thumb of the left one touching the stone of his ring. Thus he sat there, feeling the warmth of the boy's shoulder, which was shoved within leaning distance, yet not touching his knee, and he had a great longing to loosen his cramped fingers from their increasing spasms, so that with imperceptible delicacy he might stroke the night-dark tousled childish hair on which he looked down, so that he might let the duskily sprouting night human in the dark soft crackling bloom glide between his fingers, night yearning for yearning. However, he made no move, but at length, although it cost him dear to break the tension of expectancy, he said, "It is too late." Slowly, the boy lifted up his countenance full of understanding and questioning, as if something had been read to him, the sequel of which must follow, and in heed to this questioning, his own face gently approaching that of the boy, he repeated very softly, "It is too late." Was there still some expectation? Was he disappointed that the night no longer stirred, and only the boy's eyes, grey, childish, steadfast, remained fixed upon him? They too questioning, the impatience which he had wished for suddenly appeared. "Yes, it is late. Go to the festival." Of a sudden, he felt excessively old, and the immediate and earthly manifested itself in the need for sleep and drowsiness, in the need, slumber-wrapped and unconscious, to forget that no more. It manifested itself with the slackening of the lower jaw, and furthermore with so violent a compulsion to cough that the wish to remain alone and unobserved became imperative.
"Go to the feast," he brought out hoarsely, while his upturned palm, only by gesture and from a growing distance, pushed the reluctantly departing boy in short shoves toward the door. "Go, go." The words rattled in him again, his breath already failing, and when he was actually alone it seemed as if black lightning struck into his breast, from which the coughing broke out mixed with night blood, robbing him of consciousness, sprawling, shaken and benumbed, cleaving and bursting, a strangling convulsion on the edge of the abyss. And that he had not been hurled into it this time, that it had passed him by once more, that he could hear again the drizzling of the fountain, the crackling of the candles, appeared to him afterwards like a miracle. With no little trouble he had dragged himself from the armchair over to the bed, had let himself fall into it, and remained lying there motionless. Again he held his hands clasped tightly. Again he felt the stone of the ring, felt the winged figure of the genius that was engraved into the polished carnelian, and he waited, hearkening whether it would turn to life or to death. Then slowly it was better. He came again, even though still slowly, with much pain and exertion, to breathing, to peace, to silence. Fire, the descent, the death of Virgil, Hermann Broch. He lay and listened. From time to time, although at greater intervals and with no new showing of blood, the seizure came on again, and at first he had even thought he should call the slave from the next room to summon the doctor, but calling cost effort, and to be disturbed by the physician would have been unbearable. He wanted to be alone. Nothing was more pressing than to remain by oneself, again and again, to gather all existence within one, so that one would be able to listen. This was all important. He rolled on his side, his legs drawn up a little, his head resting on the pillow, the hip pressed into the mattress, the knees disposed one above the other, like two beings alien to him, and very far off in the distance reposed the ankles and the heels as well. How often, oh how often in the past had he been intent on the phenomenon of lying down? Yes, it was absolutely shameful that he could not rid himself of this childish habit. He recalled distinctly the very night when he, an 8-year-old, had become conscious that there was something noteworthy in the mere act of reclining. It was in Cremona. The time was winter. He lay in his room. The door which led to the peristyle was cracked, closed badly, and moved a little in an eerie manner. Outside the wind rustled over the flower beds, straw covered for winter, and from somewhere, possibly from the swinging lantern under the doorway, the faint reflection of a light and pendular rhythm came gliding into the chamber like the last reverberation of an eternal tide, like the last reverberation of eternally changing eras, like the last reflection of an infinitely distant eye, so lost, so broken, so threatening in its remoteness, so fraught with distance that it was a challenge to question oneself as to the reality or unreality of one's own existence. And just as then, though intensified and made more familiar by the subsequent sedulous nightly repetition, even today he felt every single point of support by which his couch carried him, and just as then they were wave crests over which his ship skimmed, dipping lightly into them, while wave hollows of unfathomable depth appeared between them. Certainly this was not the main concern. If now he had wished to be alone, it had not been in order to continue childish observations which he could have done without more ado, while still retaining the little nightmate. No, it was for something more essential, for something more conclusive, for something the reality of which must be very great, so great that it must surpass even poetry and its interrealm. It was for something that had to be more real than dusk or night, surpassing them by its heightened reality even in earthiness. It was for something that made it worthwhile to gather all existence within oneself, and it was only to be wondered at that childishness and its irrelevance did not permit itself to be pushed further back, that it was still present with its succession of images just as of yore, that in the chain of memory into which we are forged, the first links should be the strongest, as if just they, were the most real reality. It seemed almost impossible, nay more, it seemed almost inadmissible that our last attained, our most real reality could limit itself thus to becoming a mere recollective image. Nevertheless, human life was thus image-graced and image-cursed. It could comprehend itself only through images. The images were not to be banished. They had been with us since the herd beginning. They were anterior to and mightier than our thinking. They were timeless, containing past and future. They were a twofold dream memory, and they were more powerful than we. An image to himself was he who lay there, and steering toward the most real reality borne on invisible waves, dipping into them, the image of the ship was his own image. Emerging from darkness, heading toward darkness, sinking into darkness, he himself was the boundless ship that at the same time was boundlessness. And he himself was the flight that was aiming toward this boundlessness. He was the fleeing ship, he himself the goal. He himself was boundlessness, too vast to be seen, unimaginable. An endless corporeal landscape, the landscape of his body, a mighty outspread infernal image of night. so that deprived of the unity of human life, deprived of the unity of human yearning, he no longer believed himself capable of self-mastery, conscious as he was of the separated regions and provinces over which the essential ego had been compelled to distribute itself, conscious of a demonic possession that had assumed direction in his stead, isolated into districts in all their diversity. There were the disrupted, ploughed up districts of hurting lung. There were those of the distressing fever that wavered up to the skin from unknown red glowing depths, and there were the districts of the bowel abysses, just as there were the more terrifying ones of sex, one like the other filled with serpents, intergrown with serpents. There were the districts of the limbs, with their unbridled innate life. Not last, there were those of the fingers, and all these districts of the demons. Some of them settled near him, others at a greater distance, some of them more friendly, others hostile among themselves as well as toward him. Nearest to him, belonging most intimately to him, were still the senses, the eyes and ears, and their districts, all these domains of the physical and extra-physical, enveloping the hard and earthly reality of the skeleton. They were known to him in their complete strangeness, in their disintegrated fragility, in their remoteness, in their animosity, in their incomprehensible infinity, sensual and suprasensual, for altogether, and he along with them, as by their mutual knowledge, were human, everything oceanic, in that homing surge and the heavy swing of its ebb and flow, which beats so constantly on the coast of the heart and keeps it throbbing so continuously, image of reality and reality of image in one, so wave deep that the most disparate things are swept together within it, not quite unified, but still united for future rebirth. O surf on the shore of cognition, its ever-mounting tide brimming with the seeds of all comfort, all hope, O night-laden, seed-laden, space-laden flood of spring, and filled with the empowering vision of his real self. He knew that the demoniac could be overcome through the assurance of reality, the image of which lies in the province of the indescribable, yet nonetheless contains the unity of the world. For the images were taught with reality, since reality was always to be symbolized only by reality, image upon image, reality upon reality, not one of them actually real as long as it stood alone, yet each a single symbol of an inviolate ultimate truth, which was the sum of their totality. And if in the many years past he had followed with increasing avidity and curiosity the decay and fragility which he felt at work upon his body, if for the sake of this amazing and amazed curiosity he had gladly taken on the discomfort of illness and pain, yes, if he had, and whatever a person did become more or less distinctly symbolic, continuously born within him the desire, the seldom conscious but always impatient desire for his bodily unity, which he constantly perceived to be but a seeming unity, to be finally dissolved, the quicker the better, so that the extraordinary might follow, so that dissolution might come to be redemption, might come to be a new unity, a consummation. And if this desire had accompanied and pursued him from his earliest youth, at least since that night in Cremona, possibly even since his childhood in Andes, either as a little childish game of anxiety or as an oppressive memory-quelling fear, one as unrecallable now as the other, yet the question as to the meaning of such occurrences had never left him. It had been inherent in all of his nightly pre-listening, pre-searching, pre-sensing, and just as formerly he had lain upon his bed, a child in Andes, a boy in Cremona, knee pressed on knee, his spirit sunk into his pre-dreaming. His spirit, like his body, sunk into the ship of his being that extended over oceans and over the broad plains of earth, himself a mountain, a field, the earth, the ship, himself the ocean, listening into the night inside and outside, perhaps having always had the premonition that his hearing, that his hearkening, was directed toward the achieving of that knowledge for which his whole life must be lived through. So now, in the same fashion it happened again, it happened here and now, it happened today, and that which had once happened, having constantly become clearer and clearer to him, continued to happen again and again, was happening now. He did that which he had done his whole life long. But now he knew what it was. He knew the answer. He was listening to dying. Could it be anything else? Man stands erect, he alone, yet he lays him down, stretched out quietly for sleep, for love, for death. And it is also this threefold nature of his lying down that distinguishes him from all other creatures. Destined to grow upright as long as man stands erect, the human soul reaches out from the dark abyss, where her roots are, entwined in the humus of existence, and strives upward, even unto the sun-drenched dome of the stars, bearing upward her cloudy sources from the regions of Poseidon and Vulcan, bringing downward the clarity of her Apollonian goal. And the nearer she comes in this upward growth to being light-drenched form, the more shapely she becomes in her shadowing, branching out and unfolding like a tree, the more is she enabled to unify the darkness and the light in the shadowy leaves of her branches. But when she has stretched out, abandoned to sleep, to love, to death, when she herself has become an outstretched landscape, then her task is no longer the merging of opposites, for in sleeping, loving, dying, the soul is no longer either good or evil. She has become only an unbroken, endless hearkening, spread out to infinity, infinitely held in the orbit of time, infinite in her repose. She is absolved for growth, and without growth, along with the landscape which is herself, she persists as the unchanged and unchangeable Saturnian realm throughout the whole of time, persisting from the golden age to the age of brass, aye, even beyond it, to the return of the golden age, and by virtue of her nestling into the landscape, by virtue of her imprisonment in the realm of earth and earth's meadows, on the surface of which the spheres of heavenly light and earthly darkness part one from the other, she is like them in being the border, separating and binding the regions above and below, belonging, like Janus, to both, to those of the wavering stars as well as to those of the weighty stones, to the etheric regions as well as to the fires of the underworld. Janus-like, Janus-like the double aspects of infinity, Janus-like the double aspects of the soul, as in her twilight she lies quietly outstretched to infinity, so that her hearkening presence may partake of the significance of both zones, without uniting them. However, the circumstance as such has no meaning, for her is not worthy of pre-hearkening or prescience, for she feels it neither as growth, nor as fading, nor as deterioration, neither as a blessing nor a burden, but more as a constant return of the all-encompassing Saturnian era, in which the landscape of the soul and the earth are stretched out infinitely, inseparable in their respirations, inseparable in their seasons of sowing and blossoming, in their harvest or growth, in their dying and resurrection, in their boundless seasons interwoven with the eternal return, surrounded by the circle of eternal sameness, and consequently stretched out quietly for sleep, for love, for death, a hearkening of the landscape and the soul, the Saturnian hearkening to deathless dying, golden and brazen together. He was listening to dying. It could not be anything else. The knowledge of this had come over him without any shock, at most with the peculiar clarity which usually accompanies a mounting fever, and now, lying and listening in the darkness, he understood his life. He understood how much of it had been a constant hearkening to the unfolding of death. Life unfolded, consciousness unfolded the seed of death, which was implanted in every life from the beginning, and determined it, giving it a twofold, threefold significance, each one developed from the other, and unfolding through it each the image of the other and its reality. Was not this dream force of all images, particularly of those which gave direction to every life, was not something of the same sort hidden in the cave images of the universal night, which, miraculous and fear-inspiring, with timelessness, heavy with stars and presaging eternity, domed death over all existence? What once in boyhood had been a childish and childlike conception of death, the conception of a grave into which the body would be lowered, had unfolded to the great image of the cave, and the erection of the mausoleum beside the Bay of Naples, there near the Posilipian grotto, was more than a mere repetition and visualization of the old childish concept. Nay, the whole dome of death was symbolically expressed by this building, perhaps still a little childish when reduced to such earthly dimensions, nevertheless the symbol of the mighty, all-embracing domain of death, in which he, ever aware of the goal, and yet seeking it, he, a path-seeker in the dome of death, had daydreamed a whole life away. For the sake of the all-embracing might of this goal, he had long, yes, too long, searched for his own vocation. For the sake of this always known yet never known goal, dissatisfied with every profession, he had prematurely broken away from each one, unable to find peace in any, either in the calling of a medical man, a mathematician, astrologer, philosophical scholar, or teacher, the demanding but unrealized vision of knowledge, the grave, recognizable image of death had stood perpetually before his eyes, and no vocation measured up to that, as none exists that is not exclusively subserviated to the knowledge of life, none with the exception of that one to which he had finally been driven, and which is called poetry, the strangest of all human occupations, the only one dedicated to the knowledge of death. Only he who dwelt in the interrealm of farewell, oh, it lay behind him, and there was no returning. Only he who tarried in the dusk on the banks of the stream, far from its source, far from its estuary, was endurance to death, serving death like the priest by virtue of his office, which stood above any personal vocation, mediating between the above and the below, pledged to the service of death, and through this likewise banished to the interrealm of farewell. Yes, he had always deemed as priestly the task of the singer, perhaps because of the strange consecration to death inherent in the enraptured fervor of every work of art. Until now he had seldom dared to admit it to himself. He had repudiated it, just as in his first poems he had not dared to approach death, but rather had been vigilant to ward off that which threatened, and was always at hand by the lovely, loving power of an ardent love for life, more and more futile in his resistance, since the poetic power of death had proven itself the stronger, acquiring step by step the privileges of domicile, which in the Aeneid assumed full sovereign rights, following the will of the gods, the clattering, bloody, admonishing, unchanging sovereignty of fate, the all-conquering sovereignty of death, which by this token also conquers itself and annuls itself, for all simultaneousness was sunk in death, all simultaneity in life and in poetry was forever obliterated in death's complete annulment, and death was filled by day and night. They penetrating each other and becoming the bi-colored cloud of dusk. O death was filled by all the diversities that had proceeded from unity, so that finally through death these might achieve to unity. Death was filled by the initial heard wisdom of the beginning and by the isolating knowledge of the end. It was comprehension in a single moment of existence, in the very moment which was already that of non-existence, for death was involved in an unending reciprocity with the stream of life, and the stream of life flowed incessantly into death, welcomed by death, turned back to the source. The lapse of time changed to the unity of remembrance, to the memory of worlds upon worlds, to the memory of the God. Only he who accepted death was able to complete the orbit of mortality. Only the eye of him who sought the eye of death would not fail when it gazed into nothingness. Only he who hearkened to death had no need of flight, but he might remain because memory had become the well of simultaneousness, and he alone who plunged into memory could hear the harp tone of that moment in which the terrestrial should open into the immense unknown, opened to rebirth and to the resurrection of everlasting memory, landscape of childhood, landscape of life, landscape of death. They were one in their indivisible simultaneousness, previsioning the landscape of the gods, the country of the very beginning and the very end, eternally joined by the span of the seven-colored dewy-breathed bow. Dewy-breathed bow, breathed, dewy-breathed bow. It's a rainbow. A dewy-breathed bow. Oh, the pastures of the fathers! Much took place for the sake of memory, divulging itself at last as a listening to death, and much that was taken for death was only memory, anxious yearning memory that had need to be guarded with care, that it might never become lost. It had been so, and not otherwise. In the case of the tomb near the grotto of Posilippo, caressed by sea breezes, played upon by spring-like shadows entwined in green leaves, this almost playfully built homestead of death, full of childhood memories, which he had incorporated into a garden-like serenity without having been conscious of doing so, in consequence of which everything that had been taken in by the child's eyes at the paternal house in Andes was to be found here on a smaller scale and only slightly altered. For example, the entrance drive to the gate of the courtyard was now the main path through the garden, equipped with the same double curve, bordered on the left by the same laurel bushes, leading on the right to the mound of his childhood games, even though this one was crowned by only a single cypress instead of the ancient olive groves, while to the rear of the edifice, in great tranquility, here's there, the elm trees, shrouded in a twittering of birds, arose today, even as in times past, a shelter of solitude and peace. And just as in boyhood it had been possible to pass his hand over the wattled hedge, now it was possible with equal definitiveness to dream back, just as definite and valid for all times as it had been to dream forward, To dream toward death in dying, the goal of all dreamy hearkening since the days of childhood, the goal and source of his memory, clear and unlosable, knowledge-seeking, although the image of the tomb was only an extremely small fragment of memory set in the stream of the past, a quite palpable island, emerging almost by chance in its slight palpability, vanishing and therefore deserving oblivion compared to the roaring width of the flood which poured itself into his constant hearkening. Constantly the flood came toward him, memory, wide, wave wide, constantly and softly and grandly it advanced, wave after wave of the once beheld, gleaming in the harp tone of enduring ineffability, O lovely imprisonment of youth, enfolded and ready for freedom. And it was as if all brooks and ponds of yore poured themselves into this stream of memory, drizzling between the fragrant willows, drizzling between banks verdant with trembling reeds, lovely images without end, themselves a cluster picked by the hands of a child, a cluster of lilies, gillyflowers, poppies, narcissus, and buttercups, the image of childhood in a landscape revealed by wandering and wandering, by song after song, the image of the paternal pastures, the image he had been forced to seek wherever he had been driven, the image of the one and unforgettable landscape of his life, ineffable, inexpressible image, despite that it was so very luminous, so sharp of contour, sun-drenched, transparent, despite this unfailing clarity with which it had accompanied him, so inexpressible that however often he had depicted it, it only resounded in the unutterable, always only there where language is insufficient, where it strikes beyond its own earthly mortal boundaries and penetrates into the unutterable, abandoning an expression through words and only singing itself into the structure of the verses, opening up between the very words a swooning, breathless, momentary abyss so that life could be comprehended and death be apprehended in these silent depths, which had become silent to disclose the completeness of the whole, the simultaneous stream of creation in which the eternal rests. O goal of poetry! Oh, these moments in which speech sublimated itself beyond all description and all communication. Oh, these moments in which it plunged into simultaneousness so that it could not be determined whether memory was gushing from speech or speech from memory. These were the moments in which the landscape of childhood had begun to blossom, leaving itself behind, growing beyond itself and every memory, beyond every beginning and every end, transmuted to a simple rustic shepherd's order in some golden age, transmuted to the scene of the Latin emergence, transmuted to the reality of the on-marching, commanding and serving gods, not the primordial beginning, surely not the original order, surely not the initial reality, but still a symbol of it, not, to be sure, to the voice which was expected to call out from the furthest unknown, out of the inexpressible and extraordinary, out of the unchangeably and utterly divine, but still a token of it, but surely the echo-like symbol of its being and almost an affirmation of it, the symbol that was reality, reality that would become the symbol in the face of death. These were the moments of resounding deathlessness. The moments of essential life emerged from its twilight, and it was in these moments that the true form of death revealed itself most clearly, rare moments of grace, rare moments of perfect freedom, unknown to most, striven for by many, achieved by few, but among those who were permitted to retain such moments, to grasp the fugitive evanescence of death's shape, he who succeeded in giving shape to death by incessant listening and searching would find, together with its genuine form, his own real shape as well. He was shaping his own death, and with it his own shape, and he was immune from the reversion into the humus of shapelessness. 7-colored and divinely mild, the rainbow of childhood arched for him over all his existence, daily seen anew, the shared creation of man and the gods, the creation proceeding from the strength of the word with the knowledge of death. Had not this been the hope for which he had been obliged to bear the agony of a hunted life devoid of every peaceful joy? He looked back on his life of abnegation, of an actually still continuing renunciation, on this life that had been without resistance to death, though full of resistance to participation in love. He looked back on this life of farewell that lay back of him in the dusk of rivers, in the dusk of poetry, and today he knew more clearly than ever before that he had taken on all this for the sake of that very hope. Perhaps he was not to be mocked and execrated, because life's great travail had as yet not led to the fulfillment of hope, because the task he had wanted to discharge had been overgreat for his weak forces, because the medium of the poet's art was perhaps not intended for this after all. However, he also realized that this was not the case, that the justification of a task or the lack of its justification was not to be reckoned by its earthly accomplishment, that it was negligible whether his own strength sufficed or not, whether any other man with greater strength were to be born, or whether a better solution than the one put forth by poetry were to be found. All this was irrelevant, for the choice had not been his. Certainly day after day, and countless times during every day, he had decided and acted in accord with his free choice, or at least he had thought that the choice was free, but the great line of his life was not of his own choosing, nor in accord with his free will. It had been a compulsion on a level with the redemption and the evil of existence, a fate enjoined, yet fate surpassing compulsion, commanding him to search for his own shape in that of death, and thus to win the freedom of his soul. For freedom is a compulsion of the soul, whose redemption or damnation is always at stake, and he had heeded the injunction, obedient to the task of his fate. He shifted upward a little on the pillows to ease his aching chest, very cautiously, so that the outstretched landscape of himself, which seemed to guarantee him clarity, might not fall into disorder and confusion, as was the case with those who stand erect. Then he felt about him for the manuscript chest, and let his hand finger almost tenderly the surface of its rawhide cover. Hot and exciting, the feeling of work, the compelling feeling of the discoverer. The great wanderer sense of creation awoke in him, and were it not that simultaneously there sprang up in him the great fear of the wanderer, the terrible fear of the lost wayfarer who mistakes his path in the impenetrability of night, the same profound fear which accompanies all creation, the hotly happy surge in his breast would have quelled the death anticipation of the admonishing pains there, would have relieved the lack of breath, would have made him forgetful alike of fever's heat or chill, and nothing would have prevented him from immediately sitting down to work, prepared to begin anew, mindful of the task he had to fulfill to the drawing of his last breath, the task which could bring him fulfillment only with his last breath. No, nothing would have restrained him from work. Nothing would have been allowed to restrain him, and yet everything did so, and did it so thoroughly that the finishing of the Aeneid had been at a standstill for months past, and nothing remained but flight after flight, and neither the disease nor the pains, long since familiar, long since weathered or outwitted, were to be blamed for that, but rather the inescapable, inexplicable unrest, this alarming sense of being lost, with no way out, this sharply felt foreboding of an ever-threatening, ever-present, engulfing calamity, its essence indiscernible, its source undiscoverable, especially as one was ignorant of whether the threat lurked within or without. Lying quietly and breathing cautiously, he listened into the darkness. The tapers on the candelabrum expired one after the other.
Only the small, patient light of the oil lamp next to the couch survived, often swaying to and fro on the faintly ringing chain at the merest breath of a breeze, mirrored on the wall in a butterfly-soft, cobwebby, undulating shadow. And while outside the tumult of the street gradually subsided and the indeterminable noise dissolved into every sort of neighing, grunting, squawking, the drone of the festival receding into a clearer or deeper hum which was dispersed through the kaleidoscopic noise picture, the even tread of the withdrawing troops became audible as a sort of ground bass, indicating that a section of the guard was retiring to quarters. Then it became still, but soon the stillness was animated by a curious vibrancy. Curious because the stillness itself was vibrant, as suddenly from afar, from every side, did it come from the fields, or just outside the city, or from those in Andes? The chirping of crickets became audible, the myriad-fold sound of those myriad creatures humming endlessly in the hush that was spread over the infinite. Quietly and gradually the ruddy reflection from the illumination of the street festival paled also. The ceiling of the room grew black except for the bright spot directly above the lamp, which, as it shifted softly, seemed the light's painting of a pendulum. And the stars before the window stood in blackness. What was this unrest, the source of which he was seeking? Why was there unrest now, when the ebb of the low despairing clamour should have betokened a general solace for him? No, the evil had remained, and now he perceived it. He was bound to perceive it. It was the evil of man's imprisoned soul, the soul for which every liberation turns into a new imprisonment again and again. He stared toward the window. The night circled in its immense space, the orb turned by Atlas resting on the giant shoulders, strewn with sparkling constellations, the enormous cavern of night from which there was no release. He listened to the rustlings of night, and to him in his utter wakefulness, to him whom fever had brought so low that he burned and froze beneath his covers, there came in sharpened coexistence the pictures, the odors, the sounds of the present, together with those of every lived or livable moment in the twofold remembering toward past and future, so swollen by inevitable, inexplicable weirdness, so uncapturably fugitive, so hidden in mystery despite all their nakedness, that he, whipped on and halting at once, was thrust back into the chaotic maze of separate voices. The shapelessness he had thought to outrun took hold on him again, not as the indiscriminateness of the herd beginning, but directly, indeed almost palpably, as the chaos of severance, and as a dissolution which by no hearkening or grasping could ever be conformed to unity, the demonic chaos of all separated voices, all separated perceptions, all isolated things, regardless of whether they belonged to the present, the past, or the future. This chaos now assailed him. He was given over to it, yes. This is what it had been since the roaring, indiscriminate noise of the streets had begun to change to a maze of separate voices. This was what it was. Oh, everyone was surrounded by a maze of voices. Everyone wandered round the maze his whole life long, wandering and wandering, yet bound to the spot in the dense forest of voices, entangled in the night growth, tangled in among the forest roots, which took hold beyond all time and space. Oh, everyone was threatened by the anarchic voices and their grasping arms, by voice twigs and voice branches which, twining about each other, entwined him, which, in branching out from each other, shot up erect and crooked into one another again, demonic in their independence, demonic in their separateness, voices of the second, voices of the year, voices of the eon, which had spread out into the latticework of the world, crisscrossed, incomprehensible and impenetrable in their roaring muteness, humid with the groans of pain and harsh with the joyous savagery
of a whole world. Oh, no one escaped the primordial roar, no one was spared it, for each one, whether he knew it or not, was nothing other than one of the voices belonging to them with their insoluble, indivisible, impenetrable threat. How could anyone sustain hope? The lost one was past saving, imprisoned in the maze in which no breach or clearing could be discerned. And had he wished to stretch his hope beyond this, to send it over and beyond, there into the inextensible eternity where the unity, the order, the omniscience of the voice totality was to be defined, to the promise of their great harmony, voice locked, voice releasing, to the last reverberating harmonic echo from the furthest spaces of universal unity, universal order, universal perception, to the last echo solution of the universal task. Such hope of a mortal insolent and abhorrent to the gods, insolent, and abhorrent to the gods, abhorrent to the gods, would have burst against the walls of deafness, dying away in the voice maze, in the maze of perception, in the mazes of time, dying away to an expiring breath. For the voice source of time's inception was unreachable. It lay beneath the depths of all roots, lying beneath all voices, beneath all muteness, impassable, the root springs of the forests, the root springs in which the starry map of unity, of order, and of speech was stored, unbeholdable, that symbol of all symbols, for infinite and more than infinite was the variety of their outspreading courses in the unsurpassable immensity of space. Infinite was the number of identities, infinite the number of paths, and their intersectings, and also the multi-compartments of speech and memory, as well as the profusion of their trends, and the infinitude of their private abysses. Abysses were only very weak, very sparse reflections woven into the earthly meagreness of that which was not to be comprehended by thinking, of that which stored in its breath all starry spaces, and would itself be preserved, and even the tiniest point of the spheres, breathing itself in and out, streaming in and out, the reflection of a symbolization sheerly unutterable, sheerly unremarkable, unrememberable, sheerly unpredictable, the salvation of knowledge that by its effulgence outreached every lapse of time and transformed each split second to timelessness, crossroad of all paths, compassed by no one, the immovable, transported journey's end. Even the very first step that would be taken in any direction of the road mazes, were it ever so fleet, would require a lifetime and more than a lifetime for its consummation. It would require an endless life to retain a single scanty moment of recollection, an endless life to gaze but for a second into the profundities that language holds in its depths. By giving ear unto these depths, he had hoped to be permitted to listen to death. He had hoped to lay hold on a knowledge, even if it were only the divining gleam of an intuition of that perception boundary which already was beyond earthly understanding, but even this hope had proved presumptuous in the face of the incomprehensibility that pulsed up from the echo walls of the abyss, a glint that was scarcely more than a glimmer, now scarcely more than the memory of a glimmer, scarcely more than the echo of a memory, a fleeting breath so invisible that not even music would have been able to grasp it, to say nothing of being able to express this invisibility as a foretaste of impalpable infinity. No, nothing terrestrial was able to sunder the impenetrable thicket. No earthly means was sufficient to solve the eternal task, to disclose and announce the law, striking out toward that knowledge beyond knowledge. No, this was reserved for supernatural powers and transcendental means, a potency of expression that left all earthly expression far behind it. A language which would have to stand outside the maze of voices, beyond all earthly linguistics,
a speech which would be more than music, a speech which would help the eyes to perceive, heartbreakingly and quick as a heartbeat, the unity of all existence. Verily, it must be a language still unfound and glowing in the supernal that could undertake this task, and the effort to approach such a language with paltry verses was rash, a fruitless effort, and a blasphemous presumption. It had been granted to him to perceive the eternal task, the task of the soul's salvation. It had been granted him to set to with a spade, and he had not noticed that he had lavished his whole life on it, wasted his life, frittered away the years, squandered time, not just because he had failed and had shown himself inadequate to lay bare even a single rootlet, but because the mere decision to attempt the spade work would exhaust an endless life, all the more since death overtook every soul and was overtaken by nothing, not even by the aid of an overheard language or a pre-heard memory. All-conquering was death, all-conquering the maze that was not to be cleared by anything, and mercilessly confined the lost one, helpless the lost one, himself but a helpless voice in the thicket of separateness. How then could anyone still sustain hope? Did not the human event, however and wherever it happened, unhesitatingly disclose itself as a consequence of creaturely fear, from the twilight prison of which one could neither break out nor escape, as it was the anguish of the creature lost in a maze? He became more deeply aware of this anguish. He understood better than ever the unsilenced wish of the lost soul for the death sublimating annulment of time. He understood better than ever the unquenchable hope of the creaturely masses. He understood what they were aiming at. They down below there, voices and more voices, they also, with their wildly despairing clamor, he understood them when, inviolable and unteachable, clinging to their individual and collective ardor, they screamed out of themselves and to themselves that somewhere in the thicket there must exist an excellent one, a mighty one, an extraordinary voice, the voice of a leader to whom they need only attach themselves, so that in his reflected glory, in the reflection of the jubilation, the intoxication, the power of the imperial divinity, they might, with a gasping, wild, bullish, thundering assault, still be able to clear an earthly path for themselves out of the entanglement of their existence, and, aware of this, he saw, he understood. He knew better than ever before that his own aspirations were different only in form and presumptuousness from those of the frenzied herds, honest though brutal will to violation, not however in their objective meaning or content. That he had only disguised the simple creaturely fear that clutched him with the self-same force, falsified it in a yearning for the omniscient unity of law, falsified it in a vain and therefore doubly sanctimonious listening and for-listening, that he had simply pushed off to the end of his earthly life the hope for pathfinding, extraordinary guiding voice, that this most earthly mob hope was his also, that he had made himself believe it would resound one day from the beyond, and would then be supernatural phantom of his presumption, which was given over to the terrestrial and forfeited to the vanity of all things earthly. Oh, now he realized better than before the futility of their herd-like impulse to escape, the futility of their dogging fear, of their attempt at flight, which broke into an uproar with hope and lapsed into silence with disappointment, and compelled them to run off again and again into the stark, unshadowed nothingness, lost in time, fixed in time, time unabolished. And he realized that the same lot was assigned to him, quite as inevitably, quite as inescapably, the fall into the nothingness which does not abolish death, but which in itself is that very death. Oh, erratic and squandered his life, for from the outset the path he had taken had led nowhere, impeded by awareness of its wrong direction, impeded by knowing itself astray, erring and groping in the maze from the outset, a life of false renunciation and false farewell, impeded by the fear of the inevitable disappointment, which, even as hope, had been pushed to the limit of life and earthly experience. Had this limit now been reached, so that nothing was left but disappointment? So that nothing was left but icy horror? This crippling and breathtaking horror of death, which was perhaps unacknowledged, but positive, and possibly even stronger than the dread of disappointment. Nothing was left but the numbness, which was laid on him like a mysterious penalty determined by his stars, punishing a predestined and unrequitable sin. A sin he had not committed, and which was presumptuousness even without being committed, an eternally uncommitted sin standing eternally at his back, forever opposing the eternal task of understanding, the penalty for which was constantly imposed on him, so that he might not perceive his task and its fulfillment, an invisible chastisement, in a still more invisible numbness, the sin of not awakening and its punishment, time benumbing, speech benumbing, memory benumbing, the drowsy listening benumbed into the void of the dreary field of death, and his body pining away and aged with weariness lay quite forlorn in this numbness, extending saturnically and drowsily over the zones of himself, which became more and more transparent, more and more evanescent, forsaken even by the demons, continuing to be still more desolate, still more immobile, as if they were blank windows opening upon no view. Nothing remained but this. Nothing else was even to be remembered, for everything which had once signified life's advantages had failed. The once pledged, once timeless memory had become feeble, aging even quicker than he had, lost to him and submerged into what had been barely created, barely lived, and the translucent and glittering pictures of his life's landscape, once so dazzling, had grown dim, had withered and died away. His verses, which he had twined about them, had dried up and fallen away. All this had blown away like faded leaves, no longer remembered, but merely known about, season wafted, season weary, a forgotten rustling. Oh, how much there had been! The far past, the near past had existed in 2,000-fold diversity, in million-fold identities, yet it had never caught up to him. It had never been allowed to become a whole. The circle of memory was not closed. The past would never catch up with him. It was, even in the living, doomed to be unlived and to remain undone, just as the performance of his endless task had been consigned to the unfinished, halted at the very first step, even as this first step, notwithstanding it had already lasted a whole lifetime, remained still untaken at the very outset, held in a ghastly, unshakable paralysis for which there was neither advance nor retreat. Consequently, no second step could follow the first untaken one, because the distance between each single living second had grown to an immense empty space which was not to be bridged, and from this point on nothing whatsoever followed, either quickly or slowly, because nothing was able to continue. The done and the undone, the imagined and the unimagined, the uttered and the unuttered, the written and the unwritten, all unable to continue. And, O ye gods, the Aeneid, must this also remain unfinished, unable to be continued, unable to be completed like his whole life? Had this actually been determined by the stars? Was this actually to be the fate of the poem, the fate of the Aeneid, his own fate in its unfulfillment? Was this conceivable? Oh, was this conceivable? The heavy portal of fear had sprung open, and behind it the cavern of horror reared up, mighty and all-encompassing, something unknown, fearful, ghastly, assailing him simultaneously from within and without, ripped him up. A sudden malignant outbreak, superlatively painful, tore him aloft with all the devastating, convulsive, stiflingly desperate force inherent in the first lightning and thunderclap of a rising storm. Thus chokingly it drove into him, death-dealing, death-threatening, yet the seconds following hard upon each other, enriched in flashes the empty space between them with that inconceivable thing called life, and it almost seemed to him as if hope blinked up once again in those flashes, while with the fleetness of a breath or a glance he was being torn aloft in the clutch of the iron hand. It seemed to him that all this was happening so that the neglected, the lost, the unfinished might still be retrieved, if only in this instant by renewed second wind. In this instant of renewed second wind, overcome as he was by pain, by fear, by torpor, he knew not whether it was hope or no hope. But he did know that every second of new-lived life was needful and momentous. He knew he had been hounded for the sake of this up-flickering of life, whether it lasted a short or a long time, chased up and away from the couch of torpor. He knew he had to escape the breath-lack of the narrow-walled and shut-in room, that once more he must send his glance outward, turned away from himself, turned away from the zones of his self, turned away from the dreary field of death, that just once more, for a single time, perhaps for the last time, he must come to comprehend the vastness of life. He must again behold the stars, and starkly lifted up from the bed, held in the clutching fist that gripped into his whole body and yet grasped him from without, he moved himself with stiff-jointed legs, like a marionette convoyed on wires, uncertainly as though on stilts, back to the window, against the frame of which he leaned exhausted, a little bent over because of his weakness, but despite this held upright, so that, as with elbows drawn back he satisfied his hunger for air with deep, regular breaths, his being might disclose itself anew, participating in the breath stream of the yearned-back spheres. It was the necessity for air, the animal necessity to breathe, that had driven him to the window, but at the same time it was a necessity not of the body, a longing for the visible world, for what could be breathed in from the assurance of the visible universe. Numbed and stifling, he stood at the window, held by the mighty and embracing hand, and he knew not how long he stood there. It may have been only a few seconds, or as many minutes, and the awareness of time flowed back into him incompletely and in snatches, long passages of time being obliterated by the fear and pain of strangling. The world rebuilt itself. Knowledge came to be knowledge only in fragments. And in the same way, he became attentive to what had occurred, realizing bit by bit that it had occurred not merely for the sake of the Aeneid, but for something he had yet to find. Now the world lay still before him, after all the previously endured pandemonium, amazingly still, and it appeared to be late in the night, apparently past its middle. The stars glowed greatly in their great courses, comforting and strong, and quietly ashimmer with reassuring recognition, although disquietingly overcast, despite the complete absence of clouds, as if a, so to speak, unyielding and impenetrable cloudly crystal dome, through which the glance could barely pass, were stretched midway between the starry spaces and that of the world below. And it almost seemed to him as if the demonic partition into zones to which he had been subjected during his recumbent listening and his listening recumbency had been carried here to the outside world, and that here it had become sharper and more extensive than when it had been imposed on himself. The earthly space was so cut off and insulated from the heavenly ones that nothing more could be felt of that longed-for wind blowing between the worlds, and not even the hunger for air was appeased. Even this pain was not lessened, because the fumes, which earlier had entrapped the city, and which had been sundered, but could not be blown away by the evening breeze, had changed to a sort of feverish transparency, thickened under the burden of world segregation to a dark jelly which floated in the air, unmoving and immovable, hotter than the air, and so impossible to breathe that it was almost as oppressive as the stuffiness within the room. Ruthlessly, that which could be breathed was separated from that which could not. Ruthlessly, impenetrably, the crystal shell was spanned darkly overhead, a hard opaque partition barring off the forecourt of the spheres, and the forecourt of the breath, the forecourt of the the forecourt of the universe in which he stood, set upright by the iron hand supported by it, and whereas formerly ensconced in the earth's surface and stretched out over the Saturnian meadows, he had constituted the boundary between the above and below in immediate contact with both regions, and involved with both. Now he towered up through them as an individual soul, predestined to her growing, who, lonely and single, knew that if she wished to hearken into the depths above and those below, she had to hearken to herself. Immediate participation in the greatness of the spheres was not granted to one who stood in the midst of earthly time and earthly human growth, endowed again with both. Only with his glance, only with his knowledge might he penetrate the infinite detachment of the spheres, enabled to grasp and hold them only with his questioning glance, enabled to restore the simultaneous unity of the universe in all of its spheres by his questioning knowledge alone, achieving only in the streaming orbit of the question the vital immediacy of his own soul, her innermost necessity, the task of perception laid on her from the very beginning. Time flowed above, time flowed below, the hidden time of night flowing back into his arteries, flowing back into the pathway of the stars, second bound spacelessly to second. The re-given, reawakened time beyond the bonds of fate, abolishing chance, the unalterable law of time, absolved from lapsing, the everlasting now into which he was being held. Law and time, born from each other, annulling yet always giving birth to each other anew, reflecting each other and perceptible in this way alone, chain of images and counter-images, noosing time, noosing the arc-image, neither wholly captured, yet for all that, becoming more and more timeless, until, in their last echoing unison, in a final symbol, the image of death unites with the image of life, portraying the reality of the soul, her homestead, her timeless now, the law made manifest in her, and hence her necessity. Everything had been brought to pass through necessity, even the traversing of the perceptive path where the inner and outer worlds were dissolved to an unrecognized infinity, detached and divided to complete strangeness. Yet did not this unavoidable, inescapable necessity contain the hope for the restored harmony of existence, for the confirmation of what was occurring and what had already occurred? The images had merged through necessity, and through necessity they pressed on, coming nearer and nearer to reality. O nearness of the arch-image, nearness of the arch-reality in the forecourt of which he was standing. Was the crystal cover of the heaven secret about to be rent? Was the night about to unveil its final symbol to him whose eye must falter when the night's eye opens? He stared upward to the stars whose 2,000 years revolution was soon to be rounded off, following fate orbit by orbit, bearing fate on from father to son in the generations of time. And he was greeted by the pulsing now of the heavens, extending from the visible into the invisible, and filling the complete cycle of re-given consciousness, greeted from the southwestern horizon by the familiar and uncanny image of the scorpion, a dangerously crooked body laved by the mild stream of the Milky Way, greeted by Andromeda, nestling her head on the winged shoulder of Pegasus, by that never-vanishing presence shining forth in invisible welcome, and from the eons preceding the creation of the ancestors, the constellation of the dragon sent forth its tenfold illumination, the dragon deprived of its erstwhile throne. He gazed upward into the stony chill where the image of law was circling, cut off from the dark gleaming breath, cut off from the never-descending but always surmised truth, necessary to itself in a sphere, removed from mankind, and seeing its image, sensing its image in the abundance of images which comprise it, he felt perception at work in himself, knowing it was beyond chance, knowing that the power of his perception allowed him to wait without expectation, freed from all impatience, and in knowing this he became ready for the necessary completion in the uncompleted. Thereupon the hand that upheld him became soft, and softer came to be safety. And upon the roofs of the city the light of the easterly moon lay like a cold greenish dust. Earth things drew nearer, for he who has left the first portal of fear behind him enclosed in the forecourt of a new and greater mystery, enclosed and caught by a new apprehension, which places him again in the midst of his own development, in the midst of his own law, absolved from returning, absolved from the Saturnian lapses, absolved from his own impatient hearkening. He is the one again made to stand erect and to grow upright, to find the way back to himself. And his bark glides on, but only with oars drawn back, drifting softly and unexpectedly in the time granted to him, as if the landing were just in front of him, as if he were about to be landed on the shores of the chance-delivered and final reality. For he who has left the first portal of fear behind him has encountered the forecourt of reality. Now that his perception, discovering itself and turned toward itself, as if for the first time, begins to comprehend the necessity inherent in the universe, the necessity of every occurrence, as the necessity of his own soul. For he to whom this befalls is held into the unity of existence, into that pure now common to man and the universe, the inalienable possession of his own soul, by virtue of which she floats, as float she must, over the abyss of nothingness, opened and threatening, and over the blindness of man, for he is held into the everlasting now of the question, into the everlasting now of man's knowledgeless knowing, into man's divine prescience, knowledgeless, in that it asks and must ask, knowing it, knowing in that it precedes the question. divine prescience, divinely bestowed before birth on man and man alone, as his innermost human necessity, for the sake of which he must put his perception to the test again and again, and be proven by it again and yet again. Man trepidant for the answer, perception trepidant for the answer, man bound to perception, perception bound to man, both held together and trepidant for the answer, overcome by the divine reality of foreknowledge, by the magnitude of reality embraced by the knowing question, a question never to be answered by the truth of earthly knowledge, and yet which can be answered, must be answered here alone in the realm of earth, realized on earth as the counterplay of the dual world shaping, reality conformed to truth, truth conformed to reality, complying with the law of the soul, her necessity. For tense with questioning, the soul is held into her salvation, saved by truth, enjoined to perception, to questioning, to shaping, stretched between her certitude of knowledge and her capacity for perception, in search of reality, and summoned in this manner by primal knowledge, summoned by the knowing question which suggests something chanceless, establishing unity in all that exists, to the knowledge born of perception, to perception of the chance-delivered law, the soul is caught, constantly setting out, ready for departure, and departing toward her own essence, toward her incarnation and beyond her incarnation, her start and goal united in the spheres, bringing man into his humanity. For man is held into the perceptive ground of his knowing soul, into the perceptive ground of his doing and searching, his willing and thinking, his dreams. He is laid open to the infinite and the chanceless within the real, this most comprehensive and forceful, most relentless, gentle, most actual image of himself and his own reality, to which he will come home, to which he is coming home forever, held into the now of his own symbol in order that it may come to be his constant reality, for it is the defiance of its summons into which man is held, the defiance of the imprisoned one, the defiance of his inextinguishable freedom, the defiance of his inextinguishable will for knowledge, so unyielding that he becomes greater than all earthly shortcomings, growing beyond himself, the titanic defiance of humanity. Verily man is held into his task of knowing, and nothing is able to dissuade him, not even the inevitability of error, the bound nature of which vanishes before the task beyond all chance. For even though man was so imprisoned in his earthly shortcomings, and before all, this one who leaned painfully clutching the windowsill, a sick man, grievously struggling for breath, for even though man was so fated to disappointment, delivered over to every sort of disappointment, and great things as in small, his labor in vain, fruitless in the past and hopeless in the future, and even though disappointment might have chased him on from impatience to impatience, from restlessness to restlessness, fleeing death, seeking work, fleeing work, harassed and loving, and again harassed, fate driven from one perception to another, driven away from the erstwhile life of simple creative work toward all the diversity of knowledge, driven on toward poetry and to the further exploration of the oldest and most occult wisdom, impatient for knowledge, impatient for truth, then driven back to poetry as if it could be related to death and a final fulfillment. Oh, this too was disappointment, this too the wrong path. Oh, even though this had been such an utterly wrong path, aye, simply a wrong path that was and is, aye, even less than a wrong path with hardly an attempt toward the first step, and that gone astray before the start. Oh, even though his whole life seemed so utterly shipwrecked, and remained so shipwrecked, so clogged by shortcomings from the very beginning, damned to founder forever and aye, since nothing was fitted to penetrate the thicket, since the mortal never came through it, since fumbling about motionless on the spot, bound to despair and disappointment, he remained in bondage to every frightfulness of error. Oh, nevertheless, nothing had occurred without necessity, Nothing occurs without necessity, because the necessity of the human soul, the necessity of the human task overruled every circumstance, even the wrong road, even the error. For only amidst error, only through error, in which he was inescapably held, did man come to be the seeker, that he was the seeking human. For man needed the realization of futility. He must accept its dread, the dread of all error, and recognizing it, he must drain it to the dregs. He must assimilate it, not in self-torment, but rather that through such conscious assimilation the dread might be expunged. Only thus might one pass through the horny portal of dread and achieve existence. This was the reason why man was held into the space of incertitude, held thus, as if no boat were bearing him now, even though he floated forward on a floating bark. This was why he held into space after space of his own awareness, into the spaces of his self-realizing self-realization, fate of the human soul. But he, behind whom the heavy wings of dread's portal had closed, had arrived at the forecourt of reality, and the unknown stream on which he was being floated onward, this unperceived element became the source of his knowledge, being, as it was, the streaming growth of his own soul, the uncompleted within himself and unable to be completed, for which for all that developed to a whole as soon as the self was self-assimilated, made indestructible by growing into the streaming oneness of the universe, realized by him, seen by him, in a concurrence which by its everlasting immediacy forced all the spaces into which he was held to a single space, to that unique space of the source, likewise sheltering the self only to be sheltered by it, embraced by the soul while yet embracing it. At rest in time, conditioning time, bound by the law of perception and creating perception, floating along in its streaming growth, swimming with it as it floats and grows and develops, the sole source of reality. Oh, so supernally great were these tides of the self and the universe flowing out of and into each other, that floating and being held, liberation and imprisonment were merged in this tide to an inseparable common transparency. Oh, so eternally necessary, oh, so immeasurably transparent, that in the severed upper spheres, accessible only to the glance, accessible only to time, familiar to both, reflected in the opened human countenance tilted upward by the gentle unyielding hand, encircled by fate, encircled by stars, the promised gift of confirmation shone out, the gift of time, delivered from chance and enduring forever, opened to perception, the comfort upon earth. And, consoling in a universe flooded in moonlight, the spheres joined each other, the spheres of heaven and earth, united forever, consoling as the breath that shall return to the breast from over there, announcing as solace that nothing has been in vain, that whatever had been done for the sake of understanding was not done in vain, and could not have been done in vain because of its necessity. Hope lay in the unaccomplished as well as in what was impossible of accomplishment, and pressing close, very timidly, the hope of finishing the Aeneid, hope resounding echo of the promise upon earth, reverberating in earthly confidence, and the mortal surrounded by earthly existence was ready to receive it. Solace and confidence indeed, the solace of confirmation. Although the crystal cover of the heaven's secret had not parted, no image had appeared there, least of all the ultimate image. The eye of night remained veiled, his own eye had not faltered, and now, as before, the zones of immensity were to be joined only in reflection and counter-reflection. Now, as before, the vast separation above and below were to be brought into a unity only by glimpse or surmise. Now as before, it was only the forecourt of reality in which he stood. It was merely the place of the earthly question in the immediacy of which he was held, debarred from reality in its fullness and unity, and nevertheless solace and confident. The moonlight streamed like a cool dust through the heat of night, saturating it without lessening it, without merging with it, a blind, cool reflection of the heaven's stony gleam painted upon the heated darkness. Oh, human certainty, knowing that nothing has happened in vain, that nothing was happening in vain, although disappointment seems to be all, and no way leads out of the thicket. Oh, certainly knowing that even when the way turns to evil, the knowledge gained by experience has grown, remaining as an increment of knowledge in the world, remaining as the cool, bright reflection of that estate beyond chance to which the earthly action of man can penetrate, whenever it conforms to the necessity determined by perception, and attains in this way a first illumination of earthbound life and its herd-like sleep. Oh, certainly, full of trust, not streaming hither from heaven, but arising as from earth in the human soul, because of the perceptive task laid on it. And must not the fulfillment of certain trust, if fulfillment be at all possible, be realized here on earth? The necessary is always consummated in the simple way of earth. The streaming round of questions will always find its closure only upon earth. Even though the perceptive task may concern itself with uniting separate spheres of the universe, still there is no genuine task without earthly roots, none possible of solution without an earthly starting point. The world of earth spread out before him had escaped into moonlight. Humanity had withdrawn under itself, escaped into sleep, hidden in the sleep-sated houses and fallen below itself, separated from the up-sunken stars, and between the upper and lower zones the stillness of the world was doubly desolate. No voice broke into the breathless silence. Nothing could be heard except the soft rise and fall of the crackling bivouac fires and the heavy board steps of the guard on patrol along the outer wall, coming nearer in his rounds, then dying away again. And if one listened intently, it seemed as if here too a soft echo from somewhere was vibrating in unison, an accompanying sound, scarcely an echo, scarcely refracted, only diffused, in order to be refracted against the house walls at the edge of the plaza, refracted in a network of streets and dwelling caves against the stone fields of town after town, refracted on the walls of mountains and seas, refracted on the murky crystal vault of heaven, refracted on starlight, refracted on the inscrutable breathed hither, and diffused by refraction, swinging to this side, but vanishing at once if attempted to capture it, but earthly and at hand, yet strangely connected to the spheres. The fire behind the walls continued to crackle faintly, and though often it too ebbed off into something like echo, and into the invisible, it too taking its place in the chain of images and more images, it was like a pledge confirming the human effort, pointing to the earthly source of the titanic will for unity born in the human soul. It was like a demand upon perception to turn toward earth and earthly things in order to find there its strength for renewal, the Promethean element that stems from regions here below and not from those above. Yes, he had to direct his attention to the realm of earth, and he waited attentively, tired of breathing, bent over the window ledge, awaiting that which was necessary and would have to come. Below him, the narrow space between the palace and the outer wall yawned in moat-like blackness. The windows giving on it, were unlit and dead, the black bottom of the shaft unfathomably deep, while behind the wall, completely overshadowed by it, visible only by its reflection, one of the bivouac fires was burning, and when the watch on guard crossed the small flickering region on his path, one could see the shadow of the man gliding indistinctly over the dull, ruddily lit stone pavement. a dark breath of shadow that often sprang up jaggedly on the walls of the building opposite, lasting for the flicker of an eyelid, unreal in its strange, unexpected movement. What went on there, though hidden by the walls, was the merest discharge of a military duty, but nonetheless, like every human performance of duty, strangely connected with the basis of perception, with the simple task of perception itself, and therefore not in vain. What happened there preceded itself in the forecourt of reality, near to the realm of consummation. Yet the breach into the ultimate reality would not be made from the sphere of the stars, nor from the spheres in the interstellar spaces. Not there would the promised confirmation redeem itself, but rather from the sphere of humanity. The impetus to break through the boundaries would proceed from man, for this was man divinely destined. For this confidence was bestowed upon him, for his divine necessity, and although the great moment for the attainment of reality might not be fixed in time, undiscoverable in the obscurity of fate, and whether the event took place in a not-to-be-lived future, or in the immediate present, if indeed it might not already have come to pass, the command to vigilance was heard, ringing out peremptorily from an occult fate, urgent and admonishing, to command to hold fast to every moment in preparation for the moment of revelation. Revelation in the realm of the chanceless, in the realm of law, in the realm of humanity. The order rang out from the realm of the unsearchable, and it resounded, inaudible and lost, from out the clamorous ringing of the heat-weary, feverish, moon-drenched, black glare encircling the earth, and flowed impassively across the roofs, flowed toward the windows, and held in embrace even him who stood there, enveloping him in the command to vigilance, as if this very command were a part of the fever. And feverishly he directed his vigilance to the visible and sheer yearning for the sight of a living creature somewhere. Nothing appeared. Toward the land at the southwest, the warning, brightly lustrous image of the scorpion stood over a glimmering earth. The border between the city dwellings over there and the half-hidden, wavering night hills of the landscape glimmered out. The rising and falling surf of fields and groves and meadows, their grass waves, their leaf waves, drenched by the stone cool flood of moonlight, glimmered out, overcast in the final blackness of immensity. They glimmered out in the stonily resounding, stonily chilling, stonily trembling fever waves of the unflooded starry spaces, night-drenched, light-drenched, gliding hither and yon, streaming to and fro. And the pale sheen did not end with invisibility. Thus it flowed out and back again, hot and cool, shadow and light from a twofold source, submerged in blackness, flowing down into the shaft of the courtyards, the squares, the streets, spread out over the visible invisibility of all things earthly. Obliquely opposite, a street opened into the square. It was swept through brightly by the moon, and that straight track open to the view, darkened only here and there by higher houses, and it could be ascertained by the sweep of the roofs that in its far straying the street extended to the outskirts of the town in a slight double curve, like that of the scorpion to which it led, seductive in the similitude of its form, seductive in its ongoing, indeed so seductively alluring that it became a trepidant yearning to be allowed to wander through the street, hurrying lightly through its turns, out into the country toward the constellations, wandering through homeland after homeland, crossing the groves of fever night and fever shadow, blithe the dream step that flits through them. Oh, to wander out there over those glimpsed streets containing their origins and their goals, to wander out there and never turn back. One needed no guide on such an easy path, and also no stern awakener, for the incandescent, shimmering sleep of the world endured without interruption. One needed only to stride forth to wander out into the realm of the unrecallable. All boundaries were opened, and nothing was able to halt the wanderer, nothing would overtake him, nothing confront him. The divine would not precede him, and he would not encounter the bestial, his foot unhindered by either, but the path that he followed would be that of comfort and confidence, the path of necessity, the path of the god. Was this really so? Was there no longer an alternative course? Would there really not be another path leading back to the animal, falling back into the sub-animal? This meant waiting with great patience that lasted a long, unbearably long time. Then, however, something presented itself, and strangely enough that which was approaching, even though the opposite of everything which could have been expected, seemed as if called here by necessity. At first it came as a sound image, that is, as the sound image of shuffling steps, an indistinct murmuring, detaching itself slowly from the silence, and it remained hidden in the shadows for some time before there emerged the shapes to which the sounds pertained, 3 indistinct white spots, staggering, and often at a standstill, closing in together and then wandering apart, visible in the moonlight, drowned in the darkness, pushed on as if against their will, breathless from the strained vigilance, breathless from the oppressiveness of the stuffy night glare. His hands clasped together, his fingers clasped convulsively over his ring, he leaned stiffly out of the window and stretched out his head, intent on the approach of the 3 apparitions. Now for a time they remained speechless. Then, however, in contrast to the previous indistinct murmuring, a voice broke out, sudden, sharp, and extremely distinct, a crowing tenor voice, almost shouting as if its bearer had roused himself to an irresistible final decision, announcing 6 sesterces. Sesterces. Again there was silence, and it seemed as if such finality permitted of no further reply. Still, for all that, it was imparted. 5, came in a quiet, almost sleepy bass, from a second voice, the malicious yet jolly voice of a man who intended to cut short further negotiations. 5. Shit, 6, cried the first voice, undaunted, whereupon the bass voice, after some unintelligible haggling, settled quietly on the last offer. 5, and not a dinar more. Dinar? They halted, until now it could not be ascertained for what they were bargaining. Now, however, a third voice intervened, the voice of a drunken female. Give him 6, she ordered in a tipsy, greasy sort of shrieking, and something servile and soliciting lay behind its impatient, pandering urgency, without accomplishing much, to be sure, for now the answer consisted only of a throaty, scornful laughter, and irritated at once by the laughter and the unassailable mockery, the female voice pitched into a fury. Guzzling the most and paying nothing. Meat you want, and fish you want, and everything else. And as there followed only the yelping male laughter, she went on, flour I should buy, and onions, and the rest of it, and eggs, and garlic, and oil, and garlic, panting drunkenly to the accompaniment of the inciting male laughter that was suppressed to a broadly chuckling gurgle. She stuck to the exorbitance of garlic. Garlic you want, garlic. Right you are, crowed the tenor, interrupting, and with an immediate change of thought decided on a shut up. She, however, as if the word possessed some clarifying power, went right on. Garlic, I'm supposed to buy. Once more they were engulfed by the darkness, and from out the darkness the cry for garlic continued. And really, as if responding to a cue, the feverish gloom was laden and impregnated at once with all the combined kitchen odors that the city was able to emanate. Heavy, sated, rank, oily, settled and horribly digested and decomposed, scorched, unsavory, regurgitated, the sleep-inducing nourishment of the city. For a few moments it became still, strangely stifling, as if even the three down there had been swallowed in the stale fumes, and even after their re-entry into the light they had nothing more to say. The argument over the garlic was exhausted. They approached silently, becoming more and more distinct, yet for all their silence having become in no way peaceful. To the forefront there appeared a conspicuously lean fellow with hunched-up shoulders, limping on a stick which he raised threateningly whenever he had to stop for the other two to catch up with him. At some distance behind him followed the woman, fat and compact, and finally, fatter if possible, more drunken if possible, in any case more ponderous, the other man, a broad-bellied tower, who, being unable to make up the constantly increasing distance between himself and the woman, attempted to stop her at last with a whiny sort of whistling and a childish holding up of hands. So they came on, a staggering, doubtful spectacle that became even a little more doubtful when they arrived at the mouth of the street in the flickering light of the campfire. In this manner they brought up before his very eyes, in the midst of a fresh outbreak of their haggling, as their hobbling ringleader with a left turn toward the harbor tried to cross the square, whereupon the woman yelled after him, "Stinker!" So that, arrested and desisting from his purpose, he turned about to attack her with his brandishing stick, not however intimidating the undeterred woman, who continued with her carping, but seeming to perturb the fat tower, who, whimpering to himself, turned to flight, and thus compelled the woman to run after him and drag him back. Her success proved so gratifying to the other one that he dropped his stick and now really succumbed to that yelping, thick-throated laughter that once before had driven the woman into a rage. Immediately the same thing occurred. The woman became enraged. "Go home," she dictated to the lean laugher, and as he, with a wagging outstretched finger, pointed to his former destination in the direction of the harbor, she stretched out her arm in the opposite direction, panting with excitement and babbling the while. "See to it that you get home. You've no business in the city. You don't fool me. I know what you've got there. I know all about your slut." "Ho?" The wagging finger came to rest, the hand shaping itself to a cup and the gesture of drinking. This meant so much to the fat one, who leaned against the house wall, that he found his way back to his last decision. "Wine," he chuckled, transfigured, and started to move. The woman barred his way. Wine," she bickered. "Wine? He should go to his slut, and I'm supposed to cook for him. He wants to have pork and whatnot." "Piggy meat." "Piggy meat," crowned the tenor. Contemptuously she pushed him back against the wall, but almost tearfully she approached the other one. "You want everything of me, but not to pay for it." "I pay him 5. I've said it. Come along. He'll get some wine." "A hoop for your wine. 6 is what you pay him. He gets wine too." "You don't need your wine." "That's none of your dirty business, you carry on. I'll pay him 5 and not a dime more. And he gets his wine." "5, commented the fat paunch at the wall with dignity. The woman flew at him. What'd you say? Alarmed, he sought for a subterfuge. At last he observed with friendly courtesy, "Shit." "What'd you say to him?" She did not let him loose, and driven into a corner, he repeated with forced courage, in accord with his new conviction, 5. "You dare say that, you sluice, you wine belly, and I'm supposed to produce your fodder without cash? Fodder? Without cash I'm supposed to get it?" This made no impression on the fat one. "Wine, you get wine too," he piped blissfully, as if now he would have to be praised for his courage. She had clutched his tunic. "He takes all his money to that slut. He must pay 6, do you hear? 6. "6, said the tower, obediently, and made an attempt to sit down, which, to be sure, was not successful, as the woman still gripped him. For the lean one, this was the source of unending boisterous stick-brandishing pleasure. 5's what he said, and 5 I'll pay him. I stick to that." "That's not true," she hissed. Still holding the fat paunch by the tunic, she screamed in his face, "Tell him it's 6, tell him." With all this, her voice, even though it was so very unbalanced, did not lose its insinuating, wooing undertone. Only one could not determine toward whom this was directed. At all events, the lean one, interrupting his hilarity, became a shade more conciliatory. What do you want, anyway? As it is, you get your flour for nothing from Seizure. She stopped short, and this afforded the fat one, who twisted under her tugging grip, not only a pause for breath, but also an opportunity to get away from the troublesome matter of the sesterces. Hail to Augustus, he crowed toward the imperial residence, and with high brandishing stick the other one, who likewise turned toward the palace, stressed the joyful quavering shout with a rousing "Hail to him!" And again, quavering with enthusiasm, there resounded "Hail to Augustus!" And still again the lean one saluted with a rousing "Here's to him!" Shut your mouths, the both of you," interrupted the woman, disgusted and angry, and actually for a few moments this had an effect. Not exactly out of respect for the woman's command, but more out of respect for the Seizure who was being celebrated. The two became speechless, yes, even transfixed, the fat one with open mouth, the lean one with stick held high, and while the stick-armed shadow flickered upon the wall in the crackling firelight, and the woman with heavy arms akimbo observed the fine effect, one could have thought that this lull would endure for all eternity, even as it was being shattered by a fresh outbreak, a fresh rumbling up of the yelping derision, abruptly cut off by a laughter in which the lubberly pair joined, a laughter at first tenorishly clear, followed by the gleeful warbling of the fat paunch, after which came the uncontrollable giddy babbling cackle of the woman, while the stick beat the time. Three-mouthed the shaking laughter that gurgled up from an unknown fiery depth, and shook them. Three-headed the scorn with which they derided themselves and each other. Three-bodied the unknown, the most unknown god. The laughter mounted to a climax, and the thin one caused it. "Wine!" he shouted. "You'll get yours, fatty. Wine for everybody. Wine to toast Seizure." "Hee hee hee," cackled the woman, and her laughter tumbled into anger, and then really into whorish lewdness. "You're Seizure, I know about it." "Flower from Seizure," the patriotic tower informed her graciously, and began to move away from the wall. "Flower from Seizure, you heard it yourself. Here's to him." It was such a circling round the same old point that one almost expected her to belch out again her cry of garlic, and when in addition the other one, bawling and gulping, drew near with the corroboration, "Yes indeed, they'll dole it out tomorrow he'll let it be distributed, cost you nothing," then her patience failed. "Filth is what they'll dole out," she screamed so that it resounded over the whole plaza. "Filth is what Seizure is going to give us, and filth is what your Seizure is. Filth, that's what he is. All he knows is dancing and singing and fucking and whoring, your fine Seizure, but that's all he can do, and he won't give a speck away." "Fucking, fucking, fucking," repeated the fat one rapturously, as if this one chance word had disclosed all the lewdness of the world and all its lust. "Seizure is fucking ill to Seizure." Meanwhile the lean one had limped along a few steps, possibly worried that the guard might come nearer, and though his night laughter held now as before to its throaty bawling, he sounded uneasy as he called back over his hunched-up shoulder, "Come on, you're getting wine, come on." To be sure, this accomplished nothing, and it is possible that nothing could have been accomplished anyway, for the fat paunch, obstinately enchanted by the dancing and fucking Seizure, was unmistakably set on imitating the sublime one, patriotically careful to support his amorous efforts by hailing Augustus the Father, Augustus Seizure, Augustus the Saviour, as he attempted, hands outstretched in lewd imploring, to lay them on the scolding, cursing, retreating woman, clumsy and droll and emitting little crowing sounds, a contented, twittering colossus, ready for copulation, hopping, almost light-footed, dancing, deafened blindly, who in the course of his drunken desire had fallen into a hopping, almost light-footed, dancing, deafened blindly, set upon his goal, and certainly not of a mind to abandon it, had not an unexpected blow from the stick of the softly approaching limper put a sudden end to the game. It all happened with such indescribable speed and silence that one heard nothing. It was as if the stick had struck into a heap of down, and not even a single sound of pain or fright had been audible. No groan and no sigh was to be heard. The fat one had only plumped down, turned over a little, and then lay quiet. The murderer, however, gave him no further concern, and taking himself off without even looking back, he limped calmly away, but still not in the direction of the port or the wine or the slut, but followed the homeward path as bidden him by the woman, paying no attention to her who, undecided, perhaps struck and moved by the suddenness of the extinguishment, or by the so sudden extinguished chance lust, had lingered bent over the corpse before she deserted it after a few seconds, and with quick decision hurried to overtake the vanishing cripple. All this happened with such speed, and yet with such remoteness, so deeply implicated in the febrile, impassive night glare, that perhaps no one, least of all an invalid who, bound by his pain, bound by the imposed vigilance, had been compelled, bound and transfixed, to follow the occurrence from the window, would have been able to prevent it by an outcry, a beckoning, or by any sort of interference. But even before it had been possible to become conscious of it at all, even before the murderous pair had vanished behind the pinnacle crowned, sharply protruding corner of the outer wall, the fallen one stirred, and after he had succeeded in turning round on his belly, he started crawling hurriedly on all fours after his companions, like an animal, like a big clumsy insect that had lost a pair of its legs. Not comedy, no, but terror and awe hovered about the grovelling beast, and the terror and awe still went on when he stood himself at last upon his hind legs to urinate on the house wall. Afterwards, however, losing his balance with every step and pawing the wall as he staggered along beside it. Who had the three been? Had they been sent out from Hades, sent out from those miserable slums into the windows of which he had looked, pitilessly impelled to it by fate? What else must he witness? What else must he encounter? Was it not yet enough? Oh, this time he was not the butt of insult. The sneers and laughter that shook the three were not meant for him. This bawling, yelping, compelling male laughter had nothing in common with the female laughter of Misery Street. No, this laughter contained something worse, terror and awe, the awfulness of the matter-of-fact that did not concern itself with the human, neither with him who looked on and comprehended here from the window, nor indeed with any human being. This was like a language that is no longer a bridge between people, like an extra-human laughter, its range of scorn playing about the factual worldly estate as such, that in reaching beyond the realm of all things human no longer derides humanity, but simply destroys it by exposing the nature of the world. Oh, this was what the laughter of the three apparitions had accomplished, expressing horror, bringing horror to pass. The male laughter, the bantering, bawling laughter of horror. Oh, why had it been sent to him? Through what necessity had it been sent here? He leaned out of the window to listen after the three. There on the southern heaven was Sagittarius, unmoved and mute, his bow bent toward the scorpion. The three had vanished in the direction of the archer, and from out the silence there fluttered now and then, at first rudely torn, then delicately fringed, at first highly coloured, then becoming grey, the filthy rags of their insults, fluttering off at last as a slimy, greasy, carping guffaw of the female voice, wooing and servile in its whining lament, as a few words in the throaty bass of the cripple, his laughter yelping out now and then, finally as a mere vague cursing, becoming almost nostalgic, almost gentle, and this was absorbed into the remaining sounds of the nocturnal distance, spun into and unified with every tone that the night released as a last reminder, unified with the dreamy crow of a cock in silvery sleep, unified with the forsaken yelping of two dogs that somewhere beyond in the shimmering distance, perhaps on a building lot, perhaps at a country house, acclaimed their moon existence to one another. The animal dialogue joined over the gap with the tones of a human song, coming in snatches from the harbour district, its source indeed recognizable as blown from the north, and yet almost without direction. Tender this too, although probably just a part of a song sung by an obscene sailor roaring with laughter at a tavern reeking of wine, yet tender and nostalgic, as if the silent distance, as if the benumbed other world inherent in it, were the spot where the unspoken language of laughter and the unspoken language of music, the one a language above the border of human limitation, the other one that is below this border, both languages beyond that of speech had joined to form a new speech, joined to a language in which the dreadfulness of laughter was absorbed into the graciousness of beauty, not nullified but intensified with a double dread, to the mute language of the most benumbed distance and desolation, unspeakably removed from humankind, to the tongue beyond any mother tongue, to the inscrutable speech which is completely untranslatable, sent inarticulate into the world, penetrating the world unintelligibly and inscrutably with the sense of its own remoteness, existing in the world by necessity and hence doubly unintelligible, unspeakably unintelligible as the necessary unreality within the unaltered real. For nothing had changed. Form past and mute, unchanged in the visible world, sunk deeply under the surface of heaven, where the multitude of stars. To the north was the serpent overcome by the arm of Hercules. To the south stood the threatening archer. Unchanged in the invisible realm stood the forest, rigid in darkness, crisscrossed by serpentine moonshot pathways, through which the dream-sated deer were running in search of the sparkling water-holes. Unchanged in the distant and yet almost home-like realm of the invisible were the mountain peaks, gleaming with silence and greeting the mountainous splendors of the moon, and far beyond anything that could be seen was a silver rustling, the sea. Thus the night was disclosed to him, unchanged in its visible and invisible realms, one of a myriad nights continuing immutable since the very beginning. The world opened in its most invisible realms, sphere after sphere, separated from each other, the forecourt of reality unchanged. Oh, nothing had changed, and yet everything was moved into a new distance which cancelled all nearness, penetrating the near and transforming it into an inscrutability which made one's own hand strange to one, which drew one's own glance out into the invisible, into an omnipresent remoteness that sucked up light, even the wall-shadowed crackling firelight below, into its nowhere. A remoteness that drew every tone of life, even the lonely and frequent step of the sentry down there, out of the realm of the senses, and took it all home into the inaudible. Distance brought into proximity, the unreal element still in the reality of both, and in both transported by distance. Beauty. For on the most transported horizons, beauty shone forth, streaming out into mankind, removed from perception, removed from the question, effortless, only to be glimpsed, the unity of the world established by beauty, founded on the beautiful balance of ultra-distance, which saturated all points of space, sating them with distance, and sheerly demonic, not only resolved the most incongruous things into equal rank and meaning, but also still more demonic, filled the remoteness of every point in space with the remoteness of time, bringing the quivering scales of time everywhere to a standstill, repeating its Saturnian suspension. Suspension, not the annulment of time, far more its enduring now, the immediacy of beauty, as if by gazing upon it, man, although set erect and growing upright, were permitted to sink back into his drowsy, recumbent listening, stretched out anew between the depths above and the depths below, newly at one with his listening looking, which he sent forth as if the depths allowed a new participation, one free from knowledge and questioning, one which might be foregone as it was in the dawn of time or in its night, as if one might forego the choice between good and evil, fleeing the human duty of perception, fleeing into a new and hence false innocence, letting the abandoned and the duty-bound, evil and redemption, the cruel and the kind, life and death, the comprehensible and the incomprehensible, be brought into a single indiscriminate unity, bound into the cestus of beauty, streaming out blithely into the beauty-embracing glance. Wherefore beauty was a bewitchment, enchanting an enchanted beauty, demonically absorbing everything, gathering all into its Saturnian poise. Wherefore beauty was a reversion to the pre-divine, lingering in man as a memory of something that existed before his presence, a memory of the tentative time of the creation prior to the gods, a memory of the amorphous dusk-enshrouded semi-creation, lacking the pledge, lacking development, lacking renewal, nevertheless recollection, and as such pious, albeit with a piety impervious to the pledge, to development, to renewal, the demonic piety of the transported being who looked on beauty, on the threshold of ecstasy, but without the will to go beyond it, turned back to the pre-creation, to the foreshow of the divine, which resembles divinity, to beauty. For so all-embracing was the night spread out before him, so very remote, so filled with the silver dust of echo ringing back from the last reaches of the world, that the night and all that was buried within it became inseparable, whether a song, a yelping laugh, a hint of the animal voice, a rustling of the wind, one could not tell which, and this ingenuousness, this antagonism to knowledge, with which beauty, as if to protect its frailty and tenderness, veiled itself, yes, must veil itself, because the world unity founded by it was much more evanescent, less resistant, more vulnerable than that of perception, one which furthermore, and in contrast to the latter, could be injured at any point by knowledge. This impercipience was radiated to him from the whole cycle of the visible world along with beauty, gentle and at the same time demonic in its allure, in its arrogant seduction to equivalence, demonically whispered to him from the outermost borders and penetrating to the innermost, a shimmering oceanic whisper streaming into him with the drenching light of the moon, balanced like the floating tides of the universe, which interchange the visible and invisible in their whispering might, binding the multiplicity of things into the entity of the self, binding the multiplicity of thoughts into the unity of the world, both, however, denatured and becoming beauty. Knowledge of beauty was lack of knowledge, perception of beauty was lack of perception, the one without vantage of thinking, the other without the full measure of reality, and in the rigidity of beauty's equilibrium, rigid the floating balance between thinking and reality, rigid the reciprocity of question and answer, of askable and answerable, from which the world was born. The flood scales of inner and outer worlds were brought to a standstill, becoming in this rigid balance the symbol of the symbol. Thus the night arced about him, the dark gleaming space balanced in harmonious beauty and spread out saturnically over all time, therefore surely remaining in time and not extending beyond the realm of earth, stretched from boundary to boundary, while constituting at every point of itself the innermost and outermost of limits. Thus arched the night about and within him, and beauty, the symbol of the symbol, was floated to him from the night, balanced over the world, bringing with it all the strangeness of inner and outer remoteness, and withal curiously familiar. Veiled in impercipience, and yet curiously unveiled, because now it revealed itself to him suddenly as under a second magical illumination, the symbol of his own image, as clearly as though he himself had created it, the symbolization of the self in the universe, the symbolization of the universe in the self, the interlocked dual symbol of all earthly existence, illuminating the night, illuminating the world, beauty spread to the borders of unbounded space and immersed with space and time, carried on with time through the ages. It became the ever-enduring now, giving boundaries to boundless time, the perfect symbol of earthly life limited by time and space, revealing the woe of limitation and the beauty of life on earth. Thus in mournful sorrow, thus beauty was revealed to man, revealed in its self-containment, which was that of the symbol and of equilibrium, the self gazing at beauty and the beauty-filled world enchantedly facing each other, each afloat in the place allotted to it, both limited, both self-contained, both in equilibrium, and therefore balanced in their apposition in the space common to both. Thus was revealed to man the self-containment of earthly beauty, the floating expanse and the magical beauty of self-contained space borne on and benumbed by time, incapable of renewal by the question, incapable of expansion by knowledge, the constant completeness of space held in balance by the influence of beauty within it, yet without renewal or expansion. Thus space in its completeness and self-containment revealed itself in every one of its parts, at every point, as if each of these were its innermost core, revealing itself in every single figure, in everything, in every human work, as the symbol of its own spatial finitude, at the innermost limit of which every created thing annuls itself, the symbol annulling and subliming space. Beauty annulling and subliming space, by the unity maintained between its inner and outer boundaries, by the infinitude of the self-containing boundaries, infinity but bounded, the sorrow of man. Thus beauty was revealed to man as an occurrence on the boundary, and this boundary, the inner like the outer, the boundary of the remotest horizon or that of a single point, was spanned between the finite and the infinite, utterly remote, while still of earth, and within earthly time, yea, bounding time itself and causing it to linger, space lingering at its own border with time, but not annulling time, this being but a symbol, an earthly symbol of time's annulment, a mere symbol of death's abolishment, not the abolishment itself, the boundary of human life that never reached beyond itself, wherefore it was also the boundary of inhumanity. Thus it was revealed to man as an event of beauty, revealing beauty for what it was as the infinite in the realm of the finite, as an earthly sham infinity, and hence a game, the game of earthly men amidst their earthliness, playing at eternity, the symbolic game on the periphery of earthly life, beauty, the essence of the play. The game that man played with his own symbol in order that symbolically, since otherwise it was impossible, he might escape his fear of loneliness, repeating the beautiful self-deception again and again, the flight into beauty, the game of flight. Thus there was revealed to man the rigidity of the beautified world, its incapacity for all growth, the limitation of its perfection, this world which survived only by repetition and which, even for this sham perfection, had always to be striven for anew. It was revealed as the play of art in its service of beauty, as art's despair, its despairing attempt to build up the imperishable from things that perish, from words, from sounds, from stones, from colors, so that space being formed might outlast time. As a memorial bearing beauty to the coming generations, art building a space into every production, building the immortal in space but not in men. Wherefore it lacked growth, wherefore it was bound to the perfection of mere repetition without growth, bound to an unattainable perfection and becoming more constrained to return constantly into its own beginning, which was its end, and hence pitiless pitiless toward human sorrow, which meant no more to art than passing existence, no more than a word, a stone, a sound, or a color, to be used for exploring and revealing beauty in unending repetition. And thus beauty revealed itself to man as cruelty, as the growing cruelty of the unbridled game, which promised the pleasure of infinity through the symbol, the voluptuous knowledge disdaining pleasure of an earthly sham infinity, and thoughtlessly able to inflict sorrow and death, as happened in the realm of beauty at the remote periphery, accessible only to the glance, only to time, but no longer available for humanity and the human task. Thus beauty revealed itself to man as the law that lacked perception, beauty in its abandonment, proclaiming itself as a law unto itself, self-contained, inextensible, incapable of development or renewal. Pleasure, the rule of the game. Self-gratifying, voluptuous, unchaste, unchangeable, the beauty-saturating game in which beauty was at play with itself, passing the time but not annulling it, playing out fate but not controlling it, the game that could be repeated endlessly, continued endlessly, yet one that had been destined from the beginning to be broken off, because only humanity is divine, and thus the intoxication of beauty revealed itself to man as the game forlorn from the outset, forlorn in spite of the eternal balance in which it was established, in spite of the necessity which compelled it to be resumed again and again, forlorn because the unavoidable repetition brought with it the unavoidable loss. Forlorn because the intoxication of repetition and that of the game were inevitably reciprocal in their effects, both caught in the twilight, both subject to lapse, both without growth, though assuredly waxing in cruelty, whereas the true growth, the increasing knowledge of perceptive mankind, undeterred by lapse and freed from repetition, unfolded itself in time, unfolded time to timelessness, so that time, as it consumed all lapse by force of growing reality, might break through and pass beyond boundary after boundary, the innermost like the outermost, leaving behind symbol after symbol, and even though it left the final symbolic nature of beauty undisturbed, untouched, the necessity of its consummate harmony, yet the earthly quality of this game had none the less to be uncovered, the inadequacy of the earthly symbol be revealed, the sadness and despair of beauty laid bare, beauty stripped of intoxication and sobered, its perception forfeited, and itself lost in impercipience, and with it the sobered self, its poverty. And he to whom the symbolic nature of the self, of beauty, of the game, of time's passing, had come as an illumination, streaming to him by unavoidable necessity from the innermost and outermost limits of the world, from the innermost and outermost spaces bound by the night, so that he bore the whole occurrence within himself, buried in himself, even though he was confined in it, held within the bounds of necessity, held into the limited space of his own ego, within the spatial boundaries of the world, and within the symbol of its boundlessness, held within the scope of the game, within the compass of an overdistant nearness, the compass of beauty, the compass of the symbol, which was questionable at every point, and yet which warded off and transfixed every question, held in the constriction of every kind of rigidity, he himself rigid, stifled by the rigidity, he sensed, he grasped, that none of these spaces reached beyond the transparent cover which was spanned between the realms above and those below, that all of them lay in the interrealm of the still unachieved infinity, that their borders were those of the infinite while yet belonging to the realm of earth, the still earthly, the realm of beauty, the terrestrial, still terrestrial infinity. It was within this sphere that he was held, confined within it. He was confined in the space of the earthly breath, but expelled from the space of the spheres, from that of the true breath. and sensible of the confinement, aware that in it lay the cause of all rigidity, the cause for all holding of the breath, he felt on all sides a force at work to shatter this constriction, feeling the necessity, the inevitability of such a shattering in the depths of his being, in the depths of his soul, in the depths where he breathed or did not breathe. He felt this bursting, and he knew what it was, sensing and realizing how it had been made ready in him and in the world, how it dwelt in him even though it surrounded him. He was aware of it as something physical, lying in wait to gag and choke him, robbing him of breath as it robbed the visible invisible world, but nonetheless aware that it was a demonic temptation weaving within and about him, surging high within him and breaking over him, bodily disembodied, the temptation to destroy until all was destroyed, to shatter until all was shattered, the temptation to self-surrender and self-derision, to self-destruction, choking him, shaking him through and through, but still promising deliverance. Thus it was that he felt something in him lurking, ready to spring and burst him asunder, the proximity of an inscrutable feeling so ancient that it was beyond recollection. Thus he realized it, and thus he wished it to come about, in a sheerly atavistic opposition to the numbness, to its further development, to the restriction of the limited space, to existence and its still existing incongruities, but furthermore to the residual sorrow behind all play and all beauty. Oh, it was the temptation of an immense primitive lust. It was an immense itching lust, the itch to burst everything, to shatter the world, to explode his own ego, shaken as he was by the lust of a still greater, still earlier knowledge. Oh, it was such an intensification of feeling, of experiencing and of knowing, that it became enlightenment, an enlightenment that came to be perception, yes, even self-perception, flooding up to him from the deepest repository of the prescience in which he was held, a last comprehension streaming to him, and in a flash he perceived that the bursting of the beautiful was caused by nothing but naked laughter, and that laughter was the predestined explosion of worldly beauty, of which it had been an attribute from the first, inherent in beauty forever, shimmering out as a smile at the unreal borders of utter distance, but bawling out noisily on that curving horizon which marked the turning point of beauty's duration, breaking out as the booming, thundering demolishment of time by laughter, as the laughing, demonic force of complete destruction, laughter being the necessary counterpart of world beauty, the desperate substitute for the lost confidence and wisdom, the end of the intercepted flight into beauty, the end of beauty's interrupted game. Oh, sorrow for sorrow, making game with the game, pleasure in the very expulsion of pleasure, a doubling of sorrow, a doubling of the game, a doubling of pleasure. This was laughter, a constant flight from the haven of refuge, beyond the game, beyond the world, beyond perception, the bursting of world sorrow, the eternal tickle in the masculine gorge, the cleaving of beauty-fixed space to a gape, in the unspeakable muteness of which even the nothing became lost, enraged by the muteness, enraged by the laughter divine, even this, for the prerogative of gods and men was laughter, springing first from that God who recognized himself, springing dumbly aware from his intuition, from the intuition of his own destructibility, from his intuition of the destructibility of the creation, in which, as a created and creative part, he prevailed, a God growing by virtue of worldly wisdom toward self-perception, and beyond it, back to intuition, whence arose laughter. O divine birth and human birth, O death of the gods and of men, O their common beginning and ending, eternally implicated with each other. O laughter stemmed from the knowledge that the gods are not divine, from the knowledge common to gods and men, originated in that unquiet and disquietingly transparent zone of communion, which was spanned demonically between this world and the one beyond, in order that In its beclouded zone of demons, gods and men could and might encounter each other, and though it were Zeus who struck up laughter in the circle of the male gods, it was the human being who aroused the laughter of the gods, just as the laughter of men was aroused by the behavior of animals in the endless cycle of drolly serious recognition, just as the god found himself again in man, and man found himself again in the animal, in order that the animal might be raised through man to the god. The god, however, returning to men through the animal, God and man united in sorrow, though overcome by laughter, because this was the farcical game of that first sudden confusing of all spheres, the game in the fatal rules of which they had been caught. The farce of the first sudden disclosure of native nearness, the great farce of intermingling the spheres, a vagary of the gods, a beauty-destroying, order-annulling game, the divine in creation and the creature frightfully commingled, and both cheerfully surrendered to chance, the abomination and scorn of the knowing mother goddess, the sport and hazard of the goddess who, delivered from perception and disdaining it, were flooded by laughter, of the gods who, delivered from perception and disdaining it, were flooded by laughter, because this joke of abruptly uniting the spheres, perpetrated without the faintest trace of perception or questioning or any kind of effort, executed itself as self-abandonment, as a jovial, frivolous surrender to chance and to time, to the unpredictable surmise, to the surmised unpredictable, to the delightful immediacy of a guess, unconcerned that it be so, even as to death. A joke of the inscrutable, a joke so huge that, with the sportive destruction of the last remnants of lawfulness, with the ludicrous collapse of order, of the boundaries and bridges, with the breakdown of the fixed spaces and their beauty, with the collapsing sphere of the beautiful, there followed the final and ever-valid reversion, the reversion into a boundless realm, without knowledge, without name, without speech, without connection, without dimension, the partitions tumbling down, the intuitions of the gods thrown in with that of men, breaking down their common creation, but also laying bare the nature of the ageless pre-creation, reversed by this disruption to immediate proximity, the vision of the pre-creation laid bare in an impression so remote that it was no longer memory, an impression inaccessible even to the divination of the god, laying bare an amorphousness in which the real and the unreal, the living and the lifeless, the significant and the atrocious were coupled into a sameness beyond conception, laying bare that unconjectured nowhere, in which the stars float at the bottom of the waters, and where no thing could lie so far from another as not to disclose itself as interlocked with it, waggishly turned inside out and outside in, thrown together by chance and branching out from each other by chance, waggish, these indiscriminate chance creations of times passing, herds of gods, men, of animals, of plants, herds of stars containing each other, the nowhere of laughter exposed, the very world inversion exposed in a laugh, as if that pledge of creation had never existed, the pledge by which gods and men had mutually bound themselves, duty bound to perception and to an order which creates reality bound to helpfulness, the duty to duty. Oh, this was the laughter of betrayal, the laughter of unburdened, carefree faithlessness. This was the unkindness and irresponsibility of the pre-creation. Aye, that it was, the unkind inheritance, the bursting seed of withheld laughter inherent in the creation of all worlds from the outset, ineradicable, already shining out from the smiling, serene reticence by which in premature loveliness it offered to charm, shining out in the premature pitiless knowledge by which even horror, dissipated by beauty, was transfixed at a pity-lost, pity-frozen distance, and beyond that, beyond all distance whatsoever, where the innermost and outermost unite, shining out in the dimensionless unspace of the ironic and terrible surface, the surface of beauty to which it would topple when the borders of time were reached, showing forth its innermost and underlying nature, the inborn nature of beauty, born out of beauty again and again, its unformed lack of creativeness, impervious to form, born out of, tumbling out of, hurled out of beauty, laughter, the language of the pre-creation. For nothing had changed, oh nothing, form fixed and mute, sunk deeply into the drone of heaven, perjury still lowered, redolent of laughter, there, in the inviolable song of the stars, impregnating the earth with quietude, impregnated with the earthly quiet, there in the shining countenance of the world, in the realms of the visible and invisible, and in the beauty that turns to song, there trembling from restraint and ready to break out, forcibly tickling and strangling, lurked the sultry laughter akin to beauty, the lowering tempting desire for destruction was there within and about him. It embraced him, yet lurked within him, expressing horror and bringing it to pass. The language of the pre-creation, the language of the void, to bridge which nothing has ever existed. Nameless the space in which it functioned, nameless the stars which stood above it, nameless, unrelated, expressionless, the solitude of the space kept for language amidst the spheric confusion, the unavoidable place of dissolution for all beauty, and gazing at beauty while already held into a new space, the space feverish with horror, and he also feverish with horror, he perceived that no further entrance to reality presented itself, that there was no return and no renewal, nothing but the laughter that destroyed reality. Indeed, that the worldly existence laid bare by laughter could hardly claim to be considered as real, question and answer annulled, the duty of perception cancelled, and cancelled the great hope that the pledge of knowledge would not be in vain, not merely because truth was futile, but rather because it was superfluous within the range of petrifying beauty, within the range of its collapse, within the range of laughter, worse and more malign than the herd sleep was laughter. No one laughs in dreams unless under pain, unless under death from the growing cruelty juggled so jestingly before him by beauty. Oh, nothing was so near to evil as the god tumbling down into a false humanity, or the man catapulted toward a false divinity, both lured toward evil, toward calamity, toward the uncreated state of the animal, both playing with destruction, with a demonic self-destruction, from which they were perchance separated only by a hand's breadth, since anything might be expected in the ceaseless flow of time. Both laughing over the uncertainty and the brevity of this time span surrendered to fate, both prayed to a laughter that took place in the lightly abandoned duty and the lightly broken pledge, that both tickled and excited by the risk, laughing over the cancellation of the divine, as well as the human element in the irrelevancy of all knowledge, laughing over the propagation of evil which is born from the beautiful evil, laughing over the reality of the unreal, jubilant because the pledge of creation has been broken, become maniacal with exultation over the success of their deed, a treacherous undoing and not a deed, the fruit of the broken pledge. Then he understood. The three staggering below had been witnesses to the perjury, and they had become witnesses against him. That was why it had been necessary for them to come. That was why he had to await their coming. They had appeared as witnesses and complainants to accuse him of sharing in their guilt, alleging that he was one of them, an accomplice, a perjurer, and guilty even as they, because, like them, he knew nothing of the pledge which had been broken and continued to be broken, because from the outset he had been oblivious of the pledge, and of duty, and it was this that increased his guilt, notwithstanding the necessity by which his life, just as theirs, was fate ordered to reach this point, the point of relinquishing the creation again. The creation was once more relinquished, gods and men again abandoned, gods and men again abandoned to the unborn state of the pre-creation, in which life and death are equally doomed to be meaningless, for duty derived only from the pledge, for meaning derived only from the pledge, and nothing retained meaning when, duty being forgotten, the pledge was broken, the pledge given at the obscure beginning, the pledge which must be kept by gods and men, although no one knows what it is, no one except the unknown God. for all language stemmed from him, the most hidden of heavenly creatures, only to return to him, the guardian of the pledge of prayer, of duty. It was to await him, the unknown God, that his own glance had been compelled earthward, peering to see the advent of him whose redeeming word, both from and giving birth to duty, should restore language to a communication among men who supported the pledge, hoping thereby to retrieve language from the regions above and below speech, the regions into which man, this too his prerogative, had plunged it, seeking to rescue it from the cloudy state of beauty and the tatterdom of laughter, that it might be led out of the thicket of opacity in which it had been squandered, and reinstated as the instrument of the pledge. This hope had been a vain one, and the world, sunk back into amorphousness, into meaninglessness, sunk back into an unborn state, encircled by the shadowy mountains of its prenatal death, over which it could not be lifted by the wings of an earthly death, lay spread out before him, the world threaded with beauty and sundered by laughter, its language lost and without human brotherhood because of the broken pledge of which it was too guilty. Instead of the unknown God, instead of him bearing the pledge that led to duty, these three had come hither, the bearers of dereliction. The one duty, earthly duty, the duty of helpfulness, the duty of awakening. There was no other duty, and even man's duty toward divinity and the God's duty toward humanity consisted of nothing other than helpfulness, and he whom fate had necessarily and inevitably made fellow to the bearers of dereliction was just as unwilling for duty and helpfulness as they, and probably the apparent modesty of his needs was no more than disdain for the help that came to him from all sides, and which he accepted without gratitude, for he resembled the mob in this respect also. The mob which demands all sorts of favors, but repulses all real help in consequence of its own incapacity for helpfulness. One who from the beginning has yielded to perjury, who has grown up and lived in stony caves, who therefore starts out saddled with the perjurer's fears. Such a one from his youth on is far too knowing, far too tricky, far too pleasure-loving and quick-witted to take stock in anything that does not promise immediate gratification of his dawning greed, that does not point to the licentious coupling in an all-permitting lawlessness, or, if not this, then at least to an advantage measurable in sesterces. It was all one whether these three down there demanded wine, flour, or garlic, or whether others cried out for circus games in order to deaden their fear with these bloody burlesques, with these murderous, distorted games which were played on the perilous border where beauty and the laughter meet, bringing them in self-betrayal and God-betrayal to the heavenly powers, and a sham penance for their perjury. It was all one whether this was done for pleasure or in placation of the gods, since it was not for an awakening, not for help, for real help that they sued, but only for advantage, real advantage. And if Caesar wished to tame these lawless ones to lawfulness again, then circuses, wine and flour were simply the price he had to pay for their obedience, and yet, strangely unaccountable, they even loved him, although in reality they loved no one, although they knew no solidarity save the spurious solidarity of the mob, in which, lacking a common perception, none loves the other, none helps the other, none comprehends the other, none trusts the other, none hears the other's voice, there's being the non-solidarity of those who lack a common speech, the speech-robbed non-solidarity of unrelated beings. Not only had their tricky fear and cocksure suspicion made perception seem sheer superfluity to them, an empty swindle with words, productive of neither pleasure nor advantage, and which, moreover, could be outdone at any time by the play of still slyer words. Not only had love, helpfulness, communication, trust, and language, each dependent upon the other, been dissolved by such means to an empty nothingness, not only in consequence of all this had a simple calculation come to seem their one remaining and reliable hold, but even that appeared no longer reliable enough. and their fear, despite their passionate preoccupation with counting and reckoning, had not been allayed thereby. They saw through it now as a windy nothing, and therefore they felt themselves driven to despair, even though despair expressed itself in a wittily knowing, voluptuously witty self-mockery, shaken by laughter, because nothing is able to withstand a fear so deep as theirs, because even what could be counted did not become credible or reliable until one had spat upon the coin, using the appropriate magic formula. Though believing every miracle, basically their most human and even their most likable characteristic, they were skeptical of truth, and it was this which made them, who believed themselves such excellent accountants, entirely unaccountable, made each of them cut off in his sphere, simply dense and finally unapproachable. Had he, according to the plans of his youth, approached them as a physician, they would have derided and disdained his help, were it ever so gratuitously offered, preferring the ministrations of any herb which, that had been their standpoint and conditions had not changed. And his recognition of this was one of the reasons why he had finally changed his profession. But convincing as these reasons had once seemed to him, today it became clear that they had been the beginning of his own descent to the mob pattern, that he had never been entitled to abandon medical science, that even the doubtful help which it could offer would have been more honourable than the delusive hope of helpfulness with which he had subsequently decked out his profession as poet, hoping against his inner conviction that the might of beauty, that the magic of song, would finally bridge the abyss of incommunication and would exalt him, the poet, to the rank of perception-bringer in the restored community of men, lifted out of the mob pattern and therefore able to abolish that pattern. Orpheus chose to be the leader of mankind. Not even Orpheus had attained such a goal, not even his immortal greatness had justified such vain and presumptuous dreams of grandeur, such flagrant overestimation of poetry. Certainly many instances of earthly beauty, a song, the twilit sea, the tone of the lyre, the voice of a boy, a verse, a statue, a column, a garden, a single flower, all possess the divine faculty of making man hearken unto the innermost and outermost boundaries of his existence, and therefore it is not to be wondered at the lofty art of Orpheus was esteemed to have the power of diverting the streams from their beds, and changing their courses, of luring the wild beasts of the forest with tender dominance, of arresting the cattle browse upon the meadows, and moving them to listen, caught in the dream and enchanted, the dream wish of all art, the world compelled to listen, ready to receive the song and its salvation. However, even had Orpheus achieved his aim, the help lasts no longer than the song, nor does the listening, and on no account might the song resound too long, otherwise the streams would return to their old courses, the wild beasts of the forest would again fall upon and slay the innocent beasts of the field, and man would revert again to its old habitual cruelty. For not only did no intoxication last long, and this was likewise true of beauty's spell, but furthermore the mildness to which men and beasts had yielded was only half of the intoxication of beauty, while the other half, not less strong, and for the most part far stronger, was of such surpassing and terrible cruelty. The most cruel of men delights himself with a flower, that beauty, and before all the beauty born of art, failed quickly of its effect, if in disregard of the reciprocal balance of its two components it approached man with but one of them. Wherever and however art was practiced, it had to follow this rule. Indeed, the following of it was one of the artist's essential virtues, and very often, though not always, that of his protagonist. Had the virtuous Aeneas remained as soft-hearted as might once have been expected of him, had he, either in the upsurge of his compassion, or for the sake of the poem's beautiful tension, been reluctant to kill his mortal enemy, Had he not with better judgment decided in that moment to do the terrible deed, he would by no means have become the example of gentleness which had to be emulated, but instead he would have become a tedious and unheroic figure, unworthy of portrayal by any poem. Whether the hero and his deed were Aeneas or another, the concern of art was how to maintain equilibrium, the great equilibrium at the transported periphery, and its unspeakably floating and fugitive symbol, which never reflected the isolated content of things, but only their interconnections, this being the only way in which the symbol fulfilled its function, since it was only through this interconnection that the contradictions of existence fell into a balance, in which alone the various contradictory trends of the human instincts were comprehended. Were it otherwise, how could art be created and understood by men? Gentleness and cruelty comprehended in the equilibrium of beauty's language, comprehended in the symbol of the balance which they maintained between the ego and the universe, in the intoxicating magic of a unity which endured with the song but no longer. And it could not have been otherwise with Orpheus and his poem, for he was an artist, a poet, an enchanter of those who hearken. Singer and hearer enshrouded in the same twilight, he like they, demonically caught in the spell of beauty, demonic in spite of his divine gifts, the enchanter but not the saviour of man, a privilege never to be his, for the grace-bearing Saviour was one who has cast off from himself the language of beauty. He has reached beyond its cold surface. Beyond the surface of poetry, he has pushed on to simple words which, because they come close to death and to the knowledge of death, are able to knock on the imprisoned souls of his fellow men, to appease their fear and their cruelty and make them approachable to real help. He has attained the simple language of spontaneous kindness, the language of spontaneous human virtue, the language of awakening. Was it not this very language for which Orpheus had striven when, in search of Eurydice, he made ready for the descent into the realm of the shades? Was he not also in despair, one who perceived the impotence of the artist in his discharge of human duty? Oh, when fate has thrown one into the prison of art, he may never more escape it. He remains confined within the unsurpassable boundary on which the transported and beautiful occurrence takes place. And if he is incompetent, he becomes a vain dreamer within this enclosure, an ambitious trifler with unart. If, however, he is a real artist, he becomes despairing, for he hears the call beyond the border, and all he may do is to capture it in the poem, but not to follow it, paralyzed by the injunction and bound to the spot, a scrivener this side of the border, although he has taken on the vocation of the Sibyl, and, piously like Aeneas, has touched the high altar of the priestess, thus accepting the pledge. Easy the pathway that leads down to Hades, and the gateway of Pluto stands ever open, but the road back is sorely beset, threatened by the swift turns in the whirlpools of the river Cocytus. Only those crowned by their virtue, or of a lineage divine, and hence favoured by Jupiter, may return from grim Tartarus and its terrors. Yet if your courage constrains you to cross the Styx twice in your rashness, listen to all that is needful, sacred to her who reigns in the regions below, deep in the dark valleys, growing amidst the wild forest, in the heart of the densest of thickets. There is a branch that is shimmering and golden, putting forth a wealth of gold leaves, and never shall you succeed in making the downward journey until, in honor of Persephone and in obedience to her will, you have broken a gleaming shoot from that self-renewing golden tree. Hence you must be ever alert to espy this branch. You must search for it always, and if destiny be gracious, you shall pluck it with the lightest touch of your naked hand. Yet no might is so strong, no weapon of steel so compelling, that it could tear this bough from its stalk, if it be not the will of fate, the all-commanding, who has in reserve another duty for you, that first, in expiation, you take care of the unburied body of your friend whose soul has flown, the body which asks for the grave, his right, and your duty. Then, called both from fate and the god, their will being one, the border shall be opened for him whose privilege it is to assume the holy duty of helpfulness. But he who is destined by the double will of fate and the god to be an artist, damned but to know and surmise, damned but to write down and speak out, he is denied the purification in life and in death as well. And even his tomb means no more to him than a beautiful structure, an earthly abode for his body, providing him with neither entrance nor exit, neither entrance for the illimitable descent, nor exit for the illimitable return. Destiny denies him the golden bough of leadership, the bough of perception, and in consequence he is condemned by Jupiter. Hence he too had been condemned to perjury and to the abandonment of the perjured, and his glance, forced earthward, had been allowed to encounter only the 3 perjuring accomplices staggering over the pavement, bringing him the sentence of guilt. His glance had not been permitted to pierce deeper, not beneath the surface of the stones, not beneath the surface of the world, neither beneath that of language, nor of art. The descent was forbidden him, most forbidden, the titanic return from the depths, the return by which the humanity of man is proven. The ascent was forbidden him, the ascent toward the renewal of the created pledge, and he knew now more clearly what he had always known, that once and for all he was excluded from those to whom was pledged the help of the Savior, because the help of the pledge and human help implemented each other, and only through their conjunction could the Titan fulfill his task of establishing community, and beyond that humanity which, though born of the earth, aimed toward heaven, because only in humanity and true community, which reflected the whole of man's humanness and humanity as a whole, did the perception-born, perception-bearing cycle of question and answer become perfected, excluding those unfit for helpfulness, for duty, and the pledge, excluding them because they had excluded themselves from the titanic task of mastering, realizing, and deifying human life. Verily this he knew. And he also knew that the same thing held true in the realm of art, that art existed. Oh, did it still exist? Was it allowed to exist only insofar as it contained pledge and perception, only insofar as it represented the fate of man and his majesty of existence, insofar as it renewed itself by fresh and hitherto unaccomplished tasks, only insofar as, in achieving them, it summoned the soul to continuous self-mastery, compelling the soul to reveal level after level of her reality as, descending step by step, penetrating deeper and deeper through the inner thickets of her being, she gradually approached the unattainable darkness which she had always surmised and began and been conscious of, the darkness from which the ego emerged and to which it returned, the dark regions where the ego developed and became extinguished, the entrance and exit of the soul, but likewise the entrance and exit of that which was the soul's truth, pointed out to her by the pathfinding, the goldly gleaming bough of truth, which was neither to be found nor plucked by means of force, since the grace of finding it and the grace of descent were one and the same, the grace of self-knowledge, which belonged as much to the soul as to art, their common truth. Verily this he knew. And he knew also that the duty of all art lay in this sort of truth, lay in the self-perceptive finding and proclaiming of truth, and the duty which has been laid on the artist, so that the soul, realizing the great equilibrium between the ego and the universe, might recover herself in the universe, perceiving in this self-recognition that the deepening of the ego was an increase of substance in the universe, in the world, especially in humanity, and even though this doubled growth was only a symbolic one, bound from the beginning to the symbolization of the beautiful, to that of the beautiful boundary, even though it were but a symbolic perception, it was precisely by this means that it was enabled to widen the inner and outer boundaries of existence to new reality, even though these boundaries might not be crossed, widening them not merely to a new form, but to the new content of reality which they enclosed, in which the deepest secret of reality, the secret of correlation, was revealed. The mutual relation existing between the realities of the self and the world, which lent the symbol the precision of rightness and exalted it to be the symbol of truth, the truth-bearing correlation from which arose every creation of reality, pressing on through level after level, penetrating toward, groping toward the unattainable dark realms of beginning and ending, pushing on toward the inscrutable divinity in the universe, in the world, in the soul of one's fellow man, pushing on toward that ultimate spark of the divine, that secret which, ready to be disclosed and to be awakened, could be found everywhere, even in the soul of the most degraded. This, the disclosure of the divine through the self-perceptive knowledge of the individual soul, this was the task of art, its human duty, its perceptive duty, and therefore its reason for being, the proof of which was art's nearness to death, and its duty, since only in this nearness might art become real, only thus unfolding into a symbol of the human soul. Verily, this he knew. But he knew also that the beauty of the soul, were it ever so precise in its reality, was never its own excuse for being, that whatever such was the case, whenever beauty existed for its own sake, their art was attacked at its very roots, because the created deed then came to be its own opposite, because the thing created was then suddenly substituted for that which creates, the empty form for the true content of reality, the merely beautiful for the perceptive truth, in a constant confusion, in a constant cycle of change and reversion, an inbound cycle in which renewal was no longer possible, in which nothing more could be enlarged, in which there was nothing more to be discovered, neither the divine in the abandoned, nor the abandoned in human divinity, but in which there was only intoxication with empty forms and empty words, whereby art, through this lack of discrimination and even of fidelity, was reduced to unart, and poetry to mere literarity. Verily, this he knew it painfully. And by the same token he knew of the innermost danger of all artists. He knew the utter loneliness of the man destined to be an artist. He knew the inherent loneliness which drove such a one into the still deeper loneliness of art and into the beauty that cannot be articulated, and he knew that for the most part such men were shattered by this immolation, that it made them blind to the world, blind to the divine quality in the world and in the fellow man, that intoxicated by their loneliness, they were able to see only their own godlikeness, which they imagined to be unique, and consequently the self-idolatry and its greed for recognition came more and more to be the sole content of their work, a betrayal of the divine as well as of art, because in this fashion the work of art became a work of unart, an unchaste covering for artistic vanity, so spurious that even the artist's self-complacent nakedness, which it exposed, became a mask, and even though such unchaste self-gratification, such dalliance with beauty, such concern with effects, even though such an unart might, despite its brief unrenewable grant, its inextensible boundaries, find an easier way to the populace than real art ever found. It was only a specious way, a way out of the loneliness, but not, however, an affiliation with the human community, which was the aim of real art in its aspiration toward humanity. No, it was the affiliation with the mob. It was a participation in its treacherous non-community, which was incapable of the pledge, which neither created nor mastered any reality, and which was unwilling to do so, preferring only to drowse on, forgetting reality, having forfeited it, as had unart and literarity. This was the most profound danger for every artist. Oh, how very painfully he knew this, and by this token He knew also that the danger of unart and literarity had always encompassed him and still encompassed him, and that therefore, although he had never dared face this truth, his poetry could no longer be called art, since, devoid of all renewal and development, it had been nothing but an unchaste production of beauty without real creativity. And from beginning to end, from the Aetna song to the Aeneid, it had been a mere indulgence of beauty, self-sufficiently limited to the embellishment of things long since conceived, formed, and known, without any real progress in itself, aside from an increasing extravagance and sumptuousness. An unart which was never able of itself to master existence and exalt it to a veritable symbol. Oh, in his own life, in his own work, he had experienced the seduction of unart, the seduction of all substitution, which puts the thing created in the place of that which creates, the game in place of communion, the fixed thing in the place of the living, ever vital principle, beauty in the place of truth. He knew all about this substitution and reversion, knew it all the more as it had been that of his own life's path, this erring path which had led him from his native fields to the metropolis, from the work of his hands to the self-deceptive rhetoric, from a humane and responsible sense of duty to a pretense of compassion, which observed things from above and aroused itself to no real help, borne along in a litter the whole way, the way leading down from a community regulated by law to a chance seclusion, the fall, into vulgarity, and there where vulgarity is at its worst, into literarity. Although he had seldom been aware of it, he had succumbed again and again to intoxication, whether it had been offered to him as beauty, as vanity, as artistic dalliance, or as a game of forgetting. These things had ordered his life and constricted it as though, in the wreathing, gliding coils of the serpent, vertiginous, this intoxication of constant revolving and reversion, this seductive intoxication of unart. And although now, on looking back at this life, he might feel ashamed, although now, the limit of time having been reached and the game about to be broken off, he had to admit to himself in cold sobriety that he had pursued a worthless, wretched literary life, not a whit better than that of Bavius, or of Amavius, or others of their sort, whom he had despised as mere phrase-makers. And although such an admission might reveal again that all contempt contains some self-contempt, now as this rose up in him so disturbingly, with such shameful stabs of pain, that it seemed there could be but one possible or desirable solution, namely self-extinction and death, nevertheless that which had overcome him was something other than shame, and more than shame. He who looks back on life sobered, and because of this sobriety perceives that every step of his erring path has been necessary and inevitable, yea, even natural, knows that this path of reversion was prescribed for him by the might of destiny and the might of the gods, that therefore he had been bound motionless to the spot, motionless despite all his aspirations to go forward, lost in the thicket of images, of language, of words, of sounds, commanded by fate to be entangled in the ramifications within and without, but denied by fate and the gods the one hope of those who lack a leader, the hope of seeing the golden shimmering bow amidst the wilderness of these prison walls. He who has perceived these things, he who perceives them, is no longer ashamed. He is horrified, for he perceives that everything happened simultaneously for the Olympians, and that consequently the will of Jupiter and that of fate had come to be unified in a terrible concurrence, revealed to earthly man as an indivisible union of guilt and punishment. Oh, virtuous alone is he whom fate has destined to discharge the dutiful service by which the human community is established. He alone is chosen by Jupiter to be led out of the thicket by fate, but when the common will of fate and the god does not permit this discharge of duty, then inability or unwillingness to help are held to be one and the same. and both are punished by helplessness. Unfit for help, unwilling to help, helpless within the human community, shy of communion and locked in the prison of art, this was the poet, without a leader and, in his defection, unfit for leadership. And should he wish to rebel, should he wish to become a helper, an arouser from the twilight, in order to win back the pledge and to brotherhood, these aspirations of his were condemned to fail from the start. And the three had been sent to him so that he might realize this with horror and shame. His help would be a sham help, his truth but a seeming truth, and even were they to be acceptable to mankind, they would be misleading and calamitous, far from leading to salvation, far from salvation itself. Aye, this would be the outcome. The one lacking perception would bring perception to those unwilling for it. The word maker would be calling out speech from the mute. The derelict would impose duty on those ignorant of duty. The lame would guide the halt. He was again abandoned to an abandoned world. Oh, no hand held him now. There was nothing there to shelter or sustain him. He had been let fall, and he hung brokenly over the window ledge, clinging lifelessly to the dusty, hot, inanimate bricks, feeling the sharp dust of their overheated primordial clay under his fingernails, clinging to the primordial earthiness of which they were composed. He heard the stifled laughter and the stone-heated, form-fixed silence of the surrounding night. He heard the taciturnity of consummate perjury, the obdurate hush of a guilty conscience, robbed of speech, of knowledge, of memory, the silence of the pre-creation and its increasingly cruel death, the conditions of which allowed no rebirth or renewal for the created world, for such a death bore no traces of divinity. Oh, no other creature was so unconditionally and undivinely mortal as man, for none was so capable of perjury, and the more abject he was, the more mortal he became. But most perjuring and most mortal was he whose foot had estranged itself from the earth, and touched nothing but pavements. The man who no longer tilled and no longer sowed, for whom nothing took place in accord with the circling of the stars, for whom the forest no longer sang, nor the greening meadows. Verily nobody and nothing was so mortal as the mob in the great cities, groveling, sneaking, swarming through the streets, having staggered so long that it had forgotten how to walk, upheld by no law, and upholding none, the re-scattered herd, its former wisdom forfeited, unwilling to have knowledge, submitting like the animal, like something less than the animal, to every chance, and at last to a chance extinction, without memory, without hope, without immortality. The same thing had happened to him in conjunction with the re-scattered mob herd of which he was a part. So had it been laid on him as a necessity of fate, inevitable. He had left the region of fear behind him, but only to see with horror how he had fallen to the level of the mob, fallen to a surface which offers no ingress to any kind of depth. Would this fall go still further? Must it go further, from surface to surface, down to the final one, the surface of sheer nothingness, to the surface of final oblivion? The Plutonian doors were always open. The fall was inevitable, the fall from which there was no return, and in the intoxication of falling, man was prone to believe himself propelled upward, believing it until he was there where the timeless event of the heavens revealed itself simultaneously as an encounter in the realm of earth, until on the boundary of time he met the undeified God, who had caught up with him and outrun him, and who, wrapped in the fluttering mantle of cosmic laughter, hurtled downward even as he, both of them cast into the same state of sober self-abandonment, surrendered to a horror which, even though it was expressed by a doggedly stubborn laughter, was dimly aware of a still greater horror to come, and hoped to laugh it off. This fate-driven journey, this fall proceeded toward a horror, a shame, a denudation still more naked, going on in a fresh access of destructiveness and self-destructiveness. Worse than before, in a new isolation which was meant to surpass all former loneliness, all the loneliness of night, and the world deserted by not only all that was human, but moreover by all that was substantial. Here the empty surface of unmastered existence was suddenly laid bare, and the night in the inaccessible inner and outer spheres, although unchanged and radiant in the full circle of its darkness, had dissolved into a nowhere, which was so delivered over to chance that all perception and knowledge had become superfluous, and being useless was allowed to vanish. Memory, like hope, had vanished, vanishing before the might of unmastered chance, for it was that which was revealed in the foregoing experience, inescapable this chance which held sway over the uncreated, enveloped by intoxication, and the unremembered abandonment of the pre-creation, threatened by its cold flames, by its amorphousness and prenatal death, making itself known as naked chance, which spelled utter and nameless loneliness, and claimed the right to be supreme. This was the journey's end, the now visible end of the fall, the very essence of anonymity. The nameless loneliness of chance, yes, it was that which he saw before him as, ready for the fall, and already falling, he stood there at the window, unconquered and unconquerable in its abandonment. The estranged night lay open to his fevered glances, unchanged, immobile yet strange, brushed by the gently yielding breath of the moon, unchanged, immobile, and flooded by the gentle flow of the Milky Way, submerged in the silent song of the stars, submerged in the beauty and the magical unity conjured by beauty, submerged in the dissolving unity of a world become beautiful, submerged in its vast remoteness, benumbed and benumbing, and like space, beautiful, rigid, and vast, and demonically enchanted to strangeness. It was carried along through time with space, night and yet immortal in time, aeonic yet not eternal, eonic yet not eternal, estranged from humanity, strange to the human soul, because the quiet unification which took place here, saturated by distance and saturating distance, no longer allowed of participation. The forecourt of reality had changed to the forecourt of unreality. Extinguished was the order of the spheres in the universe. Their mute ringing silver spaces, enclosed and estranged by utter incomprehensibility, became silent, including their strangeness the utter incomprehensibility of all things human. Including in their strangeness the utter incomprehensibility of all things human. Sun and stars and Milky Way had no longer a name. They were alien to him in their remoteness, in their seclusion, which was without bridge or communication, and yet which weighed upon him, subduing and threatening, transparent and hot, the overheated chill of universal space. Whatever was about him enclosed him no longer. He stood outside the cave of night, and even though within it, cut off from his own as well as from all alien destinies, cut off from the fate of the visible, invisible world, cut off from divinity, from humanity, from perception, from beauty, for even the beauty of this visible, invisible world had vanished into namelessness, and even the knowledge of it, the meaning of it, had faded. O Plotya, do I still remember your name? In your tresses dwelt the night, spangled over with stars, presager of longing, promiser of light, and I bowed over their duskiness, drunken with night's lambent breath. I did not sink into them, O lost life, most intimate strangeness, strangest intimacy, you, the furthermost nearness, the nearness of all things far, first and ultimate smile of the soul in its earnestness, you, O you who were and still are everything, close and strange and a near far smiling you, fate-bearing blossom, I could not let your life enter into mine because of its overwhelming remoteness, because of its overwhelming strangeness, because of its overwhelming nearness and intimateness, because of the burden of its nocturnal smile, because of fate, your fate which you bear within you, and you must bear forever, not to be consummated by you, not to be consummated by me, the fate which I dared not take upon myself, because the utter impossibility of its consummation would have riven my heart, and I have been witness only to your beauty, not to your life. O you reluctant departer, whom I did not call back, you graced by longing, whose recall was not permitted me, you who will not return, your step, alas, so light in the inscrutable and inaudible, you, the lost, shining behind the shadow. Where is your homecoming? Where are you? You did exist, and you let me have the ring from your finger, placing it on my hand, and there was a time that encircled us darkly, time that rushed on, enshrouding the darkness, enshrouded by it, O Platia, I no longer know what it was. Scarcely a memory now was that which had vanished, that which had been real and more than real, scarcely more than a name was the woman he had loved, scarcely a glimmer, scarcely a shadow. She had sunk away from him into the inscrutability of chance, and nothing remained but an astonished remembrance of something having existed, of beauty's dying music, the remembrance of a whilom wonder, and the once inexplicably powerful oblivion that he had pursued with all the amazing perseverance of a narcotic. Oh, still bemused even in remembering that it had ever been, in remembering that beauty had resounded, had been able to resound, that embedded in the human countenance like a soft breath issuing from eternity and breathing of eternity, it had shone out from the human countenance again and again, distantly intimate, strangely near, nocturnally smiling, glowing and fading, fragile as white privet. Fragile as the white privet, a delicate tissue veil of death, spread over all things human, the veil of humanity, made dense in beauty, while having at the same time become more transparent therein, as if oblivion had crept into the soul, as if the soul had lost itself to its earthly immortality in beauty, in the simple oblivion of beauty, as if a last remnant of hope still flickered in human beauty, that long-lost hope which is turned toward the inaudible, unattainable knowledge of death. Nothing was left of it save invincible death standing behind, this death-sweet shape which would not return, invincible and grandly erect. Death reared up in immensity, raised up to the stars, filling the spheres and binding them, along with death evoked by its muteness, moved by it, fulfilling it, seeming to be its very essence. There was a sudden upsurge of all that death comprised, death surging up mutely, with all that it contained, the death-stricken, the death-bound, the chance-born, the chance-bound, the hordes of human shapes waiting for death. Multitudinous the lame ones, manifold the fat bellies, the jabberers and carpers, multiplied to such a dense horde that the empty stone receptacle of the plaza overflowed with them, pushing them on into all the spheric spaces without, altering the emptiness of the plaza, or that of the spaces, a horde so dense that it was like the outburst and outpouring of time itself, a death herd of concurrent identities, the earthly human multiplicity, the earthly man in the cyclic multiplicity of his transformations, together with his skeleton and skull, his round skull, flat skull, pointed skull, covered in wool, straw, or flax, bald or braided, skull after skull, the skull-bearing human with its multiplicity of faces, the animal face, the plant face, the stone face, curiously covered with skin, either smooth or pimpled or wrinkled, full-fleshed or slack, with jaws for chewing and speaking, the face's cavern stonily beset with teeth. The face-bearing man, with his various odors of skin and cavities, with his smile, silly, shrewd, defiant, defenseless, with his smile, which even at its meanest is divinely touching, and opens his countenance before it is closed again in laughter, lest his eye behold the inhumanity of the shattered creation. The human being blessed with the gift of sight, enlarged, transfixed, clarified, clouded, made vital through the eye, revealing his destiny in his eye, hidden to himself in his eye, the fate-bearing human being, fate destined by the very power of his eye to know shame, and yet the only creature who speaks, his human voice shamelessly and moistly articulated by the jaws, the tongue, the lips, the breath-bearing voice, the communion-bearing voice, the voice which issues from him, harsh, unctuous, flattering, threatening, flexible, stiff, gasping, flaccid, speaking, bellowing, the voice which can be all of these, but is always able to transfigure itself into song, the human being, this wonderful, terrible, and yet miraculous entity of atomic being, of language, of expression, of perception and imperception, of dull drowsing, of calculations and sesterces, of desires, of enigmas, sesterces? I don't know how to say the money. Of desires, of enigmas, this creature, indivisible yet divided into an infinite number of individual parts, of individual abilities, individual spheres, divided into organs and living zones, into substances, into atoms, multiplied over and over again, all this multiplicity of being, this maze of human particles not even well composed, this creaturely thicket, as earthly in its reality as earth's stony ribs, earthly as death's skeleton, this underbrush of bodies, limbs, eyes, and voices, this thicket of the half-created and the unfinished, which issues from chance lust, and is forever sprouting out one from the other, indiscriminately coupled and constantly renewed lust, carelessly commingled, copulated, interwoven, ramified, continuing to branch out and renew itself while constantly withering, so that what was withered, dried up, and faded might fall back to the earth. This human thicket, alive with the elements of the plant and the animal, this thicket of the living consecrated to death, this it was that flooded up with the shape of death. Surging up with its booming and its silence, it was death itself filling the spheres, the human chaos of chance, so accidental and so mortal that we scarcely know whether he who happens to appear before us as living has not long since died, or perhaps has never been born, still in the state of the prenatally dead or unborn. Plautia, oh Plautia! Never yet found, undiscoverable. Oh, she remained undiscoverable in the underbrush of death. She had sunk away from him into the abandonment of the underworld, and he had less communion with her than with one who is dead, for he himself was dead, died off into the foredeath of uncreativeness, died off into perjury, into lameness, into crookedness, died off into the reabandonment of a vulgar urban literarity, which includes even death in the illusory path of its false reversion, adulterating death with beauty, and beauty with death, trying to attain the unattainable by means of this lewd corruption, seeking equalization to substitute itself deceptively for the inaudible knowledge of death, the inaudible knowledge of death, but also certainly to extend the pleasure of this sort of intermingling to love. Indeed, by love, to push this playfully lewd game to its actual climax. For he who is unable to love, who is unfit for love's communion, he must rescue himself from his bridgeless isolation by means of beauty. Titillated by cruelty, he becomes a seeker of beauty, a devoter of beauty, but never a lover, far rather an observer of beauty in the midst of love, one who desires to create love through beauty because he confuses what is created with that which creates, but also because he sniffs and follows hard on the intoxication to be found in love, the intoxication of death, the intoxication of beauty, the intoxication of oblivion, because in the drowsy absorption of his dalliance with beauty and his love of death, he creates for himself the pleasure of oblivion, eager and willing to forget that love, even though blessedly able to create beauty, never has beauty as its goal, but heads solely toward its own immemorial vocation, that most human of all vocations, which always and without exception implies assuming the other's burden of fate. Oh, the dead hold no communion among themselves, they have forgotten one another. O Platya, unforgotten and unforgettable, you who were swathed in beauty, swathed in beauty, oh, if love existed, if the discrimination of love could exist in the human thicket, it would portend that together we might descend to the obliterating it would portend that together we might descend to the obliterating fountain of nothingness, to the sobering depths of the underworld, that we might descend, we sober and without illusions, going down to the primal base, not through the beautiful ivory portal of dreams, which never opens for the return, but through the sober entrance of horn, which would permit us to come back, retrieving in our common ascent a new fate from the last fate's embers, retrieving from the last love-lack a new love, a newly created fate, fate in the making. O Platya, childlike, yet no longer a child, only the unfolding fate may we take upon ourselves, not fate that is fixed. Only as it unfolds does this fate become love's reality, which we seek for in kernel and bud of all that breathes of spring, in every grass blade, in every flower, in all young and growing creatures, but most fervently in the child, assuming the enfolded fate in its readiness to be formed, for the sake of which we bow to all that is still untouched, subsuming what is coming to pass and that which has already come to pass, taking the boy into the formative strength of the man. O Platya, it is this unfolding fate, it is this which would be bestowed upon us if love existed, if its discriminative force, freed of all chance lost, could assure us the real certainty of loving, then fate itself would be love. Love in its unfolding and its being, love as the descent into the depths of unremembrance and the ascent once more in complete recollection, as the extinction to nothingness, and as the homecoming into an unchanged sameness. Unchanged as these always are. No, were it in the form of grass blade and blossom and child, as unchanged as these always are, and yet changed to love, enhanced by the gleaming shadow of love's golden bough, the undiscoverable. Oh, the dead are without communion among themselves, under no bright shadow of golden bough. They have forgotten one another, and Platya's figure, Platya's forgotten existence, which had once been his shimmering light behind every shadow, had lost itself in the shades and had become indistinguishable in the shadowy realm, sunken into the hordes of the dead, a particle yet scarcely a part of the collective dead, the mass of whose faces, skulls, and figures were nameless and indistinguishable for him, altogether having disappeared and evaporated, because from the beginning they had been as dead for him, nameless because he had never once wanted to be of actual help to the living, aye more, condemned by the gods and fate to such unwillingness, innocent and yet guilty, because he had needed a whole lifetime even for the first attempt at help, for the first untaken step, for the first untaken start of such a step, reluctant to join any living community in service, to say nothing of taking the fate of a single living creature upon himself for this purpose. So he had misused his life in the non-community of the dead. He had always lived with the dead only, among whom he reckoned the living. He had considered human beings as lifeless building blocks with which to erect and create a death-fixed beauty, and therefore human beings as a whole had disappeared for him into the realm of the unaccomplished, into the oblivion of the eternally uncreated. For only in the task that the human being assumed because of his humanity was the saving perception also to be found, and in shirking the task he robbed himself even of salvation, unfit, that is what he was, unfit for real helpfulness, unfit for the loving deed. He had looked on human sorrow and been unmoved by it. He had looked on the horror of events merely as something to be remembered and unchastely, and without chastity, recorded in beauty, and this was the very reason why he had never succeeded in depicting real human beings, people who ate and drank, who loved and could be loved, and this was why he was so little able to depict those who went limping and cursing through the streets, unable to picture them in their bestiality and their great need of help. Bestiality and their great need of help, lest able to show forth the miracle of humanity with which such bestiality is graced. People meant nothing to him. He considered them as fabulous beings, mimes of beauty in the garments of beauty, and as such he had depicted them as kings and heroes of fable, as fable shepherds, as creatures of dream in whose unreal god-likeness played out and dreamed out in beauty. He also, resembling the mob even in this, would gladly have participated, in which perhaps he might have participated had they been visions of the real dream instead of mere word creatures, barely alive in his poetry, but dead as soon as they turned the next corner, emerging from the dark thicket of language and disappearing into limbo, into unlovedness, into numbness, into death, into silence, into unreality, just as those three who had vanished, never to be seen again. And out of their vanishing there boomed the evil world, shattering muteness of derision with which these three had been shaken, boomed maliciously as a second silence through the silence of the plaza and the streets below, boomed through the stillness of the night, a chance laughter full of strangeness, booming, bursting, and annulling space, though not annulling time, the laughter of consummate perjury, the mute booming of the shattered creation at the mercy of chance. Nothing remained but the scorn-blinded shame of an extinguished memory, which had turned to the unchastity of a dead sham memory. Aroused by no earthly flames, the fires of heaven had died down into namelessness. The middle was silent, covered by the paving stones of cities. It had merged with the most distant boundaries, grown cold under the breath of nothingness, and now the simultaneous stream of the creation in which the eternal reposes, it too was benumbed. Woe to the sham reversions of the false path, for they but imitated the vast orbits which have the power to bind past and future into the eternal now of timelessness. Woe to this seeming timelessness, which was the essence of all intoxication, and which, to maintain such diversion, must needs continue to substitute the thing created for that which creates. Beauty thirsty, blood thirsty, death thirsty, betraying and perverting the sacrifice for the voluptuous intoxication of pleasure. Woe to this unchaste vanity of memory, for which the reality had never existed, and which remembered simply for the sake of remembering. Woe to this reversion of being, for the pledge could not be renewed, the flame could not be rekindled, for dalliance failed and must fail. No matter how much beauty, blood, and death was contributed to it, it remained ineffectual at the turning point of time on which all earthly immortality was shattered. Verily, so long as the sacrifice failed to be a real sacrifice, disaster was inevitable. There was no awakening from the sleep of twilight, and the presumptuous one caught in a vicious circle remained imprisoned once and for all. The presumptuous one who regarded himself as justified in neglecting his pledge, because he interpreted the enchanting concurrence inside and outside, the ebb and flow of the world's tides, the tempting view at the beauty-hemmed boundaries of the world, because he interpreted seduction itself as permission for that unreal reversion which held just as much intoxication as forgetting or remembering, both spelling the loss of reality. Woe to the intoxicated one who, presumptuous and obstinate, lingered in his perjury, and, whether overcome by remembrance or not, forgot that he was human. He had lost the fiery core of being, and no longer knew whether he toppled upward or downward, whether he peered forward or backward. His cyclic path was without direction, but his head was screwed stiffly and absurdly onto his neck. The dead are inert. She who was dead could not be aroused, The space of oblivion had closed above her in a grey flood, and it seemed as if the women in Misery Street had known that one who had not realized his life was being carried there into his final dissolution, into his last oblivion. Known that one who had not realized his life was being carried there into his final dissolution, into his last oblivion. Had their scorn now really justified itself? Was there nothing left for him save the shameful plunge into nothingness, and into the regions of the empty surface which stretch out subterraneously beneath the borders of oblivion? Oh, they had judged rightly, and he was meant to accept the scornful curses with horrified shame, for the unchastity of which he had innocently made himself guilty was more debased than the most shameless passing lust of the mob, since his guilt was the unchastity of a voluntary downfall, since, even though at fate's bidding he had been a willing part of a perjured and lost race, a race which reeled over the flagstones of the void, the titanic deed forgotten, a race as fireless as the animal, as cold as the plant, as inert as the stone, lost in the underbrush itself, mere underbrush, sunk into the indiscrimination of final petrification. He had fallen prey to the threat which encircled the degraded. He degraded along with them, lost with the lost ones, and the threat, fate empowered by a higher threat, not to be held back by the roaring of any laughter, silent with an absolute silence, tone benumbing, light benumbing, in the crystalline darkness of the stonily inevitable, diffused and benumbed along with the night. The threat mounted higher and higher. Everything was threatened, everything had become unsure. Even the menace itself, since the danger had changed, transposed from the zone of incidence to that of permanence. The night endured unshaken, coldly glowed the darkly transparent gold of its pinions spread over the human dwellings, which on all sides rested stonily upon the rigid earth, painted over by the arid light of the moon, and the rigidity, drinking in the light from the stars, was transformed into transparent stone unto its deepest fiery depth, was turned into a transparent stone shadow in the opened crystal shafts of the world, turned to a crystal echo of the inaudible, until it was like petrification's last breathless struggle for breath, a stony gasp praying for the breath of life. Shadow petrifying, it roamed up and down, even the sentry's steps beyond the wall, after marking off time as permanent, became part of it. They had turned into stone, a resounding solemn shadow tread of nothingness growing out from the ringing pavement and back into it. And as the stiff-pointed, sharp-shadowed apex of the iron cupola surmounting the wall turrets now became visible under the continual intensification of light, the shaft between the wall and house opened up no less candidly, its shadows sharpened and cleared by the light unto its final depth, silver-green from the flow of spheric brightness. Light petrified, light dry, light ringing from very muteness down to the sandy grit of its floor, down to the absolutely immobile vagueness of the shaft bottom, where, in the dry shadow of some brush, all sorts of oddments, scarcely describable, became visible, half hidden by the silver-green branchings of the thicket, with planking and tools, these also casting shadows, but in a fashion so terribly solemn that it was like a lonely and strangely unworthy echo of the stony universal muteness, mirroring danger, revenge, and threat, because here the nothing was reflected in nothingness, the transparent in dust, one like the other, grazed by the motionless pinion, both paralyzed by melancholy, and in both hunted and torn, the unheard hissing of death. But the Ciconian women, whom he had offended out of love for her who was dead, had torn the man into pieces during their bacchantic orgies at the feast of the gods, and scattered far and wide in the fields the limbs wasted away. The head, too, was torn from its marble neck, but still it retained its voice, and already seized by the paternal Hebrus, in its swirling eddy, the head came back with its failing breath. Eurydice, thou poor one, and from the bank of the stream came back the echo. Eurydice. Yet he was echoless, a dead reverberation in the desert mountains of Tartarus, which had shot up to remain there forever. He was a mute echo in both worlds, which were fading out without moving, a mute echo of a breath-wringing gasp in the dry chasms and in the crystal shafts of petrification. He was a sightless skull, rolled out into the stone rubble on the shadowy shores of oblivion, rolled under the dry, dense shrubbery on the shores of the shadowy stream, rolled toward a void so totally without egress that that it extinguished oblivion itself. He was nothing but a blind eye, without trunk, without voice, without breath, emptied of breath, and thus he was thrown out to the vacuous blindness of the underworld. His task had been the casting off of shadows, instead of which he had created shadows. The great pledge of allegiance to earth had been laid upon him, and he had been perfidious to it from the first. Oh, he had been charged with the task of moving the stones from the sepulchre once again, so that humanity might rise to rebirth, so that the living creation as law, manifested in an ever-recurring contemporaneousness, despite all changes of time, might not be interrupted, so that the God might again be awakened to this eternal presentness by the everlasting now of the sacrificial flames and forced back to the pledge of self-creation. The God shaken by the pledge, torpidity checked by the pledge, the flames kindled by the pledge. Oh, this had been his task, and he had not accomplished it. He had not been allowed to accomplish it, even before he had been able to move the gravestones in order to fulfill the unknown pledge. Even before he could touch them, even before he had been able to lift his arms, these had become heavy, paralyzed, and transparent, grown into the stony petrification, grown into the motionless, heterogeneous, dry, and transparent stone flood. And this immobile flood, petrifying and petrified, penetrating from all the spheres toward the middle and shivering back again as far as the borders of the spheres, absorbing the living and unliving in its shadowy crystal, became a single stone. The sacrificial altar became the gravestone of the world, denuded of sacrifice, covering the inscrutable and itself inscrutable. Oh, the lot of the poet! Love's power of remembrance had forced Orpheus to enter the depths of Hades, although at the same time it prevented him from going further, so that, lost in the underworld of memory, he was prematurely impelled to return, unchaste even in his chastity and rent in his calamity. He, unlike Orpheus, he, loveless from the beginning, unable to send forth the loving recollection and guided by no memory, he had not even reached the first level under the iron rule of Vulcan, even less the deeper realm of the law-founding fathers, and still less the much deeper one of the nothing which gives birth to the world, to memory, to salvation. He had remained in the torpid emptiness of the surface. The unmastering, once having taken place, leaves nothing behind to be mastered, and the great life-bearing tides of enkindling and extinguishing, absorbed by the vast silence of the perception-drained, law-drained ignominy, those too were silenced. Likewise the tides of beginning and ending, the tides of blazing perturbation and mildly trickling reassurance, their mutual regeneration that turns one into the other, were silenced. The universal entity, having forever lost its breath, its substance, its movement, its cohesion, was now stripped down to a silent glance amidst the universal silence, stripped to an encompassing view of pure nakedness in its visible invisibility, stripped to its glanceless glancing, unalterable final non-existence. Stony the staring eye above, stony the staring eye below. Oh, now it had come, the long-awaited, the always feared. It had come at last. Now he beheld it. Now he must look into the nameless, inconceivable, into the inconceivable namelessness, for the sake of which he had fled through a lifetime, for the sake of which he had done everything to prepare for a premature ending of this life, and it was not in the eye of night that he looked, for the night had vanished into the petrification, and it was not fear, not horror, for it was greater than any fear or any horror. It was the eye of stony emptiness, the torn open eye of a fate which no longer participated in any occurrence, neither in the passing nor in the annulling of time, neither in space nor in spacelessness, neither in life nor in death, neither in creation nor in discreation. An unparticipating eye, in whose glance there was no beginning, no ending, and no concurrence, released from subsistence and survival, bound to subsist and survive only through the threat and the looming suspense, only by the element of time in the waiting interval that still continued, reflected in the continuing existence of the threatened one, and in his threat-fearing glance. The threat and the threatened cast out to one another in the dregs of time, and flight was no longer possible, only its breathless gasping, and there was no going on. Whither could it have led now? And the gasping was like that of a runner who, having passed his goal, knows he has not met it and will never meet it, because in the no-man's land of perjury, this perjured unspace, through which he had been driven, only to be driven on and on, the goal could not be pledged and remained unvouched for. Aimless the creation, aimless the God, aimless the human being, the creation without echo, God and man without echo, and the lawless reabandonment that gives birth to unspace. That which surrounded him no longer symbolized anything. It was a non-symbol, the very essence of the unreflectable and beyond reflection. It had the dolor of symbol impoverishment, the dolor of vacuity that was spacelessly submerged into everything created in space, and even dreamily submerged into the dormant humus of existence, divested of all symbol, and yet containing the seed of every symbol, voided of space, yet like a final trace of time-born beauty, conditioned by space. The dream sadness that dwelt in the depths of every eye, in the eye of the animal as in the eye of the man and the God, indeed shimmered even in the universal eye of emptiness like a last sigh of the creation, mourning and mourned in the throes of a scarcely remembered chaos, as if vacuity originated in sorrow, and sorrow likewise continued to stem from vacuity, as if in their oneness were implanted the primal doom of all incarnation, the evil that threatened everything human and divine, their common fear of fate, their common punishment by fate. On the one hand, the fear of the perjurer condemned from the outset to perjury, on the other hand, the punishment with which fate overruled even the gods, the punishment for the deed undone, the uncommitted wrong, the punishment determined by the unknown law, which was the loss of perception, and languishing in the prison of a blindly compelled drowsiness, the hopelessness of imperception in its imperceivable necessity. Near and nearer it moved, driven by the mutely gasping, breathless, unredeemed sorrow, yet so slow as to be immobile, lost in sorrow and evil, lost in an emptiness which absorbed even the sorrow and the evil. Stony and leaden it arose from all the shafts of the inner and outer worlds, as if the threat were about to be consummated, the peering emptiness mounting like a thunderstorm. More and more threatening became the not yet encountered, stonier the compulsion of the glance, pushed near like a wall of silence, pushed nearer in a stupefying muteness which was his as well as that of all the spheres, burdensome and more than burdensome, more and more oppressive, the glance widening gaze of terror which approached the lifeless middle, and the ego caught and encircled by the middle, caught between the glance walls, forced into the indiscrimination of inner and outer worlds, stifling in this double sadness, in the boundless universal sorrow of the still surviving existence which lifts all multiplicity and all duplication into the vastness of its own immensity, thereby annulling it. The ego too was annulled, absorbed and crushed by immensity, with its doleful emptiness, with its terrible foreboding that carried the twofold fright and twofold horror while dissolving them. The ego too was dissolved yet frozen into the glance of the surrounding threat. The glance-threatened ego having long since become no more than a blank stare. The threat-subjected ego was compressed to the last trace of its existence, was annihilated to the unspace, where it was inchoate and unthinking, was thrown back to the minimal point of life at its ebb, unresistingly delivered to the clasp of emptiness. Oh, it was thrown back, hurled back, propelled into the abasement of itself, flung into contrition, into utter contrition, humbled to a necessity from which there was no escape, to its own necessity for contrition, humiliated in the abjectness of the void, which is the sheer ceasing of existence. The ego had lost its selfhood, had been stripped of its human qualities. Nothing more remained to it save the naked soul's most naked guilt, so that even the soul, having no more selfhood, though yet immortal as the human soul, existed only in its contrite and empty nakedness, forced down and absorbed by the unmirrored emptiness of the threat-silent eye. Unwitnessed the contrition, unwitnessed the ego, unwitnessed the soul, blankly abandoned to the power of the extinguishing lance, itself extinguished. Silence, emptiness, vacuity, muteness, yet behind the black crystalline walls of the universal muteness and the distanceless, utter distance of unbordered immensity, fading inaudible like a most desolate sound image of existence, already beyond existence, thin, bright, and female, frightening in its unspeakable smallness, a single point took sound, vibrating from the most inaccessible point of the spheres, its core of terror taking sound in a tiny titter, the vacant titter of emptiness, the tittering of the empty nothing. Oh, where was their help? Where were the gods? Was this which had happened the last emanation of their power, their revenge and retaliation for their abandonment again by abandoned mankind? Were the womenkind of the gods exulting over lost humanity and the inescapable perjury of the world? Deafened now to any answer, he listened into the chaos. But the answer did not come, for the perjurer was not able to pose questions, as little able to question as the animal, and the stone was dead without an echo to the unasked question. Dead the stony labyrinth of the universe, dead the shaft on the very bottom of which the naked ego abased to extinction, divested of both question and answer, barely existed. Oh, back into darkness, into dream, into sleep, into death. Oh, back, just to be back once more, fleeing and fleeing backward once again into the sphere of recognition. Oh, flight, but flight again? If there was still flight, if flight were actually possible, if he was actually meant to escape? He did not know. Perhaps he had once known, but now he knew nothing. He was beyond all possibility of knowing, seeing that he was in a void without knowledge, in the universal emptiness beyond the agitation of flight. Alas, the penitent is already beyond escape, but dejected by his perjury, as if the perjurer himself must be broken, as if he should never more be allowed to stand erect. He felt himself flung to his knees, and bowing deeply under the immense burden of the blind, unmoving, invisibly transparent universal emptiness, flight benumbed, flight paralyzed, the laden shoulders bent down. He sought with dry and lifeless hands, blind-fingered for the wall of the room. Touching with blind fingers the blind-fingered shadow on its moonlit, moon-dry surface, he groped his way along it, accompanied by his deeply bowed shadow. Gliding near him, groped his way with violent trembling back into the darkness, unmindful of what he was doing or not doing. He felt his way to the wall fountain, allured like an animal by the water, hankering for what was still earthly, still living, still moving. With hanging head he crept like an animal through the benumbed aridity toward the most animal of all goals, toward water, so that bent over in the sheerest animal necessity he might lap at the silver trickling moisture. Woe to that man who has not shown himself equal to the grace again bestowed upon him. Woe to the penitent who cannot bear his penance. Woe to the creaturely remnant of existence who will not put off his existence, alas, who cannot do so because the extinguished memory persists in its emptiness. Woe to that man who, despite his contrition, remains unalterably undelivered, condemned to creatureliness. About him the laughter breaks out anew, and it is the laughter of horror, a laughter neither male nor female, neither that of the god nor the goddesses. It is the empty tittering of the void. It is the remnant of vitality in the void that does not disappear for the mortal, that titters and breaks into laughter, the remnant which unveils itself as existence in nothingness, nothingness in existence, as the union of sham life and sham death, as the hilarious knowledge of this sham dead existence, as the terrible and fearful remnant of knowledge amidst the emptiness, maniacal and inducing madness, becoming more and more intense until the emptiness is turned into naked horror. For the more that remorse gains ascendancy over the human being and strips him of his human essence, the more directly it takes hold on the creaturely and the bestial in human nature, the quicker it comes to grips with animal fear, the horror-hounded fear of the human being who has been hurled back into his creaturely loneliness, and like a stay ejected part of the flock cannot find its way back to the herd. Like a stray ejected part of the flock cannot find its way back to the herd. This was the horrible fear implanted in all the herd born from the beginning of things, the fear of a discarnate death emptiness, and at the final peak of fright, in the final deliverance to fear, almost beyond death, it was the mute terror of the beast that, alone in its littleness, invisibly overcome, bereft of consciousness, creeps trembling under some dark shrubbery, so that no eye may watch it dying. Woe to the penitent whose soul is incapable of bearing the little loneliness laid upon it, its smallness and empty degradation for him. No, its smallness comes to be unconsciousness, and the grace of humility becomes an empty degradation for him. Had it gone so far, his thinking was lowly in so far as it still existed. His actions were those of an animal in so far as there were any, and laughter, blindly hidden, waited within the inaudible. Suddenly and without deliberation he had reached the bed and was crouching in it pitifully. His throat constricted, a dry coldness in his limbs, surrendered unconscious to the black invisible omnipotence spread out doubly over the contrite and the creaturely, surrendered unconscious to a realm beyond fear, beyond terror, beyond horror, beyond death. Yet he felt fear, terror, horror, and death break out anew, feeling the horror in the intangible, perceptible, even in imperceptibility. He was let fall while yet being held, still held into the empty space of horror. Oh, he was held into the horror, and at the same time filled with horror. First and last, memories touched each other, both lost and locked in loneliness within the thicket of life, the thicket of voices, the thicket of images, the thicket of memory. The beginning never dimmed, even though overshadowed by so many years, never dimmed the memory of the straying herd animal, the memory of its primal horror, the only one which had remained, all others being but transformations of this solely terrible one that sat on every branch,
in the thicket of memory, tittering scornfully, laughing over the motionless encirclement of him who was hopelessly lost in the thicket, encircling him itself the thicket, itself the impenetrable. The journey of memory was without movement, a journey of ceaseless beginnings and ceaseless endings, a journey across the unspace of memory, across the unspace of stagnated strain, across the unspace of the unrecallable trance life. It proceeded without movement, a whizzing journey through all the transformations of unspace, inevitably accompanied and encompassed by them. Dimensionless in their trance stagnation, dimensionless in their trance movement, always, however, within the undimension of horror, because it was the inescapable, the ever-present, the never-forsaken prison of the leaden trance of death, in the shadow of whose horror the sham life of mankind plays itself out. He was held into the undimension of a trance death, and even though he lay still without moving a finger's breadth in any direction, and even though the room about him did not change in the slightest, it seemed to him that he was being carried forward, yes, that he was being carried forward, drawn forward into the invisible by the invisible, by his foreknowledge, by his foreremembrance. Now memory in all its diversity scurried past him as if to lure him on, as if by its means the journey could or should be accelerated. He was being carried forward to the goal of horror, which had been there from the beginning, and the room floated with him unaltered and yet disarranged, as in travel time fixed and yet constantly in flux. Rigidly the Amorini released themselves from the frieze, and despite this they remained a part of it. The acanthus leaves, freed from paint and plaster, became human-faced, and the stem, grown out to the crooked claw of an eagle, floated near the bed, opening and closing its talons as though wishing to test the strength of its grip. Beards grew out of the leaf faces and were sucked back again. They floated on in immobility, often turning over, often rotating in a motionless whirlwind. There came to be more and more of them, far more than the wall painting contained. Even though it renewed itself constantly, they fluttered out of the frieze, they fluttered out of the bare wall, they fluttered from a nowhere, vomited forth from the bubbling cold volcanoes of nothingness, which were erupting everywhere, in the visible and invisible, within and without. They were the lava of those volcanoes. Of these volcanoes, the breathy detritus of a former existence and disintegration, becoming more diverse as they increased, shapes forming and being formed out of emptiness, and, for all that, changing into one another as they fluttered along, transformed and untransformable stuff, fluttering like leaves and butterflies, some like arrows, some fork-tailed, some with tails like long whips, some so transparent that they only floated about, invisibly mute like silent shouts of terror, many, on the other hand, as harmless as an idiotic transparent smile. As numerous as sunmotes, as cumberless as ants, they swarmed vacantly about the candelabra in the center of the room, nipping at the spent candles, making way immediately, to be sure, for things that came storming, buzzing, and dancing in their wake, more than pushed out by a press of hollow shapes in which, next to faces and non-faces, next to the twin-bodied skyllas, strange seals and bristling hydras, next to the bloodily hissing, bloodily bound heads of tousled snake-like hair, all sorts of deformities were scampering, and all kinds of hoofed creatures, half-starved or unfinished centaurs or fragments of centaurs, winged and unwinged, whizzed past. The orcus-pregnant space bursting with grotesque animal life. Toadish, lizardish, dog-footed creatures emerged, reptiles with innumerable legs, with no legs, with 1, 2, 3, 100 legs, at times wobbling in the bottomless pit, at others sailing past woodenly, stiffly asprawl, often pressed close together as if with all their sexlessness they meant to mate in flight, often entering each other with arrow-like swiftness, as if they were hollow creatures of air, ether-born and ether-carried. Surely that is what they were, for their winged horde, staggering, creeping, tumbling over one another, although they covered and concealed one another, could be seized and held easily by the glance even unto the last single speck, and into the furthermost limits of the room packed full of them. Oh, they were ether-scaled, ether-winged, ether-bred, abruptly spewed up from the volcanoes of the eons. Torrential, voluminous, constantly evaporating, constantly vanishing, so that the room became empty again and again, as empty as the spheres, as empty as the whole world, with an emptiness through which trotted only a single horse, stamping alone high in the air with bristling mane, through which floated only a single male torso, whose flatly transparent head, turned toward the bed, was distorted by hollow, scornful mirror laughter before it was once again swallowed in a newly risen vermin flood of horror. And not one of these creatures breathed, for there is no breath in latency. The room had become a chamber of furies, and it offered space enough for the whole terrible occurrence, even though this waxed without let or hindrance. The ceiling had no need to lift, although the candelabrum had spread out to a gigantic tree, the candle holders stretching immeasurably to become the towering moist-leaved branches of an ancient shade-giving elm, and in its foliage, leaf by leaf, thickly gathered as dewdrops, sat the hypocritical dreams. The walls had no need to widen, although all the cities of the world lay between them, and all of them burning, the cities of the remotest past and remotest future, man-blatant, man-tortured cities, cities with foreign names, which nevertheless he recognized, the cities of Egypt and Assyria and Palestine and India, the cities of the dethroned gods, come to helplessness. The pillars of their temples crashed, their walls shattered, their turrets broken. The paving stones of their streets cracked open, and the smallness of the chambers sufficed for the vastness of the whole world, although city and field and sky and forest had not lessened in size, and everything great and small together revealed itself in an almost overpowering sameness of significance, the sameness suggesting that under the elm branches, as if their leafy shadows were high-flying thunderclouds, the most terrible of cities, the largest and most accursed, were rising up in immeasurable vastness in the midst of ever-returning havoc. Rome, but humiliated, through whose streets, sniffing for prey, the wolves strolled to take their city again into their possession. The room encircled the globe. The cities encircled each other. Not one of them was either inside or outside, all of them floating, while overheard, high above the volcanoes, high above the petrification, high above the foliage, cut off from everything, in the lofty grey dome of the sky, with the furious clatter of motionless iron pinions, glinting and whirring like contraptions of steel. Noiseless the birds of hate soared in wide, deep circles over the lands of abomination, ready with grim cowardice, with joyful fury, to swoop down with opened talons and sink their claws into the bloody fields, the bleeding hearts of the peasants, tearing at their entrails and devouring them, prepared to take their place in the train of wolves and butterflies passing the bed, fleeing with them to the outposts of defenselessness and comfortlessness, to the edge of the fiery craters and dragon plants, never recognized, never named, but always known, the snaky borders of animality. What further volcanoes of the pre-creation had now to be opened? What new monsters would they still disgorge? Was not everything stripped to its final nakedness without that? Was not the high peak of every conceivable horror already inherent in the encircling beastliness? Or was the transparency of fear leading on to a fresh knowledge of fear, to a new fear, on inconceivably new levels of primitivity? Everything was exposed, nothing could be grasped, nothing was allowed to be kept. All that remained was the trans-movement of the things in flight. All that persisted was the dusky grey light of a cold aimlessness, in which nothing near or far, above or below, could be seen, while he, fleeing with the train of monsters, flying with them through the cold light, through the aimlessness, he was seized and held by a bodiless, flying plant hand, with wild, untamable fingers, and he recognized the trance-death, the grey rigidity through the unspace of which he was being carried. Icy horror, devoid of symbols, such were the images which floated about him, these tailed things that were not animals, these gaping jaws that did not clutch, this lifted crest that did not strike, this spraying poison that did not land, attacking and encircling from the rear, transparency assailing transparency, empty in their threatening, and despite that, more terrible than any shout or seizure. Horror itself had become transparent. The organic nature of naked horror had revealed itself, and in its depths of depths, in its furthest wellspring lay the serpent of time, closed to a circle, icily coiling about the trickling of nothingness. Yes, this was the rigid horror of trance-death, and the animal face was scarcely a face now. All that remained of it was the transparency of plant life, sprouting in stems, entangled in stems, twisting in tail stems, controlled by snake stems, shooting up from some immeasurable, undiscoverable lattice-work of roots, its sub-animality incorporated in it, the animal face denuded to the horror of blankness, fed by the nothingness of the middle. No horror of death could compare with this fullness of horror, for this was the horror of trance-death, surrounded by sub-animality, by the pre-animal. No fear of being wounded, of pain or of suffocation could equal this stifling horror in the very intangibility of which nothing remained to grasp, because in the not yet created creation, in its no breath, in its breath need, there was nothing which one could grasp. This was the breath need of the unfinished, the unborn creation, its absolute transparency, in which animal, plant, and human, all of them transparent, resembling each other to sameness, were forced to suffocate one another because of their breath-robbing terror, because of their undelivered and undeliverable bondage to the nothing, because of their unlived, transparent lack of identification, because of their extreme sameness and hostility, all of them filled with the horrible fear of the animal, which recognizes the utterly amorphous animalhood of its own non-being. Oh, the stifling horror of the universe! So had this fear always existed? Had he ever been free of it? Had it not always been a vain defense against the storm of horror? Oh, it had gone on night after night, year after year, as far off as youth, as near as yesterday, night after night in idle self-deception. He had thought to listen to dying, but it had been only a defense from the horror of trance-death, a defense from the images of trance-death which had appeared night after night, and of which he wished to know nothing, which he had refused to see, and which had remained for all that. Oh, who wants to sleep while Troy is burning? Again and again now are the waves of the sea set to foaming, turned by the oar strokes, cut by the furrowing ships, as their triple-beaked prows cleave the waters. The images persisted, and were not to be banished. Night after night, terror had lifted him through the silence of the spectre-filled craters, through the unremembrance of the pre-creation, through the reabandoned, eon-far existence reversed,
to immediate proximity across the gnarled, weary fields of complete desolation, deserted by all men and all things, creation abandoned anew. Night after night he had been led up to the cold, unshakable force of reality, to that unreal reality that comes before all the gods and outlasts all the gods, and that puts the seal on their helplessness. He had caught sight of Moira, waiting gruesome and three-bodied, she in whose images all forms of sham death are suggested, and he had tried to close his eyes to her paralyzing, powerless power, blind in his distraction, deaf to the coruscating, giggling scorn of the nothingness which the helplessly sobered one is nevertheless unable to escape, deaf to the which the helplessly sobered one is nevertheless unable to escape, deaf to the fateful, flat laughter of the pre-creation which makes him aware of the impossibility of mastering the nameless, the indiscriminate, the unformed, and prompts him to contrition. Oh, thus had it been, bearing the inevitable threat, warding off the inevitable. The years were like the flowing on of a single night, flooded with images, bedevilled with images, capering with images, borne along by images in a standstill of horror, and the thing that unremittingly and irresistibly had announced itself night after night could no longer be averted. It was a horror cramp of prostration, in which he would lie, constrained by his coffin, constrained by his grave, stretched out for the immobile journey, he alone, without support, without intercession, without succor, without mercy, without light, without eternity, surrounded by the imperturbable stony slabs of the sepulchre which would open for no resurrection. Oh, the tomb! It was here also, in the narrow chamber, also touched by the elm branches, danced about by fury, stormed by the fury scorn. Even the tomb seemed to scorn itself, as well as the self-deception to which he had clung. Scorning his childish hopes, which had betrayed him into believing that the quiet immutability of the Bay of Naples, that the serene sunny majesty of the sea with its far-reaching memories of home, that the power inherent in such landscapes would gently attend the act of dying, and change it to an unsung, unsingable music, a music which would awaken life, forever hearkened to, awaken it to death. Oh, scorn and more scorn, now that the edifice stood devoid of space, devoid of landscape, with nothing opening beyond it, no sea, no coast, no fields, no mountains, no stone, not even the amorphousness of the primordial clay, nothing but the intangible waste, incomprehensibly horrible in its very nothingness, a naked scorn edifice, surrounded by that ever-undulating flood in which he floated and was carried along with the grotesque animals on every side, swirled into and borne floatingly onward by the stuffy, breathless, parched, undrinkable ether glare, which was neither air nor water, borne onward by the transparent fumes of every flaming fear, by this no breath of the whole pre-creation, which vanished like a sort of dry sifting between the fingers. And even in this terribly animal-sated, animal-pregnant, animal-dripping ethereal element, absorbing him who had fallen back into animality, half birds were perching on the rooftop, terrible grave birds with fishy eyes in a crowded row, owl-headed, goose-beaked, pig-bellied, grey-feathered, with feet that were merely human hands webbed for swimming, brooding birds, flown from no countryside, whose flight was unfit for any land. Thus they crouched in the nakedness of terror, glowering and perching close to one another, and thus also stood the tomb, crowned by them, as much within the bay window as outside there in the unreachable, sought-for distance. Layer on layer, one above the other, the bareness of a no-heaven was covered by the round bow of the bay window, both arching over the sepulchre, both permeated by unspace, even though shot through by the velvet blackness of the whole star-studded round of the sky. And the domes of the universe were intergrown by elms in an immeasurable expansion of all discrepancies and distances, which at the same time was an immeasurable contraction of them. The landscape lack pierced the landscape and was pierced by it. The unspace pierced space and was pierced by it. Symbolic in its lack of symbol, just as the animal element penetrated the trans-death and was penetrated by it in turn. The symbols of life had died away, spent like the starry animal formations of the heavens, their meaning fulfilled and full of meaning. They had grown cold under the bareness that covered them, but the symbols of death remained, if only in the symbolic bareness of the inexpressible, unthinkable, unimaginable pre-creation. They remained in the creaturely, expressionless animal grimace, in these images of horror, creeping out of trance as if stemming directly from emptiness, reflecting nothing and reflected in nothing, image and counter-image, united in the nullity of expression inherent in every deep primal loneliness which, never comprehended, always known, always feared, coils in the aeonic depths of time and creaturely animality. The cycle of the symbolic closes itself in latency, closes itself there in the pre-creation's mingling of the spheres, closes itself there where nothing has a connection with anything else and where the empty aeonic distance revolves to become visible in the vacant grin of the animal, as if the conscious image of primal loneliness had been carried through endless cycles of images from semblance to semblance in order to reveal itself in ultimate nakedness at the very imageless end. And in this revelation, in this mutely thundering outbreak of the uncreated end, its loneliness breaking out with all the malice which corresponds to the baffled, displaced, aggressive greed in the blank animal grimace, the evil becomes manifest, the evil behind all creation and uncreation, behind the pre-creation and all lonely distance, threat, boding and disclosed in the oppressiveness of the trance-death, implying ominously that all paths of reversion, that all ways of insensitivity, of dalliance, of intoxication lead unhesitatingly to animality, that all ways of beauty end squarely in the grotesque. And on the roof of the sepulchre, which was to have transformed death into beauty, sat the chain of evil birds. On every side the cities of the globe were burning in a landscape devoid of scenery. Their walls crumbled, their flagstones cracked and burst asunder, the fumes of decay on their fields reeking of blood, and the godless, God-seeking lust of sacrifice raged everywhere. Sham oblation after sham oblation was heaped up in a frenzy of sacrifice. Men mad with sacrifice raged all about, slaying the next in turn in order to shift their trance onto him, razing their neighbor's house and setting it in flames in order to lure the god into their own. They stormed about in evil vehemence and evil rejoicing, oblation, slaughter, brand, and demolition, giving honor to the god in the way he willed it, in order to deafen his own horror and his own knowledge of fate. He who, to this end, being greedy for laughter and destruction, had unchained human belligerence, the belligerence of intoxication and of sacrifice, and having become impotent, participated in and enjoyed it, gods and men driven and more than driven by the same furiously destructive fear, the fear of being petrified in stony isolation, the fear of trance, the fear of insensibility, driven into a deadlock by the murderous merry-making pandemonium of the gods, by the murderous game of men, by the volcano of nothingness in the soul from which the fire flooded out in a flowing unelement and stood still. The cities burned without ashes. The flames licked like stiffly erected tongues, like upstanding scourges lashing up from no depths. Indeed, below the torn, frayed surface which had opened out of itself, there was no second surface, there was no depth at all, the flames being composed of the hard, serrated surface itself, and about them roared the stark yelling thicket of paralyzed voices, their cries nothing More than terrible fang-like shadows roared the mute storm of the re-abandoned and shattered creation. Rigid new structures rose out of the ruins on every side. They grew upward into the drab grey light, into the lightlessness of the light-stripped waste, growing out of the emptiness, and yet having always been there, hopelessly standing there since time out of mind, for the glorification of lasting murder, for the perpetuation of evil, structures of spurious life, of spurious death, their cornerstones drenched in blood, leaning heavily on life, and no amount of blood was able to fuse the constructions, the encirclements, the petrifications of evil with the law, and into the stream of creation. No exorcism was able to uncoil the icy serpent by the renewal of the pledge. Pre-creation was stronger than creation. The trance was the state of the unborn. It was the obstacle in the orbit of creation, evading and opposing the creation, itself a state of uncreation, desiring to perpetuate itself to the exclusion of all else, setting itself up as a monument and making itself into a tomb. It remained robbed of speech, conscious of guilt, and with subsided breath. It remained, despite its stony monumentalness, unperpetuated and without permanence, and having shaken off the creation, it had come to be a grave from which there was no rebirth. Thereupon the dome of the unspace, the dome of the no-heaven itself, became a single cavernous tomb embedded in the serpentine windings of the celestial viscera, embedded in the God-rejected viscera which bear the humus of existence, where fate is astir and makes itself known regardless of time. And he was being carried into this cave as to a homecoming. The journey was leading there, and although he was cast out of heaven, himself intergrown with serpents, nevertheless he lay embedded in the celestial viscera. What a shuffling of inside and outside! What a terrible reversion! On every side, the tomb streets and tomb cities of the death-inhabited world were ablaze. On every side, the stony aimlessness of human fury glared forth, as did the jubilation, the sacrificial madness of men. On every side, the cold flames of human passion stood stiffly erect, and humanity was being desecrated. Desecrated? Yeah, desecrated. Discreated. 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 The creative gods were being dethroned amidst the stony snarling of the dying creation denuded by death. The decree of the distracted the decree of the distracted gods confused by their belligerent fear, the decree which had to be enacted for purposes of their own, for creation demanded continual resurrection. Creation consummated itself only in continuous rebirth, enduring only as long as there was resurrection and not a moment longer. Oh, only he might become a creation. Only he might be called a creature who descended again and again to the fires of rebirth, taking unflagging care lest the unvanquished should rise again, lest the maternal uncreated should break out to stony muteness. Oh, only he was created who gave issue to creation, who in ascending brought himself as offering, without reservation and absolved from reversion, without reverting to intoxication, aye, more, without any turning back for verification or identification, putting off from himself all carnal fear, putting off also the last carnal desire. Oh, only then are we creatures of creation. When we have stripped off all carnality, when we have learned to separate ourselves from even the knowledge of carnality and what lies behind it, when we have roused ourselves to accept our final penance with humility, when we are able to obliterate our own graves. And when, uneasily in dream far, this realization came to him, who lay there as if in a dream, and when a voice from a second dream whispered into the first one, as if breaking once more through the fear, revengefulness, and impotence of the gods, as if yet again, and perhaps for the first time, they were exercising a bounteous mercy, as if that mysterious wordless whisper issued directly from the horrible, once again shattered fear of the gods themselves, murmuring that he was to have courage, Courage for extinction, courage for belittlement, courage for submission, courage for the redemption of contrition. He could hear in this whispering wordlessness that was like a language beyond language, a much narrower condensation of meaning, a much narrower condensation of meaning, a wordless word from a dream still more remote than the second one, a softer, more urgent murmuring, incomprehensible, although summoning to action, scurrying off and dying away, yet being the strictest order, the imperative command that everything which had served a false life and confirmed it must disappear so completely as never to have been, evaporating into the inconsequential, disintegrated into the nothingness, divorced from all memory, divorced from knowledge, forced back from everything that had existed in men as well as in things. Oh, it was the command to abolish everything that had been done, to burn everything that he had ever written or composed. Oh, all his writing would have to be burned, all, and the Aeneid besides. That is what he had heard within the inaudible. But before he had extricated himself from the stupefaction with which he had stared toward the motionless chain of half-birds crouching on the eaves of the building, a gradual wave seemed to flow over the blanched plumage, flowing and drifting airily, one wave and then another, and suddenly in a spume of noiselessness the swarm had flown aloft as though lifted up without flight and dissolved to invisibility, so that the familiar housetop could be seen for a second, just for this single second, however, for in the next one the building crashed down, not less noiselessly than the wing beats of the birds which had flown away, not less airily, transformed into invisibility, sucked into nothingness. And when he had realized this, the lack of sound began to change, and it changed to stillness. The torpidity turned to calmness. The motionless journey which had carried him on came to an earthly halt. The spectres in the shapes of plants and animals, and finally in that of a single flaming-haired fury with pale, transparent body and streaming locks, no longer accompanied him. Instead, they glided past him. They glided thither where the sepulchre had sunk down, and they sank after it, one after the other, and absorbed in the empty duskiness of the shadowy crater. And even through this emptiness stared back at him horribly, like a threatening counter-eye, and yet his own, a final threat of horrible emptiness, when the last of the harpies had vanished within it. It too was seized by dissolution. The sucking force came to be an all-inclusive peace, came to be profundity, came to be the eye of earthly night, the eye of dream, large and heavy with ethereal tears, resting on him its dark grey velvety gaze, lightly embracing him who was delivered from dream while yet in a dream. Opened in returning, the night was again to be seen, and in the uttermost depths of its glance the small yellow-tipped flame of the oil lamp flickered up again, oh, a star, and near at hand, beaming in the moonless nocturnal peace of the chamber, its peace regained and in readiness for sleep. The frieze scarcely recognizable, the walls darkened, which encased only the familiar earthly furniture as if it had never been otherwise. This was coming back, though not homecoming. This was recognition without remembrance. It was a mild revival, and yet it was an extinguishment even milder. It was deliverance and imprisonment indescribably merged into dissolution, becoming miraculous by being accepted. The wall fountain drizzled softly. The darkness became mildly moist, and though nothing stirred in any shape or manner, the muteness was unmuted, the numbness unnumbed. Time became more yielding, more living, released from the silvery cold stare of the moon, and free to move once more, so that he, likewise freed of his fixation, was able to raise himself slowly, albeit with utmost effort, resting on palms whose outstretched fingers probed into the mattress. with his fever-hot head sunk a little between his hunched shoulders, thrust slightly forward and trembling a bit from his effort, he listened into the softness, and his listening pertained just as much to the clemency of the returning life stream, which was not to be checked by any fever, as to the scarcely emerged, scarcely captured, now scarcely capturable command from the dream, the command which had bidden him destroy his writing, and which now he wished to hear in reality, which he must hear, so that he might be more certain of salvation. Much as he wished to hear and fulfill it, the hidden command was unfeasible. It remained unfeasible until a wording for the whispering wordlessness could be found, and in the mysterious great uncertainty that encompassed him, the command to get back to words was forcibly at work. The walls of silence still surrounded him, but they had ceased to be threatening. The fright still continued, but it was a fright without fear. It was fearlessness within fright. The innermost and outermost borders still turned in toward and into each other, but he sensed how his listening dissolved or united them, not, to be sure, to an earlier order of understanding, certainly not to a human order, an animal order, a material order, not to a world order in which formerly he had moved, and which extinguished along with his extinguished memory, no longer existed and never would exist for him again, and neither was it the unity of the beautiful nor that of the world-shimmering loveliness which disclosed itself. No, it was none of these, but rather that of a ringing tide within the incomprehensible streaming, and out with the night, the unremembered remembering of a sojourn in which the uncompleted had completed itself, connected with the longing for creation, and a last arch loneliness unspeakably beyond attainment, in an unimaginably fresh recollection of utter cleanliness and chastity, in that which his listening perceived was contained in the flood of longing, coming from the outermost darkness and vibrating simultaneously in his innermost ear, in his innermost heart, in his innermost soul, wordless within him, wordless around him, the hailing and humbling, quietly great power of the twofold runic first cause, holding him and fulfilling him as his listening became more profound. But soon it was no longer a crooning or a whispering, but rather a mighty booming, however, which was carried to him through so many layers of present experience, past experience, future experience, through so many layers of remembering and not remembering, through so many layers of obscurity that it did not even reach the strength of a whisper. No, it was not a whispering, no, it was the unison of countless voices, and beyond that it was the unison of all voice-herds, ringing up from all the reaches and recessions of time, singing and clanging and booming of safety and seclusion, perturbing by mildness, comforting by sadness, unattainable in its longing, inexorable, irrefutable, unalterable, in spite of its great remoteness, becoming more and more commanding, singing more and more alluringly. The more meanly his ego abased itself, the more his resistance gave way, and he opened himself to the sound. The more he despaired of actually comprehending the greatness of the voices, the more his knowledge of his own unworthiness grew, and overcome by the bronze omnipotence, overcome by its gentleness, overcome by anxiety for his work that was to be snatched from him, overcome to desiring the judgment that would demand just that, overcome by fear as well as hope, overcome to the point of extinction and self-extinction for life's sake, imprisoned and liberated within the compass of his own insignificance, unconsciously conscious under the power of the unformable, yearned for universal chorus. That which he had long known, long suffered, long understood, was wrung from him, escaping him in a tiny, inadequate expression of the inexpressible, looming large as the eons, escaped him in a moan, in a cry. Burn the Aeneid. Had the words formed themselves in his mouth? He scarcely knew, he did not know at all, and yet he was not surprised by an echo, almost an answer. You called? sounding so tender and familiar, almost home-like from a nowhere unbelievably near or unbelievably far, a sound floating into indistinctness, if not into infinity, if not into the longed-for place of the universal chorus, and for a moment he thought it was Plotya. He thought he heard the floating darkness of her voice, as though he must expect her in the recalmed, redewed, reassembled night, perceiving, however, with even greater certainty, and in the next moment, that it had been the voice of the boy. And the unsurprised naturalness with which he accepted his return was so lightly mundane in its nature, flowing so easily between earthly shores, and for this very reason unconcerned, whether they betokened joy or disappointment, that he became quite worried lest he should interrupt this flow by even a glance or turn of the head. He lay there with closed eyes, and he did not stir, and he was unaware how long this lasted. But then it seemed to him as if again words were forming in his mouth, as if he said, "Why have you returned? I wish to hear you no longer." Once again he did not know whether he had spoken aloud, whether the boy was actually in the room, whether an answer could be expected or not. This was a floating sort of expectation, like that when a lyre is being tuned somewhere before the song rings out, and again there resounded quite near and yet remote, as if coming hither from the sea, encompassed and glistening softly in the moonlight, "Do not push me off." "But," he countered, "you are in my way. I want to hear the other voice." "You are only a sham voice. I want to get on to the other one." "I was your path. I am your path," came the answer. "I'm the overtone of yourself that was yours from the very beginning, vibrating beyond every death into eternity, unto eternity." This was like a temptation, full of sweet allure, full of simplicity, full of dream, the call of dream to make him turn back again, an echo from childland. And the soft, far near, home-like, sorrow-dispelling voice of the boy went on, "The reverberations of your poem are eternal." Whereupon he said, "No, I no longer want to hear the echo of my own voice. I await the voice that is beyond mine." You can no longer silence the overtones of the heart. Their echoes remain with you as irrevocably as your shadow. It was temptation, and he was enjoined to cast it off. I no longer wish to be myself. I want to vanish into the shadowless depths of my heart and into its profoundest loneliness, and therefore my poem must precede me. No answer followed. Something was wafted like a dream from invisibility, dream long, dream short, and finally he heard, "Hope desires co-hope, and even the loneliness of your heart is but the one lone hope of your beginning." "Yes," he admitted, "but it is hope for the voice which will companion me in the solitude of my dying. If it should fail me, I shall be without absolution, and forever bereft of consolation." Again there was an indefinite pause until the answer came. "Never again can you be alone, never and never more, for something has sounded out of you that is greater than yourself, greater than your loneliness, and moreover you are unable to destroy it. O Virgil, in the song of your solitude are all the voices and all the worlds. They are with you together with their reverberations. They have broken through your loneliness forevermore and have been woven into the futurities forever. For from the beginning, Virgil, your voice was the voice of the god." Oh, this is how it had been foredreamed once upon a time in some place or other that lay in a long-lost past. It was turning back to a former pledge that he once made to himself, a pledge now being fulfilled, sorrow-dispelling and happy, hopeful in its self-evidence. And withal the hope was a false one, the make-believe hope of a boy, of a child, a hope that was dissolving into self-mockery. And immediately he went on, "Who are you? What are you called?" "I am Lysanias," came the answer. this time moved perceptibly nearer, and from a direction easier to ascertain from where the entrance door was likely to be. "Lysanias?" he repeated, as if he had not understood aright, and as if actually he had been expecting another name. "Lysanias." And lying there motionless, murmuring the name to himself, still amazed, despite all the substantiality of the occurrence, astonished not only at the strange unfitness of the name, but also that he had put the question. Had he not previously decided to leave the small knight companion in the floating namelessness from which he had been sent? Had he not, for the sake of this namelessness, sent him away? And amazed, he questioned further. "I sent you away. Why did you not go?" "I did go," sounded back, and this time quite near and in the familiar, cheery, somewhat rustic voice of the boy, behind whose modesty a little peasant slyness was lurking, on guard for the next question. Unaware of this, he challenged him. "So, you did go, and for all that you are still here. You did not forbid me to watch beside your door, and now you have called." That was true, and still not wholly true. A lie flickered through it, although a small and childish one, and more like an echo of the great one slinking through his own life, that sly and more than sly half-truth that sticks to the word and never does justice to actual reality, a seeming truthfulness that he had always practiced. Already as a child, as he began to dream of overcoming death, truth and falsehood, calling and not calling, nearness and farness flowed into each other. They merged together just as they had ever done. It became incomprehensible that the boy should have kept watch behind the door, while simultaneously, as if summed up for all eternity, the encircling horror had been manifested on the street beneath his window, incomprehensible that the monsters had staggered about there. It was enigmatic, it remained enigmatic, incomprehensible as a simultaneity which, having taken place, still lasted, like a second reality, without continuance, without past, without future, and which for all that reached into the newly won earthliness, almost like a sham reality under a false name, devoid of that otherworldly compensation inherent in all loss, and fearful of this kind of paradox in the turns of fate, fearful of the laughter that had rung out there, shattering fate, fearful of anonymity and constraint, asking for the name which must again and again prove to be a random and untrue one, fearful of the riddle of recognition. It was as a defense from the experience of simultaneity. It was as flight from what had happened and what was happening. It was as escape into the obviousness of the present and its physical immediacy that he opened his eyes. Yonder on the window pane, strips of the receding moonlight were still showing. The room was enclosed in a wall of shadows, and though it was still unadvisable to disturb this quiescence and to turn his head from the shadowy outlines of the door, were one to glance sideways in that direction, the figure of the boy was emerging, delicate and barely discernible. All this was floating, strangely lightened, earthly present, lifted out of simultaneity, lifted out of the past, lifted out of the future, into a here and now, into an undefined earthliness that had no name. The boy had led him to this point. Did he intend to lead him back a little way, now that he had again announced himself unsummoned and under a strangely unfamiliar name? The guidance of earthly life was at an end, and there was no further need of guidance for the earthly life without a future. But should such guiding help still exist, it was not the office of the boy to dispense it, for only the implored help is effectual, and it cannot be granted to him who cannot call it out by name. And, as the boy's shape disengaged itself further from the shadowy doorway, He warded him off again as if to reaffirm himself. "I have not called for your help. You are mistaken. I have not called." And then added in a softer tone, "Lysanias." The boy thus addressed, unabashed by the rebuff, had walked out from the dark background into the calm circle lighted by the oil lamp. At the mention of his name, the overcast young face opened to a brightly candid, trusting smile. "Help you? Help the helper? You give help even as you ask for it. Only permit that I mix the wine for you." And he was already busying himself at the buffet. What did the boy know of helping? What did he know of a lifetime's incapacity for help? What did he know of the horrible sobering of the helpless one who is not even able to call out the name for help, in consequence of which it is denied him forever? Or did he know that perjury shuns help, and must be expiated by being expunged? Or did he want to urge him to still another reversion, a fatal, inescapable false turn to intoxication? This thought was like the return of horror, and disregarding his feverish thirst, he declined with an abrupt and frightened gesture. "No, no, wine. No, 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 wine." Again strange, and in fact strangely surprising, was the subsequent response of the boy. It is true that on meeting a hasty rebuff he had lowered the mixing jug, only to lift it again immediately, and weighing it between his hands, he remarked in a contentedly calm and strangely calming manner, "Oh, there will be more than enough left over for the drink offering." Oh, for the offering. Now he had uttered it. Yes, the offering had been at stake, and was still at stake. The restoration of the sacrificial purity, the restoration of that symbolism in which unity is reflected, the regaining control over the intoxication of sacrifice, of butchery, of wine, all these depended on the offering, depended on the complete sacrifice of self-eclipse, depended on the creative obliteration of what had been lived through and done with, through which he, simultaneously offering and officiant, father and child, man and his works in one, should himself become a supplication lodged in the consummate vigilance of the father, and the consummate littleness of the child, helping by desiring to help, encircled by shadows and merged into the shadows to his complete extinction, so that with the earthly rounding in of the image sequences, so that in the final uprush of the deepest darkness, arising twofold in the beast-like, plant-like creature, blood reflected in wine, wine reflected in blood, the age-old enigma might disclose itself like a light-ringing echo from the spectacle. The repurification of the sacrifice was at stake, and if he who was charged with it should try to carry out this chaste office in the fury-infected room, yes, if he who had barely escaped the horror should touch even a single drop of wine, while here it would be terribly transmuted to a blood even more terrible, the sacrifice would remain unclean, and the destruction of his work would be nothing but a senseless and insignificant burning of a manuscript. No, the place of the offering must be chaste, chaste the gift offering, chaste the officiant, chastity enclosed in chastity, while the pure wine is poured, offered in salty blood in the rays of the rising day-star, the shell of the early morning sky quivering open in pearly iridescence. Thus it should come to pass on the seashore, the poem consumed in the trembling flame. But was such an intention not the grievous revival of that slick aesthetic playing with words and events that had constituted the fateful treachery of life? Was not this arrangement of seashore dawn and sacrificial flame nothing but a somnambulistic game in which the world moves unchastely impregnated with blood and murder whenever it surrenders to beauty? Was this not conformity to that murderous sham sacrifice enjoined by the gods themselves, enjoined to it, in which the inevitable sham life is again resurrected in its changed sham reality, the inevitable sham real interrealm of poetry? No, 1,000 times no. It must happen at once, without sacrificial arrangement, without wine pouring, without aesthetic rite. He had not a minute to lose. Under no circumstances should he wait for the sunrise. No, he must do it now. And with a desperate effort he sat up. He wanted to go immediately into the open, anywhere where a fire was burning. He wanted to move the weight of the manuscript rolls thither. Maybe the boy would help him with this, and somewhere in the starry night their words would turn to ashes. The sun should see the Aeneid no more. This was his charge. He kept his eyes fixed on the manuscript chest. However, what had happened to the chest? As if it had been removed to a great distance, the chest had become dwarfed. A dwarf's chest, lost amidst the furniture, which had likewise dwindled, and although the thing stood on the same spot as before, one was unable to come near it, to reach for it, and besides, the boy stood in between, undiminished in the midst of so much that had shrunk. In his hand was the full beaker, and he said, "Take one gulp, just as a sleeping potion." This was said with all the docile solicitude with which a son, unexpectedly grown to full responsibility, might address his father, but with a childish overtone that was even slightly touching, because the boy's capacity for responsibility being unequal to his willingness for it, the result was a small arrogance, which in its disparagement was a trifle comic. A sleeping potion was being offered him, as if combating the fear of awakening. The fear of gods and men were of no importance, as if this vigilance were not absolutely essential now in order to take on for the last time the duty of creation. Or might this disparagement be justified? Was this shrinking of the Aeneid to dwarf proportions, was this shrinking of his surroundings, which nevertheless did not affect the boy, not a sign that he was justified in his presumption? Was this disparagement not the reflection of a higher one, which stemmed from beyond, one that intended to show once and for all that he had been proven unworthy to assume the priestly paternal office? Consequently, was he not compelled to remain confined in his dream, forbidden to descend, forbidden to return, the ivory portal bolted against him, but still more the one of horn? And nevertheless, there was still hope. Oh, nevertheless, even he, the erring one, could still be led to the chastity of that grace. Certainly, the corruption was still absolved, despite his torment, but he had been released from the fore-hell of trance-death, and perhaps the boy, now that he was grown, would be the right leader, who would carry him, the weak and ailing one, through the portals of grace. Oh, like a gleaming vessel of light, the beaker was being held aloft by the boy, and he stretched his hand toward it. But before he could reach the gleaming thing, all maturity seemed to desert the boyish form. Either the shrunken surroundings had won back their former dimensions, or, this was not easy to decide, the boy himself had become dwarfed. Did this portend that the boyish figure was not permitted to grow? Was it threatened by all this dwarfing? But as for himself, he was left alone, without help, without guidance, so that he must bear the burden of decision alone to the end, and he was not permitted to accept the potion. A sleeping draught? No. I have slept enough. All too long. It is time to stop, high time to be up. Again all was weariness and earthliness. No, the boy would not grow again, would not lend his help, would not support him, either at the departure or at the sacrifice, to say nothing of later. Oh, disappointment, oh, fear, oh, plea for help, and nothing remained but to sink back into the pillows, tired from the disappointment, breath-robbed and voiceless, whispering no more sleep. Yet now, for the third time, as if in succor, came an astonishing reply. No one has been so watchfully awake as you, my father. Rest for now, for rest is due you, my father. Rest and watch no more. His eyelids closed softly upon being called father, which was like a gift, like a reward for his self-abnegation, a dispensation for his vigilance, which had become valid only now that its readiness had changed to the unreserved readiness of contrition, and his watchful service to past and future changed into voluntary submission, accepting the present. It was the dispensation of the never-new start, which, like atonement, lay eternally before, all
birth and beyond all deeds. For sacrifice and absolution were one. They did not proceed one from the other, instead they issued from each other. And he alone might become worthy to be called Father, who was graced to go down in the shadowy abyss. Graced, therefore, having brought himself in sacrifice to receive the priestly consecration of his sacrificial office. Graced by being incorporated into the august and endless line of the Fathers, which reached back to the exalted and inaccessible beginning, and there received from the first ancestor powerful in abnegation, enthroned amidst his shadowy court the strength for perpetual renewals, the continuous blessing of human life, the grace bestowed by the ancestor, the city founder beyond petrification, the name giver, he who upheld the law, exempt from all beginning and all ending, exempt from birth, exempt from all dissonance, 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 dissonance. Was he really chosen to appear before the exalted countenance? Was a mere boy, this boy, actually able to unlock the portals? As if they were one and the same, the doubt of himself was strangely involved with that of the boy's vocation, a doubt curiously apart from time. The glance which searched the youth's features once more was a question, and it was with a question that, in response to the entreating gesture, he let himself be handed the beaker and drank. "Who are you?" he asked again, after he had put down the beaker, and the persistent questioning going on within and coming out of him astonished him anew. "Who are you?" "I have already met you." "Was it a long time ago?" "Give me the name that you know," was the response. He mused perplexedly, and he knew only that the boy had called himself Lysanias. Lysanias? Yes, that much he had just managed to remember, and then everything became dimmer and dimmer, and he no longer remembered the name, nor any name, not even that by which his mother had called him long ago. And still it seemed as if his mother had just called him, as if she were calling from this vanishing, undiscoverable place or time, as if she were summoning him to return to a namelessness which had its home in the maternal and beyond the maternal. The child seemed nameless to its mother, and more she endeavored to protect the child from the name, not alone from the false one, the evil-bearing chance name, but also, and perhaps even more, from the true one, the chance-exempted name that was preserved in the endless chain of ancestors, because he who had raised him up and named him was the same who had gone down into the depths, so that in the rudimental sphere of all creature kind he might be endowed with the consecration of paternal priestcraft, which was enshrined in all sacrifice, and enshrined the sacrifice which was enshrined in all sacrifice, and enshrined the sacrifice in itself. But the mother, bound to the creative sacrifice of birth, that was her significance, shrank back from the offer of rebirth. She shunned it for the child she had born. She shunned another creation. She shunned the unmastered, the unmasterable, the unattainable, which she surmised might possibly lurk in the inaccessible truth that shone out from the depths of a name. She shunned the resurrection in the name as something unchaste, and she preferred to know the child unnamed. Existence became nameless. It became so when his mother called him, and shuddering from the namelessness of such foreawakening and breathing out from some undefined fostering, he said, "I do not know of any name." "You, my father, you know them all. You gave a name to everything. They are all in your poem. Names and names, the names of people, the names of fields, the names of landscapes, of cities, and of all creation, home names, consoling names in times of trouble, the name of the things created along with the things created before the gods, the always resurrected name containing the holiness of the word, always to be found by the true watcher, by the arouser, by the divine founder. Nevermore might the poet lay claim to this dignity, nay, not even were the sole and final task of poetry to be that of exalting the name of things, even when its greatest moment sounds, were it to succeed in casting a glance into the creative fountain of speech, beneath the profound light of which the word for the thing is floating, the word untouched and chaste, at the source of the world of matter, The poem, though well able to duplicate the creation in words, was never able to fuse the duplication into a unity, unable to do so because the seeming reversion, the divination, the beauty, because all these things which determined, which became poetry, took place solely in the duplicated world. The world of speech and the world of matter remained apart. Twofold the home of the word, twofold the home of the human being, twofold the abyss of the creaturely, but twofold also the purity of being, thus duplicated to unchastity, which, like a resurrection without birth, penetrated all divination as well as all beauty, and carried the seed of world destruction in itself, the basic unchastity of existence which came to be feared by the mother, unchased the mantle of poetry, and nevermore would poetry come to be fundamental, nevermore would it awake from its game of divination, nevermore would poetry turn into prayer, into sacrificially valid prayer of truth so surely inherent in the genuine name of things that the supplicant, included in the supplication, closes off the duplicated words so that for him, and him alone, word and thing shall succeed in becoming one. O purity of prayer, unattainable by poetry, and yet unattainable for it, in so far as it offered itself, as it overcame and annihilated its very self, and again, as though wrenched out of him, a moan, a cry, the Aeneid to be burnt, my father. He took the great fright ringing through the outcry as rejection of this project as well he might. Displeased, he answered, do not call me father. Augustus keeps watch. He is guarding Rome. Call him father, not me, not me. Guarding is not the poet's office. You stand for Rome. That dream of every boy was perhaps once mine also, but I have only made use of Roman names. The boy was silent. Then, of all things, he did something quite unexpected. With the somewhat awkward skill of a peasant boy, he swung himself aloft on an arm of the candelabrum, as though it were an elm branch, broke off one of the burnt candle stumps, and lit it from the flame of the oil lamp. What did he want with it? But before an explanation could be found, the boy had fastened the stump to a plate with the dripping wax, and now he knelt before the chest. Would you like to have the poem? I will hand it to you. Was it not the boy Virgil who was kneeling there? Or did the little brother Flaccus, or the little brother Flaccus? Thus they had often knelt together on the floor, sometimes in the garden under the elm, sometimes in front of the toy box. Who was this boy? Now the box strap snapped back smartly, the leather lid sprang open with a soft airy sough, and a whiff smelling of paper and leather, a whiff of the past doings, of softly scratching writing sounds, rushed wanly home-like out of the opened receptacle, in the interior of which, cleanly arranged, the ends of the manuscript rolls were visible. Roll after roll, poem after poem, piled one after another in neat rows, the familiar, seductive, and calming sight of work. Cautiously the boy lifted out a few pieces and laid them on the bed. Read them, he pleaded, and shoved the plate with the candle nearer to afford a better light. Was he not still in his father's house? Was that not still the little brother? Why did the mother no longer live if Flaccus was alive? Why in her grief had she been obliged to follow him into death? Was this not the identical candle that even then on the table had brightened the shadowy room, while outside lay the soft Mantuan meadows and ingathered by the Alps as the slow autumn rain fell greyly in the dark of the evening? He was to read. Read. Was this still possible? Before all, was he fitted to do it? Had he ever learned to read or even to spell? Hesitatingly, almost anxiously, he opened one of the rolls. Hesitatingly, almost anxiously, he smoothed the opened end. Shyly he felt of the paper, even more shyly of the dried written characters, and, with all the timidity proper to a consecrated gift-offering, he let his fingers glide over them, but not without twinges of conscience, because this was like a renewing of recognition, a brief reacquaintance with the craft and the former pleasure of craftsmanship craftsmanship, but over and above that it was like a great, inadmissible remembrance that reached back beyond all remembering and forgetting, back to where there was no question of learning or performance, only planning, hoping and wishing. Not his eyes, only his fingertips were reading. They read without letters or words, a wordless speech. They read the unspeakable poem behind the poem of words, and what they read consisted no longer of lines, but of an endless, immense space stretching out on all sides to infinity, a space in which the sentences did not follow one another in order, but covered each other in infinite crossings, and were no longer sentences. They were rather a dome of the inexpressible, the dome of life, the creation's dome of the world, planned for in time unknown. He was deciphering the inexpressible, deciphering the undepictable landscapes and inexplicable occurrences, the uncreated world of fate in which the created world was embedded as if by accident, deciphering the creation that he had wanted to recreate, that he had been compelled to recreate, yet whenever this had become manifest, unfolding to expression at every spot where the sentence waves and sentence cycles crossed one another, there war, treachery, and bloody sacrifice showed up also. There warfare, lifeless and callous, conducted by beings essentially dead, came to view. There the feud of the gods could be seen in its godlessness. There, too, was the revealed and nameless murder, and a nameless fear, executed by phantoms that were merely names, executed at the behest of fate, holding the gods in bondage, executed by language, through language for the sake of illimitable speech, in the God-governed inexpressibility of which fate has its cause and completion. It made him shudder, and although he had not read with his eyes, he averted them from the page as one who no longer wishes to read. To destroy all language, to destroy all names, so that again there may be grace, he said to himself. That was the way Mother wished it to be, the grace devoid of destiny and without speech. The gods have presented you with the names, and you return them again. Read the poem, read the names, do read them. He was forced to smile at the urgency of the repeated request, and it diverted him somewhat that the boy did not grasp his meaning, and perhaps was not even meant to grasp where all this was leading, and he remarked, "Read? Does this go with the sleeping potion, little cup-bearer? No, we have no more time. Let us make a start. Come and help me." Yet the boy, and even this seemed curiously right, made no move to assist him, and when he continued to hold back, it at once became clear that he had not the right to help. And even though time were to stand still, even though the cycle were to be closed, enkindling and extinguishment coming thus to be one and the same, and if, in addition, the child's acceptance of the maternal fostering be indistinguishable from the acceptance implied by submission, even if all completion remained only a perpetual planning, yes, even if he had never learned to speak, leading in helpfulness do not go beyond the first turn of the cycle. The voice of the boy had become an echo that still answered back but comprehended nothing. It was a pale echo, a fore-echo prior to the awakening. It was the shining reflector, an advance of the ultimate, great, unspeakable, and awaited effacement. It was the advance, annunciation of a voice that would be the word in wordlessness, uniting the not yet said to the no longer said, to the ineffable shining in the spacious abysses of all language. Such speech was not to be learned, not to be read, not to be heard. "Take the rolls away," he ordered. And this time the boy obeyed, though not quite willingly, rather with a childish disappointed defiance, and a little reluctance that showed by his letting the manuscript lie on the table instead of in the chest. This was even slightly amusing, and when again, as though for the last time, he observed the boy's features, the clear eyes, which had darkened still more, although they still glanced up expectantly, the familiar face became unexpectedly, noticeably strange, and in faint yielding, as it were in farewell, he again said, "Lysanias." He was not impatient. The candlelight on the table was flickering out in sputtering cobwebs, a light echo and fore-echo of the gleaming thunder from the other world to come, that waited beneath the stars, waiting for the sacrifice, waiting for the flame of abnegation, while here the drizzling of the wall fountain was murmuring soft as a shadow. And standing bent half over the table in this wise, half reading and half from memory, at first timidly and then becoming louder, the little fist beating time on the tabletop, the boy began. Was it a last seduction? To recite the verses with the Roman names, and they glided into the night and into the nocturnal murmur of the trickling water. Charmed is Aeneas, and letting his eyes rove in quick admiration, scans the whole region about him, notes all and lets nothing escape him, asks for and hears with delight the record of earlier heroes, told by Evander the king, the founder of Rome's early stronghold. Native-born satyrs and nymphs once ranged about the very woodland. I hate this. Native-born satyrs and nymphs once ranged about this very woodland. Likewise a genus of men who emerged from the hard grain of oak trees. Art they had none, neither want. They knew not of yoking the oxen, knew not to harvest or till, nor how to lay by of their plenty, living from the fruit of the trees, from the rude, ruddy fare of the huntsman. First from the heights of Olympus came Saturn, who hurried in headlong, fleeing the weapons of Jove, his own realms abandoned in forfeit, gathered this unruly folk, dispersed over mountain and hilltop, bound them together with laws, and chose for this place the name Latium, being the latent land which had sheltered and kept him in safety. Latium. Under his reign came to pass the fabulous age we call golden, such the perfection of peace in which he governed his people, till in a gradual decline there followed an age of dishonor, baser and wanting in light, an epoch of greed and of warfare. Then the Ausonian host, the Sicanian hordes followed after. Frequently lost to land was the name it was given by Saturn. New kings arose, and then Thybris, a giant of turbulent power. Thenceforth his name we Italians gave to our river, the Tiber, letting its true name of Albula fade in the dawn of tradition. I was an exile from home, a wanderer over the waters, cast on these shores by the order of fate and by almighty fortune, forced to this land by the ominous words of my mother, Carmentis, one of the nymphs, divinely enjoined by command of Apollo. Scarce was his speaking done when he walked further on to an altar, showing Aeneas the gate which the Romans have called Carmentalus, set up of old as a shrine to honor Carmentis the wood nymph. Destiny's Ceres was she, the first to foretell the true greatness, due to the Aenean line, the glory of proud Pallanteum. Next he made pause at the grove where Romulus, wise and intrepid, made his asylum known beneath cold Lupercal, the Wolf Hill, named for Lycian Pan, in accord with Arcadian custom. Also the sacred grove, Argilentum, he showed to Aeneas, treacherous Argus he named, who died here of drinking the Lethe. Thence to the rock of Tarpeia, and on to the capital, golden, shining today, where of yore lay a thorny, impassable thicket. Yet even now a reverent awe moves the hearts of the peasants, bidding them pause and reflect as they pass by the rock and the forest. Deep in this grove, he cried, its trees rising dense to the summit, lives, it is said, a god, but one whose divine name we know not. Simple Arcadians think they have often beheld the dark Aegis shake in the right hand of Jove as he summons the clouds and the lightning. Look how beyond to those forts their ramparts and towers dismantled. Relics of bygone days, memorials left by our fathers, Janus the builder of one, and Saturn who raised up the other. This one Janiculum called, and that with the name of Saturnia. Talking together in this way, they came to the cot of Evander. Cattle were lowing about the very same field where they pastured. Bears now the forum of Rome, and houses the brilliant Carinae. Reaching this humble door, "Take heed," he said, "of the threshold Hercules crossed in his pride. The god made his home in this dwelling. Opulence dare to despise. Illustrious guest, let thy spirit follow the path of the god, our poverty never disdaining." Thereupon said he no more, but ushered the noble Aeneas under the roof of his hut, and offered a couch for his slumber, freshly bestrewed it with leaves, and decked it with Libyan bearskin. Night came apace, enwrapping the world in her shadowy pinions. Night came apace. The reading voice became softer and softer. Then it died away completely. Were the verses continuing to be enacted? Were they being enacted somewhere outside of the voice? Or had they also vanished to protect what seemed to be asleep? Perhaps he had actually slept and not even noticed that the boy had gone in the meantime. With closed eyes, as if he were not allowed to make sure, he waited, a listening guest like Aeneas, waiting for the voice to be raised once more, but it remained silent. Nonetheless, the last verses rang on his ear. They kept on resounding, and in so doing were being changed more and more. They altered, or more correctly, they recomposed themselves to something that was like a material picture. A picture, to be sure, beyond any actual possibility of being depicted, in the same way that the moon-bright space in the window could even now be held as a picture behind closed eyelids, while yet transmuted in form and light to something like sound. It was an after-sound in the ear, an after-image in the eye, both of them sensed but unsensual, weaving together into a unity that, already far beyond the visible and audible, was only to be grasped by a kind of sensibility in which, strangely a part of this very sensibility, while strangely apart from it, the boy's voice as well as his smile were merged. Did Saturn want to take back the names he had given? The landscape of the verses, the landscape of the earth, the landscape of the soul were becoming nameless, and the longer that he, ensconced with closed eyes in the Saturnian fields, tried to feel out and follow up this transcendental figurative phenomenon, the more profoundly he felt and sensed it within himself. Yes, the more he longed for it to be changed back to complete reality, the more he longed for the return of the reading boy. Yet the more he wished all the while that this would vanish, for not only had the sorrow-dispelling seduction emanating from the boy captivated him as the advanced knowledge, the fore-echo of ringing finality, but it had also stood in the way of the ultimate voice. It was not only the entering portal, but also the closing slab of the unforeseeable view opening up behind it. Was not the great whispering, the soft booming, the commanding kindness of that far near, inconceivably all-inclusive voice which he had heard without being able to hear it, hidden there also? Deeper than anything earthly, but yet of earth, lay the hidden birth-grave of the voice, the tomb of the beginning, the enclosed source of the birth-giving end. Deep below the audible and the visible lay the meeting place of the voices, the place which contained them all, from which they issued and to which they returned, the place where they were audible, the place where they were most inaudibly united and in unison, the place of their complete accord, the accord, a voice in itself, the most mighty and the only one which included in itself all voices with the one exception of its own. To include all life within oneself and yet to be excluded from all life, was this the voice of death? Was it here already? Was this it? Or was that which was hidden still greater than this voice? He listened into the inaudible. He listened with all the force and fervor that his will could command. But over the seas of silence, over the veiled landscapes of primal sound, breathed out into the very beginning and very end under the brooding sound dome of primal perception, there still floated a falling sigh, enclosed in forgetfulness, enclosing forgetfulness, a most delicate dew, breathed up from the colorless ringing plains of transparency, from their mutely resonant fields, the image of the boy's voice, just barely visible, just barely revealed and revealing, but already veiling itself, an earthly resonance, no longer word, no longer verse, no longer color, or colorlessness. no longer transparency, but only a smile, an image of yore, the image of a smile. Names, verses. Was there a poem? Had there ever been an Aeneid? In vanishing, was it flickering up a last time in the name, Aeneas? As if this name contained an intimation of the great and good command which was lost forever. But nothing more was to be found. All that had been lived, all that had been created, the whole vast streaming together of existence with all its substance was being flooded off, wiped away. He found neither year, nor day, nor time in his searching recollections. He found nothing of anything that was known to him. He listened into his memory, although his listening perceived only a glassy confusion, terrestrial still, but already exempt from earthbound time, exempt from earthly remembrance, a glassily feverish singing confusion of shapes growing out of a no-time and extending into a no-time. And the more his memory reached toward the Aeneid, the quicker song after song vanished, leaving no trace, dissolved into the ringing intricacy of this glare. Was this coming home to the sources of the poem? The memorable content of the poem was disappearing. Whatever had been celebrated by the poem, seafaring and sunny strands, war and the sound of arms, the lot of gods and the orbits of the starry courses, this and more besides, written down or unwritten, fell quite away. All of it stripped off. The poem had discarded it like a useless garment, and was returning back into the unveiled nakedness of its hidden being, into the vibrating invisible from which poetry stems, subsumed again by the pure form, finding itself there like its own echo, like the soul housed in its crystal shell, singing of itself. The superfluous had been discarded, but was nevertheless preserved, having become durable in an indestructible form, the purity of which excludes forgetfulness and impresses even the perishable with the stamp of eternity. Poem and speech existed no longer, but the soul common to both was still in existence, surviving in its own crystal reflection. The human soul had died off into the profoundest depths of forgetfulness, but the language of the soul lived on, surviving in the singing clarity of its form. Soul and speech parted from each other, yet implicated in and reflecting one another. Do they not receive this reflected light from that inaccessible abyss from which everything issues and to which it comes home? Were they not, though each locked off in itself, communally included in that home voice which bursts through all boundaries? Because in vibrating beyond every limitation it gives promise of the goal, of encouragement, of help, and of comfort? O voice of yore, in your rising and falling, soft cradle voice, having once sounded, and veiling and unveiling the world, starry voice of the cradle night, singing the sweet companion song of unity. I am alone, he said. No one has died for me. No one dies with me. I looked for support. I have striven to the utmost for it. I have implored it, but it has not been bestowed upon me. Not quite here, but yet at hand, came the response so dream-soft from his own breast that it was no longer the voice of the boy, but far more that of the night, and of all nights. That of night and of all nights, the voice of silvery space, which is nocturnal solitude, the ever-seen but never-explored dome of the night, along the walls of which he had groped ever so often, and which had now come to be only a voice, not quite here, but yet at hand, gracious and lordly, seductive and enjoining, night-lit and deep-hidden, the spontaneous sounding of the word and the spontaneous sounding of the soul, the unity of language and humanhood, and it was like taking leave of the ageless, erstwhile youth of all things earthly, and yet saluting the homeland, everlasting in hope, where even the stone had turned into transparency and the grave slabs had become transparent as though they were composed of crystal and ether together. In this wise he stepped through. He didn't step. He stood suddenly in the midst of a dream dome that was nothing but the beaming impression of voices. He stood in a bottomless radiance, in a radiance without walls or ceiling, amidst domes of radiant transparency, and seeing into the midst of the invisible, he was unable to see even himself. He too had become transparent, without having taken a step, indeed without the least attempt to take a step or make any movement whatsoever. He had been moved forward, but still not moved across. It was still the forecourt of reality that surrounded him. He had not yet forsaken terrestrial things. It was still an earthbound dream, and he, a dream within a dream, realized the dreamy nature of what was happening to him. It was a dream on the borders of dream. For although nothing in this steadily increasing clarity of streaming transparency recalled the former clash of realities, and although nothing concrete, nothing human, nothing animal was to be seen, moreover, although even the memory of them was no more to be traced, washed as they were in the radiantly booming inaudible waves of muteness, he knew himself to be in the hopeless entanglement of clashing voices, now as before, only that now voices, things, creatures, plants, animals, and men, once and all, had turned into most inconceivable beings, into an airy structure in which names still shimmered like stars, though by this very act of shimmering the names were cast off. He found himself in a region in which only the quantities, the arrangements, and the correlations of earthly things were valid, likewise only the knowledge emanating from them and their erstwhile forms. And it was occurrence and knowledge, perception and exposition in one single gleaming possession of truth. It was an unimaginable exposure of the creation's multiplicity, empty of content but complete, the integration of everything that had occurred or could occur, differentiated by a myriad-fold but indistinguishable, the suggestive meaninglessness changed to pure form, the bare outlines of form which is nothing more than crystalline clarity, an impenetrable sparkling transparency, inexistent even while existing, being without origin. He was in the realm of the infinite. The pathways of the millenniums revealed themselves as endless sheaves of light. Straggling in any and all directions, they were carriers of the eternal and brought the finite into ultimate infinity, the thing done having the same weight as the thing undone, good and evil crossing each other with equal impressiveness and illuminative force. And there was no way out of the seeing blindness, the hearing deafness, of the dream, no way out of the dream dome, of the dream dazzlement, the dream so estranged from discrimination that it opens up no path to the good, an unbounded shoreless flood. And this silvery, coruscating, radiant dream stuff, did it touch the soul? Did it touch the God? Or were the dream ever so earthly, it was beyond the earthly affairs of men, and the dreamer was one who had lost his human birthright, his human productiveness. He was fatherless and motherless from this very inception. He was in the prematernal cave of fate itself, from which there was no escape. No one laughs while dreaming. No one laughs where there is no way out. The dream was not to be burst asunder. Oh, who dares to laugh where even mutiny is silenced? There was no possible defiance to oppose the dream. There was only entanglement and acceptance, entanglement in the happenings of the dream, and involved in the dazzling thicket, caught into the ramifications within the dream and extending beyond it, identified with each single dream point, with each separate crystal ray of the million-faceted transparency. He also transparent, he also homeless and rootless, a dream orphan from the very start, he also occurrence and knowledge in one, enacting himself in a dream, aware of his own dreaming, himself a very dream, he spoke, and speaking from a breast that was no longer a breast, from a mouth that had ceased to be a mouth, with a breath that was less than a breath, speaking words that were scarcely words, he said, Fate, thou camest before old gods. Thou wast prepared in the mists long before any creation. Nakedness thou of the clouded beginning, and true to self alone the cold, all-penetrating form. Creation and creator thou in one, at once occurrence and knowledge and meaning. The force of thy nakedness penetrates God and man, commanding the created. Upon thy command, the God delivered himself from his inexistence and became Father, calling the name of light out of muteness from the womb of the primeval, darkness-enshrouded mother, calling to identity the unnamed, calling the unshaped into shape. Primordial silence became speech, and primal sound turned into singing. The spheres themselves singing thy word, but in the dream, O fate, thou takest it back again. Thou hushest it back into blankness, terrible, all-concealing, into thy denuded being, and as a crystal flake the god himself sinks, ray melted into the empty dome of the dream. Unmoved and gleaming, the dream dome absorbed the silent words, reflected them silently, and carrying them off into the echo lack of the last light, and it seemed as if they themselves had been that radiant echo. Then he spoke on, dream-saturating, dream-chilled fate, thou revealest thyself in dream, bringing the dream to the grandeur of a time in which reality inheres, making the dream the receptacle of the creation, working through thee and through thee timeless. For thou knowest neither before nor after reality that thou art. Lavishly flows thine essence, O arch form, flows outspreading and fertile with life stuff between the storm clouds, mute, mighty in union, between the light and the night of creation, created at thy behest. But thou transformest thyself from one into the other, with the looping current of thy flowing, wishing to flow lightward. Ah, canst thou? Yet where thy currents converge, as at a goal, stream on stream dependent, there in serenity thou revealest the name and object of worldly truth, united one into the other, evoked into wholeness to mirror thee, fate-stamped, the archetype of being, the archetype of truth. Dream form emerges from dream form, overlaid and unfolded. In dream thou art I, thou art my perception, born with me as an unborn angel. Beyond mischance, the shining omniform of essence and order in which knowledge itself is born, shape of myself, my knowledge. God delivered, God destroying fate, eternal reality, I am eternal with thee, immortal God destroying in dream, where I, enacting myself in thee, dissolving in thy brightness, enclosed in childhood, am myself the habitation of the God. Was this the last habitation? Was this the final resting place? Was not even this in movement? Did he not have to move it forward? He tried to take a step. He tried to lift his arms. He tried to impart himself to this gleaming space which he already was. He tried this with great willpower, with utmost effort, and although the glassy transparency of his no longer apparent being did not allow for any sort of movement, he succeeded. A trembling, dreamy, and remote ran through him. A trembling, dreamy, and remote ran through him. Oh, it was scarcely the intimation of a trembling. Oh, it was scarcely an awareness of such an intimation. However, it was at the same time, how could it have been otherwise, like a sympathetic vibration of the dream dome, flooding back and forth as though the quiver were passing through motionless, glinting paths of streaming light, through their intersections, raying out in every or no direction, passing through their effulgence of which it can and cannot be spoken, like a first and final shudder, scarcely noticeable, yet somehow felt, the breath of a receding shadow, unstirred by a breath, but withal a recollection of earthly life. Thereupon he spoke again. Unescapable, have I mounted to thee, or have I stumbled into thy depths? Abyss of form, abyss of above and below, abyss of the dream. In the dream no one is able to laugh, likewise no one is able to die. Behold how over near to laughter is death, and behold how far from both is fate, to whom, since he is merely form, death has taught nothing of laughter. This fate, thy self-betrayal. But I, immortal, I familiar with death, compelled by death to laughter, I revolt from thee, I trust in thee no longer. Dream blind and dream enlightened, I comprehend thy death. I know the limit set for thee, the boundary of dream that thou deniest. Art thou also aware of it? Dost thou will it so? Does thy being halt at thy command, or does something greater halt thee? Does still another fate stand behind thee, stronger than thou art, more inevitable, less discernible, and beyond, fate upon fate, blank form on blank form, row on row, waits there the unattainable nothing, the birth, death, the very twin of chance? All law is subject to chance, to the fall into the abyss, and thou too, O fate, for in thy realm, including thee in its havoc, there rages the chance of finality. Suddenly growth ceases, and the branches of wisdom, bough from bough, sprouted, die off and drift into nullified speech, isolated into the object, isolated into the word. Order in ruins, truth in ruins, brotherhood and concord benumbed in incompletion, torpid in the underbrush of specious existence. Thou bringest forth the incomplete, thou sufferest the mishap, thou must tolerate evil, imperfection, deception, and, thyself unrealized, no longer eternal in thy frozen form, fate of fate, thou diest of evil, while yet in the crystal with me. It was not he speaking, it was the dream that spoke. It was not he thinking, it was the dream that thought. It was not he dreaming, it was the dome of destiny radiating into the dream which dreamed. It was the dreaming of the unattainable, the interminable domed fixation of light transfixed by evil, transfixing through evil, and there, motionlessly flooded in the cascades of light, was the temple of his unattainable soul. The light was unstirred in the healing cycle of adversity, unstirred even the breath. And, lacking breath, the dream spoke on. Form, even though arch form, perishable for the mortal, perishable for the god, perishable in thy unreality, perishable in thy seething and specious wholeness beyond redemption, though the part may pretend to be all, though it wish to hark back to the womb of the erstwhile maternal arch night, though usurping completeness it even assume the summoning, the office of the summoning father, still nothing saves thee, fate, from the reversion to nothingness. Ravished with thine own fate, thou fallest back in empty reversion, while worlds are wheeling, interminable, inevitable their course, in the vacant orbit of beauty, drunken of thee, and drunken of death. For creation is more than form, creation is resolution, is parting the bad from the good. Oh, only this election is truly immortal. Thou who art only form, hast thou called gods and men to truth only that they should take over thy determining mission, that they should establish the form of the world for all time, as thou charged me therewith and ordained me in the creation? Inadequate art thou, the tool of evil, thou didst make it, thyself art the evil, and thou canst not stem it. The divine is exhausted, and the human indeed remains unfortified. These thy works enhanced with thee in the greater destiny, and the evoked, only form like thyself and deprived of a name, is beyond reach. He never swerves, he hears no call in the fading dream. Yes, he was beyond call. Muteness surrounded his own muteness. Nothing spoke to him any more, and he was able to speak of nothing. Nothing called to him, and he was unable to call to anything, but the impression of dream voices was spread about him, glistening and impenetrable, immobile and illimitable, glossy with the God-quelling evil, unescapable, all-encompassing, annulling the creation, the good and the evil blended together, the paths of light endless, their intersections without number, the light supernatural, yet for all that numbered, limited, earthly, and destined to die away. Was the dream fading? And with the fading dream was the dreamer also fading away. Nothing was to be remembered, yet all was memory in the unhallowed desecration, in the shadowless lovely light of the indiscriminate, in the light of the interminable enclosure, sunk memory deep in fate's iridescent, stagnant game of limitations, the limits of which can and must be exceeded whenever the game has played itself out, plumbed to the uttermost depths of its diversifications, with its differentiations and cross-versions enumerated, the admixture of good and evil drained to the dregs, evil itself drained to the dregs, fate's very form exhausted, died off in the dying memory, which no longer remembered to remember. O memory, O extinction of light and the spheric singing of the world, O the endless chain, the orbit of fateful consequences of extinguishment and relighting on earth, experiment after experiment of the creation, ever repeated, ever forced to be repeated, until the evil is cast out of the light, until the ghostly uncreated is removed from the self-creative, in order that, the re-arched heaven being a certainty, the confirmation will again be manifested, will again shine out, the human countenance lifted up unto the borders of the spheres, and to the unseen linear play of the stars, lifted up to the stone-cool starry face of the sky, and as if the constellations of the inner and outer worlds, vanishing to shining muteness from the excess of splendor, had preserved just a shred of breath, as if, though beyond call, they possessed just a remnant of darkest power wherewith to shine, as if the heart's lyre and that of heaven could resound once more, as if existence were not yet completely transformed into crystal, as if his own equilibrium were not completely restored, the scales of the universe not having come to a complete standstill, so that he still had some awareness, so that he was still permitted some awareness, the crystal's awareness of itself, the dream's awareness of itself, the awareness of the future and of consummation, the awareness of the ever-existent and the never-attained, revealing itself in a silvery tone from the most hidden self-recollection of the universe, in which the crystal's speech of dream is latent, the fore-echo of a future sound. This now spoke out in last muteness. When, oh when? When was their creation delivered from form? Creation, oh, when without fate? Oh, it existed, and without dream it was, neither a waking nor a sleep. Only a moment, a song once only, the voice unique, a smiling call, unevocable. Yeah? Unevocable. Once there was a boy. Once there was the creation. Once again it will come to be. The miracle, chance delivered. Would the bowl of heaven shimmer up there again within the dream dome, bearing the beaming cross of the middle carried by the starry shield? Would it shine out in the real splendor of a newly performed act of creation? It had announced itself as an expectation. It was really here in the form of expectation, yet it had not actually appeared, for a still deeper silence had settled over the silenced light voices of the dream, and this silence turned into waiting, was the essence of waiting, silent and almost miraculous, that imposed itself like a second and richer form upon the immobile, continuing luminescence, which was the form of fate's nakedness, lying upon it like a second irradiation of light, as if the waiting were already an increase of riches, even though one expected and was entitled to expect a still further enrichment, a still stronger irradiation, perhaps even a second and more pervading immensity, in order that from this one the divine might stream out freshly again, abolishing evil forever. It was an undirected waiting, as undirected as the radiation, but for all that directed to the waiter, the dreamer, it was a sort of invitation to him to make a final attempt, a last creative effort to get outside of the dream, outside of fate, outside of chance, outside of form, outside of himself, whence came this expectant challenge. From what beyond, from what undefinable region had this dimension, this omnipresence sunk itself into the entity of the dream dome? Although it was strong with the strength of dream, it was really no summons. It was just nothing coming from anywhere and somehow reaching him. It had suddenly filled and fulfilled him, just as it had the dream, splendor sunk in splendor, transparency in the transparency. It did not order the dream back to reality, nor the multiplicity of directions into a single plan of direction. It was certainly not reversion, not a loss of creativeness, not reconstruction. No, it remained within the dream while vanquishing the dream and challenging to conquest. It charged the remaining within the dream as a challenge to achieve new knowledge by the knowledge gained from dreams. It was there in a mute, streaming recollection. never seen but nevertheless recognized, nevertheless understood in its dream decree, and he, his own transparency involved with that of the dream, contained in the dream, and containing the dream, he lifted himself in the enormous godlike effort required of him, and with a final piercing through of the dream's border, with a final shattering of every sort of image and every sort of revelation, with a last shattering of memory, the dream grew beyond itself, he growing with it. His thinking had become greater than any form of thinking, and in achieving this it became a knowledge of the spheres, which is greater than destiny, greater than chance. It turned into a second immensity, including the first and being included by it. It became the law which caused the crystal to grow, the law of music, stated in the crystal, stated through music, but over and above that expressing the music of the crystal. It was a secondary memory, the memory of eons and universal experience which, though lost to recognition, to recollection, aghast at the world, aghast at form, had dissolved itself to a secondary form. It was a secondary human language predestined for eternity, if not yet eternal in itself, yet holding the irretrievable in recollection, and the newly disclosed and re-arched heaven, and the law of its being perishable even in imperishability. The stars were circling again as an ever-enduring wonder exempted from chance. Immortally cool came the music of the night, gently stroked by the unrelenting soft breath of the moon, carried in it immobile, drenched by the motionless tide of the Milky Way, the ringing silver space encompassed by the incomprehensible, but still encompassing in itself the incomprehensibility of all things human, the homecoming, the second homecoming of dream. O homecoming of him who must no longer be a lodger. Irretrievable is that smile in which we were once embedded, irretrievable the smiling embrace, that fullness of being on awakening, or just before awakening, day brightened, but still obscure. Oh, irretrievable is that tranquillity into which we were wont to bury our face, to assure ourselves that what we had seen should not prove to be mere chance, so everything was ours and being bestowed upon us again. Nothing came accidentally to us, nothing was perishable, because universal time is imperishable without continuity. O universal time, in which nothing was mute to the mute eyes of the child, everything was a new creation. O homecoming, O music within and about us, submerged in us, it has remained with us as a knowledge of yore. Submerged in us, we shall be lifted through it into its greater being, and submerged in us, greater than ourselves. It is ours beyond all chance. O music within and about us, only that which the self harbors is greater than we are. It is immortal for us and exempted from chance, singing along with the word of the spheres. But that which we do not carry within us, that is chance, and remains chance. It is mortal for us. Neither now, nor ever, is it greater than we are. It never confines us, O homecoming. Everything is taken in by a child. Everything is music to him. Everything is immortal. Everything has the greatness of allness, being always there to protect and fulfill him with its smile. Since he may fly to its embrace, eye sunk into eye, the universe and all things, oh, it is irretrievable for us, irretrievable because of our very growth. And should we wax ever so greatly, so that our arms branch out like rivers, our bodies spread out over continents and oceans unto the utmost limits of the worlds, the moon in our hair, we filling all of space, we ourselves the starry pinnacle of night, the glittering dome of dream, endless, endless in sheer radiation, yet we remain outside of ourselves. We are still expulsed. No night embraces us, and no morning welcomes us, because we are bound and dazed, without flight or goal for flight, unsurrendered even to ourselves, because our arms have drawn nothing to our hearts. O homecoming, homecoming into the utterly incomprehensible, that will be granted to us when we shall have become prepared to fly to it again. O the utterly incomprehensible that we seek for even in dreams, because in dreams our fate becomes dreamily comprehensible for us. Mortal is dream, mortal is fate. Both such things of chance that we, bound and dazed even in dream, dazed because of our mortality, bound by chance, dazed by death, seeking escape, fearing escape through flight into dream, shudder back from it, dismayed by the impossible. O mortal is that chance which is not contained in ourselves, and in which we are not contained. All that we comprehend of it is death, for death reveals itself to us in the phenomenon of chance, verily only in chance, but we, neither containing ourselves nor contained in ourselves, bearing death within us, are only accompanied by it. It stands at our side, as it were by chance. O homecoming, homecoming into the divine, homecoming into the human, mortal to us indeed, our fellow man, whose fate we have not taken upon ourselves, on whom we have bestowed no help, the unloved human being, whom we have not included in our own life, and whom we have thereby rendered unable to embrace us inclusively in his own being. Oh, he seems undivine to us, we seem undivine to him, so enhanced in chance that we hardly know if he, who appears before us as living, who passes by us, who staggers by us and turns the next corner, whether he, creature of fate like any other, like ourselves, has not long since died, or perhaps has not even yet been born. O homecoming, O Platya, O homecoming, irretrievable homecoming, mortal are we along with all that is mortal. Mortal in ourselves are we who have taken no fate upon us, having in this way made ourselves one with chance, our occurrence and being and knowledge inescapably arrested in the blank form of fate. Mortal are we in the midst of immortality, mortal under the music of the stars, mortal through guilt, strayed into a thicket of voices, girded round by the mute pressing light of the indiscriminate, forfeited to dream death, forfeited to a death of growing cruelty that no longer holds aught of immortality. O homecoming, resting and hearkening in the infinite stretch of the Saturnian meadows, the Saturnian landscape of the earth and the soul, in the golden home-like peace of eternal earthliness, shielded from Janus, although this is a twofold hearkening, directed upwards and downwards, an intent listening into the depths of heaven and earth for the name of the thing bestowed on it by Saturn, shielded from the deadly cruelty of dissension and war, shielded from destruction, even though the hearkening is at the same time a forgetting of the names that are forgotten by virtue of their association with home. O homecoming, he who is allowed to come home comes back to creation. He who comes there where behind the fluid boundaries of beginning and ending, behind the comprehensible and incomprehensible, he divines the ultimate statute. He escapes the indiscrimination in which good and evil are benumbed to blank fate forms. He buries his face in the utterly incomprehensible, from whose relentless mild voice, fate-bidden and predestined, issues the judgment that existence be loosed from its form and be sundered to right and to left. O homecoming, O sorrow redeemed by suffering, the miracle of immortality. O we may be allowed to touch it, we may perhaps obtain an intuitive grasp of the incomprehensible, if only for a moment's length, yet the heart receiving the miracle forever, if our including and included destiny take on itself that other grown higher and wider in surrender, fleeing into yet giving cover to the other one, until, with the miracle of the second self which we have borne through the flames, we are granted a second childhood, transformed and belonging to the Father, knowledge beyond knowledge, perceiving and perceived, chance come to be a miracle, having embraced all knowledge, all occurrence, all existence, fate overcome, not quite here, but yet at hand. O miracle! O the music awakened once more so poignantly within us and about us, the opened countenance of the spheres of love. O homecoming, for love is resolution. O homecoming forevermore, for love is the readiness for creation. And resolution was that perception which, born from the dreaming yet giving birth of itself, was flooded to him like an occurrence, and yet passively from out of the invisible, now become visible. It was a perception in the realm of the speechless and the wordless, a final effort of the dream that awakes of itself and recognizes in its own borders the dream constantly coming home in its own birth, encased in birth's darkness, which, for all that, was still held within the full radiance of the dream. The perception was not in himself. It came out clearly from the invisible crystal of the structure. It was the crystal of dreams. Was this the perception of genii, or angels, when they, the listening messengers inherent to the creation, floating unborn within it, perceived the divine command? Was he floating with them outside of the dream border, and dream and recollection? The enormous effort to shatter dream, to shatter fate, did not relax. No, it increased. It became more pressing, directed more to the goal, more toward perception, and the more it grew, the more perfect became the visibility of the dream, the more its boundless radiation was interwoven with the recollected or intuitive knowledge of all past earthly happenings, which, the content recognizable despite all change of form, was arising like a second dream within the dome of the first one, overlaying and enriching it, yielding image after image, storing landscape on landscape, in evidence here as of yore, the dream existence in the morning of childhood, transparent in its depth of memory, twined about by waters and wreaths, the arch of the unseen heaven above it, sparkling with layer upon layer of stars, muteness and music coalesced into crystal, ever experienced, yet never remembered, ever perceived, yet never understood, and there surrendering to the succession of images, there he listened to the heart of the dream, and softly at first, then more and more distinctly, he heard the beating at the heart of the dream, for in the memory which mounted up to him, into which he sank, the direction being indeterminable, in the quiescence of the occurrence, in this upsurging and absorbing radiation, in this fluid meeting where things merged without movement, there was contained, not less immobile, not less symbolic, that which he had always sought for in language and in poetry, and which was again evaporated to nothingness for the sake of understanding. Here all speech was annulled, all poetry was annulled, so that only the deepest recesses of the dream abyss might shine through, as if it were the final form of fate within the unavoidable multiformity, the form which is the pattern of all forms within the radiantly inevitable, not even looped, flowing and fixed, but within every form and every figuration, stretched endlessly and invisibly over the light plains of dream. Dream opened up into its root depth to give birth to the dream. Oh, this very depth it was that floated up to the heart. Oh, in it the heart was floating, radiating up from and into it, from and into it, irradiated to a knowledge utterly ungraspable through speech. It was the heart of dream entering, and pulsing and suffusing the human heart to a crystalline wholeness and consummation, and he deemed that fate was light surf into which he sank. No, fate was on the point of being transformed again in the vibration of light surf into which he sank, or which surged up to him, as if here, in this last abyss of roots, the new reconciliation of form to its eternal content were about to succeed, the awakening. Oh, the rousing torment of a dreamed awakening. Fate conditioned this too, enclosed in borders within the dream, which presents itself even in the midst of perception, although the boundary of dream has already been overstepped, already sundered, because the heart, once having started to beat, constantly pleading for admittance and ready for reality, palpitates even unto its borders and knocks on its portal. For love is abiding readiness, containing every prospect and all peace. For love is creative readiness, not quite here, but yet at hand. This is the threshold on which love stands in the forecourt of reality, there where the portal shall swing back to allow the borders of reality to be crossed, open to awakening, opened to rebirth, open to the resurrected, the reanimated, the never heard, the forever yearned for language of a new life and ultimately redeemed consummation, opened to the final word of judgment, which shall ring beyond any dream life whatsoever, beyond the world, beyond space, beyond time. Oh, it is before such a renewal of creation that love stands, still enveloped in twilight and merely hearkening, yet itself the awakening help, the incipient awakening.
And the brightness of the dream dome quivered up and away from itself like the beating of a heart, the dome itself quivering, vibrating in the infinite and voluminous voices of its radiant completeness, in the diffusion, the concentration and refraction of its boundless beam tracks and light paths, And the starry pinnacle trembled also, the dream as a whole inhaling and exhaling itself, the breath waiting, the dream waiting, waiting in the recesses of his heart, the receptacle of the spheres, waiting. Would the new speech, the new word, the new voice be wrung out of such a breath? Would the voice source of time's beginning and ending open of itself, disclosing the crossroad common to all paths in the infinite abyss of dream? Would there, oh, would there be intoned from the dream that spontaneous echo accord of world unity, world order, world comprehension, which must be the final resolution of the earthly task, comprised in the totality of voices and comprising them? Merely an intimation, it was no more than that, an intimate trembling up from the roots of a dream, but trembling on and on to the furthest reaches of dream, shutting off the voices and releasing the voices in the wavering light breath of the occurrence. Earthbound still, the heart's beating, but transcending earth in its waiting. Still earthbound as the dream instrument of that fatal force which, unsevered from evil malice and chance, carried death in itself, but already transcended in its readiness to hear the command, supernal in its vigilant readiness. Verily, nearer to the unearthly than anything else was this willingness to awaken, nearer than the readiness for death, which was bound up with dying to mundane things, saturated hatred. Verily, it was nearer to the revelations of death, nearer to it than his own readiness for death, under whose relentlessly unavoidable regency he had placed his life, fancying to force a homecoming through the offering of himself, breaking through the boundaries and listening for the voice as if he could imitate it through his own dying, and win it over by virtue of this imitation. It had remained inimitable, for this was a voice that could not be won over, for this voice of all voices was beyond any speech whatsoever, more compelling than any, even more compelling than music, than any poem. This was the heart's beat, and must be in its single beat, since only thus was it able to embrace the perceived unity of existence in the instant of the heart's beat, the eye's glance. This, the very voice of the incomprehensible, which expresses the incomprehensible, was in itself incomprehensible, attainable through human speech, unattainable through earthly symbols. The arch-image of all voices and all symbols, thanks to a most incredible immediacy, and it was only able to fulfill its inconceivably sublime mission, only empowered to do so, when it passed beyond all things earthly. Yet this would become impossible for it, aye, inconceivable, did it not resemble the earthly voice. And even should it cease to have anything in common with the earthly voice, the earthly word, the earthly language, having almost ceased to symbolize them, it could serve to disclose the arch-image to whose unearthly immediacy it pointed, only when it reflected it in an earthly immediacy. Image strung to image, every chain of images led into the terrestrial, to an earthly immediacy, to an earthly happening. Yet despite this, in obedience to a supreme human compulsion, must be led further and further, must find a higher expression of earthly immediacy in the beyond, must lift the expression of earthly immediacy, must lift the earthly happening over and beyond its this-sidedness to a still higher symbol. And even though the symbolic chain threatened to be severed at the boundary, to fall apart on the border of the celestial, evaporating on the resistance offered by the unattainable, forever discontinued, forever severed, the danger is warded off again and again, the chain of symbols closed, when the unattainable deigns to transform itself into the attainable by descending to earth, by becoming an earthly event, solidified to an earthly deed, so that the chain of expression in ascending and descending could close to a cycle of truth, to a cycle of eternal symbols, true in each of its images, true because of the cyclic balance and play around the opened borders,
true in the constant interchange of the divine and the human act, true in their common symbolic quality, and in the symbol of their mutual resemblance, true because the creation renewed itself in them forever, entering into that law of constant rebirth, which was charged with the overcoming of chance, of fixation, of death. No earthly preparation for death, were it ever so intuitive, an imitation of the divine sacrifice, was able to summon the earthly enactment of the subliminal. Only the contemplative preparation for the awakening was really valid, and the dreamer, bound like fate to the dream, unredeemed and averse to death, though death enclosed, harbors in his dream only the preparation for the awakening, made susceptible to it alone by his knowledge, unbetrayable in his dream knowledge, in his unerring knowledge of the awakening and its universal validity, for the sake of which the dream has revealed itself, opened up in the singing abysses of its unsearchable depths, in the darkly radiating root abyss of its shimmering shafts, with its heart, even more conscious, opening still more, trembling to a voice that was no longer a voice, far rather a deed, the deed for which it descended to retrieve the name fate bidden, to turn around, to return for the summons to homecoming. Oh, homecoming, in that deed which signifies love, for only the serving, helpful deed, in that it bestows the name and fulfills the empty form of fate, is stronger than fate itself. Not quite here, but yet at hand, and it was knowledge at the heart of an inconceivable loving distance that was buried in the innermost heart of the dream. It was awareness of the similarity in that tidal flood, the heart of this side and the heart of the beyond, pulsing and beating within each other. The divine symbol kindled in the human being to a common language, the language of the divine human pledge of allegiance, the language of everlasting creation in prayer, and more prayer mounting and subsiding in creative images. And it was the knowledge of this language, of the redeeming deed, of this language of loving sacrifice, which floated as far above every human offering as the invoiced otherworldliness of the one voice floated over the babble of voices on earth, as the loving otherworldliness floated above every love that operates from man to man, the divine human heart contained in divinity and humanity, containing both God and man, but it was likewise an awareness of him who, because the voice to be credible on earth must have an announcer, was destined to be the bearer of the creative deed, the deed and the doer, born in the earth into earthly life from an unearthly conception, for only he who in his very origin is already exempt from chance is able to reunite chance with the miracle of that ultimate lawfulness to which fate itself is subjected. For only he who originates from a destiny beyond fate, and who, despite the strains, the destined calamity to the last drop, only he is given grace to turn calamity into salvation again, and to become the bearer of salvation. Oh, to him and only him, the divinely conceived figure in heroic human form, is it permitted to carry the Father across the fires of iniquity, and he alone is entrusted with the rescue of the Father. He is allowed to carry the one who conceived him, taking him on his shoulders and bearing him off to the ship and to the homecoming flight into a new country, into the land of promise that has always been the homeland of the Father. Not quite here, but yet at hand. That land lay before him in the knowledge of the enjoining, name-giving Father summons, which embodies the divine in the human and in spirit the human into the divine. It lay before him in radiation and counter-radiation. It lay before him in the knowledge of the salvation-bearer, and in the salvation-bearer's knowledge, full of humanity, full of divinity, the brands of iniquity changed to pure sacrificial flames. The rigidity shattered, the gravestone of the middle lifted, good and evil parted and purified, God and man enlarged to a resurrected creation.
The prophecy reclaimed in a future in the name of the Father, forever sanctified in the name of the Son, forever affianced in the Spirit, affianced in the Spirit, not quite here, but yet at hand, the promised one. Was that which he perceived already recognition? Was it only the recognition in dream? Was it already the awakening? Oh, it was still this side of the boundary, but even though the dream palpitated against it, it had not broken through the border. The vision was not to be grasped. It was not recognition. It was only awareness. A dream awareness, a dream recollection, a distant memory of the never heard, ever resounding voice of a once. The furthest recollection of the never encountered land beyond the border through which he had always wandered, a land enlarged by distance, reduced by distance, the source, the estuary it was. The memory strengthened approach to the border, but it was still a spellbound, quivering, a throbbing, expectant illumination, and just for that reason, even in this peering knowledge, in this extremely transparent blindness, that without being recognition was a form of recognition, a transparent bandage over his eyes. Yes, for that reason, although sunk into the dream meadows and overgrown by their bracken, he found himself placed abruptly on the peak of a very high mountain, as if he had been ordered there, so that he might look beyond the border, he a beholder, but still not an announcer, placed there and held there by a gentle, unyielding hand, held into a future yet always existent actuality, beat upon by the throbbing of a heart that, though enshrined in him, yet enshrined him by being greater than himself. Breathing with reality and animated by this throbbing, he was enabled to release his arms from the crystalline transparency and to stretch them upward toward the luminous dome wherein the stars were shining and great suns were beginning to resolve. A single star above them all. He gazed out over the fields of dream, over the fields of those countries predestined to be the theatre of the deed, the theatre of his vision, beyond touch, beyond tread, yet his own from the very start. He gazed out, spellbound, dream-bound, here as he was, unable to part from or to be removed from his dream, gazing out over the landscape, in which, though it was beyond his touch and tread, he was stretched out with his own dream radiation and his own dream illumination, and surveying both the landscape and the dream, he saw that they were reciprocally merged. He saw amidst the landscape all the crystalline formations, the light cubes, the light circles, the light pyramids, the light clusters of the dream he saw stretched out and embedded in the dreamy confluence and boundless radiation of its light paths, the landscape, made rich, transparent, and magical through memory. Indeed, it was embedded in the dream with all its night times and daytimes vacillating, between light and darkness, and flating and deflating under the twofold dusk of morning and evening, filled with every possible kind of earthly shape, filled with a motley crowd of all creaturehood, filled with the roaring medley of all earthly voices, filled with intoxication, with torment, with yearning, filled with the created and the developing creation, filled with the silence of beaches, of undulating meadows, and of fading mountain summits, the heights bearing loneliness and the plains bearing cities, filled with the peaceful glow of human life and living, but also filled by the rustling and crackling of the evil flames. Endless, endless, endless. Everything there was to be wandered through, nothing could be trodden. Dream and landscape embedded one into the other, shining into the shading out into each other, joined in expectation, joined in yearning, joined in a readiness for awakening, waiting to receive him who would stride through them, bringing the voice of the awakening. And he too was waiting with uplifted arms. He waited with dream and landscape. He gazed over the still pastures on which the cattle were grazing without motion. He perceived the muteness of the motionlessly burning brands, and no bird flight moved across the pavilion of the air. The flames rose higher into the immobility. The confusion of the manifold voices increased in the unbreakable silence.
The yearning became deeper and deeper. The sun stood still, and the throbbing of the heart beat more and more heavily against the walls of the boundlessness within and without. Oh, when was the end to be? Where was the end to be found? When would the desecration be quaffed to the last drop? Was there a nethermost stage to this deepening silence? And then it seemed to him that just such an ultimate silence had now been achieved. For he saw the mouths of men gaping at each other full of terror. No sound wrenched itself from the dry clefts, and no one understood the other. It was the last step of silence on earth. It was the ultimate silencing of men, and beholding that his mouth also yearned to open in a last mute cry of horror. Still, while seeing it almost before he had really seen it, he no longer saw anything, for the visible had vanished into most abrupt darkness. The light of dream quenched, the landscape disappeared, the flames quelled, the people evaporated, the mouths abolished. This was night, timeless, spaceless, wordless, toneless, the most empty blackness, an empty night without form and without content. Empty and black became the waiting. Even the throbbing died down, sucked up by emptiness. The bottom of existence had been reached. He stood at the boundary. He stood at the edge of destiny, at the border of chance. He stood at the boundary with blank expectation, with blank listening, with blank looking, with blank wisdom, yet drained as he was, and in this blankness he knew that the borderline would be opened. This began to happen very softly, as if not to alarm him. It began as a whisper that he had heard once before. It began in his innermost ear, in his innermost soul, in his innermost heart, yet simultaneously surrounding him and penetrating him, stemming from the uttermost darkness, streaming in and out of the night. It was the same quietly great power of the tone to which once before he had had to submit, and repentance swelling out now as then, fulfilling him, enwrapping him, although it was no longer the accord of many voices. It was not the accord of the voice herds, it was not the accord of any voice multiplicity. Instead it was far rather a single voice, making itself more and more solitary, a voice of such great loneliness that it glowed like a single star in the darkness, nevertheless an invisible one, shining in the invisible. For as the summons grew greater and more distinct, it was subsumed not less greatly into the infinite and inscrutable, which is inaudible because it is mute. What took place here was beyond the visible and the audible. It was beyond the reach of every sense perception. It happened obscurely, and for all that it was of a most compelling perceptible clarity, it happened in a realm of shadows, yet included the forms of every essence. So it occurred as equilibrium. It was manifested as an infinite, inconceivably balanced order, giving meaning, content, and name, comprised of all being and all memory, including the iron booming of seas as well as the silver susurrus of autumn, the celestial stroke of the stars as well as the warm breathing of flocks, the flute tone of the moon, even as the dew on the sunny hedges of childhood. It was a beholding of the unbeholdable, a listening into the inaudible. And he flooded in darkness, the world's diversity and entity likewise held in balance within the flood of darkness in this last command to equilibrium, which is the only reality, and which annals chance. He heard, no, he did not hear, he saw the voice which brought this to pass. And it was not one of those voices which, belonging to the world, insert themselves into the structure of world facts in order to turn them into a symbol, symbolizing one thing by another but also symbolizing the word by the word. This was not the voice of worldly truth, neither one of them, nor the summation of all such truths. No, it was unterrestrially, inaudibly, invisibly beyond the world. It was the extra-worldly agent of truth, the extra-worldly agent of equilibrium. It was the essence of the outside, bringing near all the strength and all the amplitude of the outside as it brought itself nearer, comprehending all that is within in order to be comprehended by it, the all-embracing receptacle of the spheres. And thus he realized it, hearing by seeing, seeing by hearing, the voice in the shadow of whose word peace and homeland are ever to be found, the voice of timelessness and of the everlasting creation, the judgment voice of the beginning and the end, the equilibrating voice outside the dream, the voice of safe-keeping. Its tone was brazen and crystal and flute-like in one. It was thunder and the preponderance of silence. And it was all sounds and yet a single sound, commanding and gentle, forgiving and discerning, a single lightning flash, oh, an unspeakable, gentle, blinding, quiet because consummate. Oh, thus it disclosed itself, grace fused with the pledge, disclosing itself not as a word, not as speech, far rather as symbol of a word, as symbol of all speech, as symbol of every voice, as the arch-image of them all, overcoming fate in the form of the Holy Father summons. It revealed itself as the tone picture of the enunciating deed. Open your eyes to love. Something was being done, and it was being done for him. He did not have to open his eyes. The beneficence opened them for him. He did not have to breathe, it breathed him. This had been a symbolization in the allegory of which the night was restored to itself, and in the symbolization of the voice, muteness came home to silence as if silence were the first content with which the empty form must again be filled in order to be revived. Must be filled in order to be revived. And by virtue of the fulfillment, the diverse directions of the dream were streaming back to the earthly spaces. They streamed back from an undimension into a dimension, turned into the flow of night, constituting a space that was flooded by the tides of night. Nothing was audible except the silence. Nothing within, nothing outside of him. He was flooded in a saturation of night, the silence surrounded by night. Even the little oil flame of the hanging lamp had burned itself out, as though sucked up by the darkness in order that the all-fulfilling silence should not be interrupted or disturbed by the small hard point of light. In like manner, the great throbbing of the dream had quieted down and ebbed and was ebbing further, lulling itself into a silvery drizzle that, welling up from a nowhere and flowing off into a nowhere, yet issued from the wall fountain. Rinsed by the surrounding silence, the elusive had come to rest again between the past and the future in the vividly present now. Softly the scale of time was swaying, softly tinkling were the silver chains of its saucers, which in their gradual rise and fall met and released symbol after symbol, weighing their truth, symbol after symbol, given significance by the test of weighing, and the linking of this chain merged softly and silverly into the gentle stream of existence, newly fulfilled by an imageless silence, yet image-fraught, and the silence-bearing night, its bell-tone quiet and gentle, recreated itself there before his eyes. His eyes unfolded, he himself once more unfolded, the night again unfolded, mysteriously blind with silence, pregnant with shadows, liberal and loving in recovered naturalness, the night which was being swept along, carrying him onward, in her branches, in her plumage, in her arms, in her breath. On her breast he lay, he rested. He was allowed to rest on, but even as he rested, he also knew that the silence of the night's happenings was only a prelude, that they must come to an end, for not only had the unspace flowed into the limits of space, but his body had been flooded back from there. He lay bodily in his bed. His feelings became more and more bodily. His was a bodily peace.
and in the fullness of his peace he perceived that the fever had waned. Beneficent and buoyant, the cool, still waves of every night ending as far back as he could remember, and just as the hour of lessening fever came back to the physical earthly, so also the night came to the diurnal hour, hurried toward its rim, toward the hour of Earth's recurrent fulfillment, of Earth's recurrent affirmation, toward earthly night. Still nothing happened. The night darkness held. Only the silence became deflated, lost its fullness, creased with the scarcely perceptible tracings, very uncertain and perceptible only to the keenest listening. The silence seemed to ruffle itself back from its uttermost borders, to loosen up. Darkness in flooded creation coming softly into being was being engraved into the uneventfulness of silence by a loving, gentle hand. Name after name arose at the soft night summons, formed itself to an entity with remembrance, became firm by memory, becoming through memory a participant in the creation. Did a cock crow in the distance? Were there dogs barking out there? The footsteps of the guards, as if they too had been surrendered from unspace, were making their rounds of the palace as before. The wall fountain drizzled more distinctly, as if having gained in water supply, and the window sash framed anew the abundance of stars. The head of the snake conjurer flickering brightly in their midst. Breath quickened the silence, breath filled the night, and growing out of the night and the silence was that which was always at hand, the breathing world, sleep. The darkness was breathing again, becoming more and more formed, more and more creaturely, more and more earthly, richer and richer in shadows. At first shapelessly, scarcely recognizable, in a certain sense like a point of noise, in scraps of tone and in separate tones, then condescending and collecting into audible form, the creaturely was approaching. It was a creaking and rattling moan, and it came hither from the peasant carts that were travelling along in ever-narrowing rows, bringing victuals to the morning market. Sleepy slow they moved onward, with a rumbling of wheels in the pavement ruts, the creaking of axles, the gritty stroke of the wheel rims on the curbstones, the click of chains and of harnesses, sometimes with the snorting groan of an ox, sometimes with the sound of a sleepy call, and often the soft, heavy pulling gait of the animals came into an evenness of step that was like the march of the breath. Breathing creatures wandered through the breath of night, fields and gardens, and nourishment wandered with them, they too breathing, and the breath of all life was opened to receive the creature, opened to world unity, which includes love and form, for love begins in breathing, and with breathing mounts to immortality. Down there the peasants were driving, sleepy-headed, heads nodding. They travelled on vegetable carts piled high with cabbage heads and lettuce heads, and when one of them let his chin drop as far down as his chest, he grunted just as a beast does in his sleep. Some elements of the plant and the animal are contributed to human sleep, and in death the countenance of a peasant seems like stiffened clay, coming out of the fateless, leading into the fateless, with hardly anything assigned to chance. The peasant's path runs on the very brink of destiny and on the brink of sleep. Should his prayer, delivered from chance, be answered, then earth, plant, and beast are without fate for him, and though he sees the stars only when he goes to market or when he must attend a cow, calving by night, and though he immediately falls back into the dreamless light, sleepy progress of his nights and days, he remains lovingly bound to that nature which is beyond fate, a nature that lets run through his fingers as smooth golden wheat that he touches with softly stroking hand on the hide of an animal, that he tests, crumbling it through his fingers as fertile ground, so very lovingly, so very knowingly, O ground, beast and fruit so well grasped, that he himself shall be grasped, held and hidden in the knowing, loving hand, peacefully held in it, the hand that shuts and opens itself around him in the passing of the years and days. He mingled with them, mingled with their tides, mingled with their restful warmth, mingled with the knowledge of their future chill, from which he will one day glide crumblingly into the fateless, sleepy womb of his beginning, the farmer dying into the earth only as breath, the unearthly having become free and rid of its feathers, mounting into that which is beyond, into the invisible with its voices, into the divine. Down there the peasants were driving past and away, one cart after the other, on each of which crouched someone sleeping, head wagging, snoring, with hardly a fate, hardly a chance, everyone in his creaturely cycle of night. So they travelled, older, young, full-bearded, stubble-cheeked, smooth-faced, so they drove on, as their fathers, grandfathers, and great-grandfathers had driven, embodied in the vast repose of their security, peacefully embodied in the vast tides holding them, driving on in the tranquility of their fate-quelling patience, driving asleep, unmindful of the voice that floated above them, the voice of their obscure yearning, yes, even it may be of their conviction, but which, for all that they scarcely heeded, because in the time span from generation to generation there is no set time, and it is irrelevant whether the fulfillment be granted to the father or grandchild or great-grandchild, confined in activity greater than themselves, and one that they confined in themselves with a careful sort of love, they drove on deliberately through the darkness toward the brink of night, and they dared to sleep. But he, even though once belonging to them, even though once having been likewise a peasant, he lay there cut off from them, cut off from the soil, cut off from plant and beast, still in the grip of fate he lay here, a night seer. Oh, submerged in every human soul, there is some function sheerly unreachable, a function that is greater than himself, greater than his soul, and only he who achieves himself in this final preparation for death discharges his special function. He it is who watches vigilantly over the sleep of the mortal world. O homecoming, O vigilance, where was it? Who kept watch over the world? Who guarded those who drove on through the darkness sleeping? Did the voice do it? Was he doing it in having been found worthy of the grace to perceive the voice? Was he now placed on guard? Never, never would he be fit for it. He who was incapable of any help, unwilling for any service, he, the mere word-maker, who must needs destroy his work, because the humane, the round of human action, and the human need for help had meant so little to him that everything which he should have retained and depicted in love was never written down, but simply and uselessly transfigured and magnified to beauty. What presumption to think that under such circumstances he could be ordered to watch while the veritable watcher, the announcer of the voice, had still to come. Was it all nothing but an empty dream? Had the voice in all its reality been actually bestowed upon him? Why then had it been silenced? Where was it? Where was it? He asked, he called on high for it, and yet as he asked no more. He kept on seeking for it, and yet as he sought, it was no longer a search. For the revelation that he meant not to believe was present everywhere. He perceived it everywhere, perceived it in the groaning of the wagons, in the sluggish pulling gait of the beasts, in the sleep-creased peasant faces, in their breathing, in the breathing of the darkness, in the breath of the night, and everything, the fateless as well as the fateful, the earthly and the human, had entered into him, had already become part of his own functioning, was his fate also, so much that whether it remained unwritten, forevermore uncomposed, the promise of not being lost had come to be granted, the promise of an infinite further bestowal and an infinitely further bestowing love, which would remain there through pure beneficence, always and forevermore. The night as it vanished was listening, heavy as if with tears. Sleeping or not sleeping, it was all one, beginning and ending the same, fountain and source, root and crown, the flowing tree of the spheres, in the branching of which, fate assigned and fate delivered, humanity continues to rest. It existed, it was already in the world, and it still had not come to pass.
and bound in with the whole, enslaved by its destiny, and bearing it in his own, he too rested, happily feeling the alliance, feeling it physically with all the fibers of his fever-freed being, happily feeling the coolness that forced him to wrap himself more thoroughly in his coverlet, happily aware of time gliding through the reopened world of night and bringing coolness as it came, happily aware of the relaxed breathing assimilated into the drizzling breath of darkness issuing from all the fountains of the world, feeling the murmur of the world, feeling the naturalness, while the drizzling sounded cooler and cooler. The stars became cooler, their space became cooler, and cooler that which was audible therein. The wagon train down there had gradually thinned out, the oncoming and outgoing teams differentiated by their sounds, the distance between them had increased, and finally only a few stragglers were left, and as the pauses between their journey noises became greater, these were filled more and more distinctly by something like a susurrus that ran widely and susurrus that ran widely and silver clear in and out of the great darkness. It was expected and full of expectation. It was the sea with its drizzling waves, surging in the darkness, although already called out to by the approaching morning. Maybe, oh it may be, that he deceived himself. This nearly dismayed him. Perhaps his hearing deceived him? Perhaps he was ready only for another self-deception. Perhaps it was only yearning, an empty yearning of the heart, a yearning for the sea, a yearning for the voice of salvation to surge within the sea surge, so that he might be able to hold converse with it. A yearning for the voice to hold converse with it? Yeah. A yearning for the voice to become irrefutable by the very strength of the surging, its enunciation irrefutable in the power of the natural. But no, oh no, it was the sea in its titanic, immeasurable reality, the revealed activity of the inexpressible and inaudible voice was interwoven with the moon-swept silver rumbling, woven into the endless stour of the billows, stour of the billows, woven into the unshackling below, and the liberation above, woven into the darkness and into the light veil with which the darkness had started to extinguish itself, woven into the paling stars. No, still more still, filled with the voice. The waters listened, the sea listened, the stars too, the darkness listened, and everything that was human listened, the sleeping as well as the wakeful. The universe listened, all listening to themselves and that which fulfilled them. The natural conformed to the natural, and there in this mutual conforming love was abiding. Did evil exist? Had it been judged? Had it been cast out already? The voice woven into the universe did not answer, and it was almost as if the answer were not to be brought until daybreak, as if everything had come to be merely a waiting for the day. Star. As if beside this nothing more were permissible, night gathered itself into its goal. Intent on the goal, its blackness stripped of softness, the starry flickering out there played itself out into a greenishness. The color of air stood motionlessly in the darkness, picking object after object out of the shadows, and inch by inch, starting from the window, the room became a room again, the walls again became walls shone upon by the last star in the window. The candelabrum in front of it rose up black as a tree without foliage, its branches still hung with the shreds of night. And in the alcove, indistinct but recognizable, the boy rested in the armchair asleep. He had drawn his legs under the seat, his face was supported in his hand, his dark hair was like shadow, the clear eyes invisible, hidden under the shadow of the closed lids. But his listening could be observed, a listening to that which he had announced to himself in his sleep, suffering and dissolving in suffering, without help and yet helping, desiring and desireless, love without greed of lust, the unborn angel in the earth-born man, the sleeper. O vanishing night, that bears away the sleeper unto the last drawing of his breath, on and on, eternal in your branching, bearing him in your arms upon your breast. Once more the great bow of night was stretched out before him, starting with the reddish fumes of hell, and with the clamour of voices outside the windows, mounting to the craters of all death, accompanied by all the grimaces and discordances of death, hurtling into the void of most abased nothingness, but taken up again by the commanding, gentle, name-calling voice of Annunciation, in order to filter a fading bell tone into the first seeping of light, emptied into the light and merging with it into dawn. Could it be possible that all of it had happened before this same window, that something was still happening here? What was transient had sounded up and sounded off, had been unrolled and rolled up, had come to be enduring. The day rising before him was transient, and for a long time he had given up glancing toward it. His eyes were veiled, although they remained open, tear-veiled without tears. But through the veil he saw, with a strange glance, the coming of the day. He saw the dawn, observing wistfully how softly it laid its colourless colour, layer after layer, on the roofs outside. He saw it, yet he no longer saw it. His seeing had come to be a sensing, and in this sensing, by means of this sensing, the day was born for him, becoming his own with its new light. The early morning grew apace. It was wafted to him in the increasing cleanliness of its smell, in its very distinct, very light grey clarity, across which, without mingling with it, the thinly acrid threads of smoke from the first hearth fires were drifting. It was wafted to him with the morning fresh sharpness of the silver, salt breath of the sea, quicksilverly arising from the silver surf, soft in the distance, which, arising from the first shimmering of the cool, damp shore, which, with its clean sand and pebbles rinsed by the silver waves of dawn, had been made ready to receive the morning sacrifice. It was wafted toward him, unfolded and unfolding, as the natural beginning of a new creation, and in receiving the unfoldment, and being received by it, he felt that he himself was being flooded on by its drizzling action, carried on in surge upon surge, and folded in its heaving breath, as though on wings that were cool to the touch, as though in a vast breath, and yet securely on earth, as if, resting in the shadowy fragrance of a laurel bush after an hour of rain, he were breathing it in, rain-dark and dew-clear and refreshed. Thus he was borne along, on, and yonder where the flight settled, landing lightly among the blonde harvest billows of the fields, yonder where the sheaves were tossing grapes hanging on the thorn bush, and the ox lying side by side with the lion, there stood an angel before him, not exactly an angel, more like a boy, but for all that an angel, wrapped in the cool wings of the September morning, dark-tressed and clear-eyed, one whose voice was not that of the deed, the symbolic annunciation of which filled the universe. No, it was much more the quite distant echo of the symbolic arch-image hovering in the Empyrean, very soft as he spoke, but nevertheless the bronzen shadow of the eons. Enter into the creation that once existed and again exists. But let you be called Virgil, your time has come. This is what the angel said, terrible in its gentleness, comforting in its sadness, unreachable in its yearning. This is what he understood from the lips of the angel. This he had heard as the language within language, in all its earthly simplicity, and hearing it called and assigned to the name, he saw again the waving fields, spread out from shore to shore, infinite the waves of grain, infinite the waves of waters, both stroked by the cool, slanting light of earliest morning, coolly glistening the near at hand, coolly glistening the far away. He saw it, and then there followed the sweetness of perceiving everything and perceiving nothing, of knowing everything and knowing nothing, of sensing everything and sensing nothing. There followed the sweetness of complete forgetfulness, sleep without dream.
The expectation. The awakening occurred with the feeling of remissness,
This, too, was a mere impression, like his falling asleep. However, it came abruptly, and feeling that someone was near his bed, he also felt that this would spell frustration for him. With the second prod of this sensation, he crossed the sill of awareness, knowing that he should have rushed to the seashore at dawn to destroy the Aeneid, and that it had become too late to do this, and he fled back into sleep again to find the angel who had vanished, perhaps even hoping that the strange glance which he felt still resting on him might be his. He was certain it was not. All too surely he sensed the strangeness that stood next to him, and actually to frighten it away, even though still with a last spark of hope for the angel's presence, he asked out of sleep, "Are you Lysanias?" The answer was something unintelligible, uttered by a quite unfamiliar voice. Something sighed in him. "You are not Lysanias." "Go away, master," came hesitantly, almost pleadingly. "Later. The night must not end." He did not wish to see the light. "Master, your friends have arrived. They are waiting." There was no help, and the light hurt. The cough was in his breast, ready to break out, and there was a risk involved in speaking. "My friends? Which ones?" "Plautius Tocca and Lucius Verus have come from Rome just to greet you. They would like to see you before they are called before Caesar."